But AT&T recently revealed that 73 million customer records were released, both existing and former customers, on the dark web. If my information was compromised in an AT&T data breach, I'm not worried because Aura is always on, always doing the hard work to keep me safe. I value my privacy and I also value yours. You can go to aura.com/AV7 to start your free 2-week trial using this service. Also linked below in the description. Protect your information today, guys. It's super important, and I cannot tell you how much time it will save you in the event that you get into a jam. Let's get into today's video. Good morning. Good morning. Morning. Happy Monday. Hello. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Y'all ready for the debauchery? Are you ready for more trial shenanigans? Because every day something happens with this trial. every day. But let's jump on in. We are a little behind. You guys know I like to collect our TiVo time. So we have that. We have lots of TiVo time. So I'm going to go ahead and screen share. In the meantime, though, oh my gosh, this light, this camera, this focus. Oh my gosh, we're on Monday. We're already. Okay, that's a little bit better. Is that better? That's better. Okay, for a Monday, we're already starting off on an interesting foot. But let's get started. Let me know what you guys are drinking. I've got my coffee, Nespresso time, did the Nespresso style this morning. But let's jump on in. Let me know what you did this weekend and what you got in your cup. Let's go.
The police call you?
And let's start somewhere over. Oh, wow. Maybe we don't have a lot of TiVo time. Here.
Well, he's not charged with murder. I'm not sure that I know enough about the case, I suppose, at this point in time. What's the basic outline of the evidence that you expect?
Because you reason that Mr. Steele made the motion is because you said in front of the jury, and I hear you saying Mr. Steele did the same thing, which honestly, y'all, neither of you, that if it is improper, the fact that the other person is doing it doesn't make it less improper to.
Oh, okay. We're already starting off hot. Remember on Friday, here's where we left off. Miss Love was doing a bunch of shenanigans with her objections. That's why I named the stream what I named the stream. If you've seen that thumbnail, you're welcome. So where we left off was these two going back and forth. Miss Love saying something improper in front of the jury, and we were going to duke it out on Friday. So it looks like that's the first thing we're starting with right now. I'm going to hit play so we could see how this argument plays out.
Wrongs don't make a right. Y'all are familiar with that. But I understand that you were trying to correct the misstatement about the date and essentially say, it's not possible. The better way to have done that would probably have been to say, can we approach and call to Mr. Steele and the court's attention why it is that what he was saying about 2015 wasn't possible. So I don't think that it is anything that is serious enough to warrant a mistrial. But for both of y'all, or everybody, if something like that comes out and you think for whatever reason that something is getting misstated by the attorney, just ask to approach and we'll deal with it up at the bench. Okay.
Your Honor, there is a.
Can I get everybody's okay on that?
Absolutely.
All right, great. Go ahead.
Thank you. There is an issue that I have experienced. I have made an objection, and when I hear an objection, if the objection is made to my question, I pause.
Yeah.
But that does not happen. And so if when I object, a person continues to talk and improper information is being put before the jury, I don't know what else to do.
Okay. I'll address that. So I noticed that as well. Everybody, when you hear the word objection, stop talking and let me hear what the objection is. And then sometimes I will still need to hear the entirety of the question because I won't know whether the objection is meritorious or not because I'll need to hear the rest of the question. but not always. So just stop what you're saying. Let me hear the objection. And then if I need you to tell me the whole rest of the question or whatever it was you were saying, I will let you know that, and then you can, and then I'll make a ruling. Can we operate like that from now on as well? Great. Okay.
You know what bothers me already? They still haven't changed that chair. As soon as she sat down, I'm like, here we go with the squeaking. Buckle up, guys. More squeaks coming.
We ready for the jury now? You need a minute? Yeah. Okay. Sure. We'll take just a minute. Yes, just, we're early on, but does anybody else need to step out? Do we need, like, with regard to the defendants? Yes? Okay. Everybody go to the bathroom. Come back, let's get going.
All right, Simone with a new hairstyle. Let me see if I can skip ahead. It looks like they already had a morning break. All right, here's Mounk Tounk on the stand.
Your Honor, may I approach Mr. Sledge?
You may.
Mr. Sledge, may I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what I've marked as Mr. Williams or JW255. If you take a peek at this for me, tell me whether you recognize that item.
Yes.
And is it in the same condition? Have you seen it prior to, 2024, 2023, going back? Is it the same condition?
Yes.
Any alterations or changes to it that you can tell?
No, not allowed to see.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams 255.
It's admitted.
May Mr. Kokomo display it, Your Honor?
Yes.
It should come up on your screen, but it should be the same exact thing. You could check it. That's in front of you, okay?
Yes.
And if Mr. Kokomo can blow that up at all, and if not, that's fine. So this is exhibit number at the very top, Mr. Kokomo, if you just show, you see where it says exhibit or EXH number JW, Jeffrey Williams 253? I believe it's 255, but. Let me see if I can. You see at the very top 255?
Yes.
Okay. And then if Mr. Kokomo can just center so all the words can be seen on the actual writing. Do you recognize this as a
Guys, I'm sorry. I knew that this was going to happen today, but real quick, I have to celebrate. As a creator, we hit 50,000 subs. We just did it. We just did it. Thank you guys so much for trusting me as, a source of information for this trial. All the new people that subscribed today, thank you so much. You helped us hit an important milestone. With that being said, let's go back in, but I just saw it, and that is a huge accomplishment as a creator. It took a while, but I started this year, like literally January 1st with like 7,000 subscribers. So that number is insane to me. Thank you guys so much. Let's go back in and see what Brian Steele is asking Mounk Tounk about. But this looks like that video that they played on Friday, which, Young Thug said some things, right? And we didn't, some of you guys didn't think it was helpful for Thug, but let's go back in and see what he's asking about.
social media posting? And do you see the date?
Yes.
And it's from DMAC, got me to TOO, banging at DMAC to banging. You see it says December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And does it read then, and I'm changing it just because that's how I am. A.N. lie to the mama, brother, sister, and kids, but get to the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, 3 question marks. I don't get it. And then hyphen at Young Thug. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, did I read that fairly accurate? I know it wasn't perfectly accurate, but fairly accurate.
Yes.
All right. And is that similar to what has been marked and played in states number 447Y, where you started out with, I'm going to, and this may not be exact quote, but something like, I'm going to swear to tell the truth, I'm going to lie on God. You remember that?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell the jurors what it means, if you know, when it says at the end of it, the hyphen at Young Thug?
Before it,
Can
I
you,
don't-
can you explain that to the jury?
I don't get it.
Yeah, right after that.
At Young Thug Thug. I mean Young Thug. I'm sorry.
Yeah, do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know, and if you don't know, just say, I'm not sure. Do you know what that means?
No, I don't
That's
know
fine.
exactly what it means.
Okay, and this one goes back, if you remember it, if you don't, we can show it to you. But do you remember what the state used on January 26, 2015, said repost? You remember that?
The repost with
Yes.
yes.
Okay, and then you showed the jury the January 4th, 2015 video, same video, Jeffrey Williams, you remember that?
Yes.
And this one is approximately a week before January 4th, 2015, right?
Yes.
December 27, 2014.
Yes.
And prior to this, prior to 2014 and 2013, 12, going back, have you heard the same type of statement?
Yes.
All right. Now, did anyone from the police department or the district attorney's office, and I'm saying after you entered a plea, so this is December 28th, 2022, okay?
Yes.
After that, so coming forward,
Yes.
did anyone from the district attorney's office or one of their teammates, police, whomever, did they ever ask you?
Objection. Relevance as to what anyone else ever asked this witness. If Mr. Steele wants to ask something, he can.
Here she goes with her objections already. A little bit more polite today, finally. But real quick, guys, I want to give two quick shout outs. Shout out to the Fit Lawyer ATL, who hit me with $100 super chat. Thank you so much, sis. She is one of our first super chats of the day. She says, congratulations, AV. So proud of you. I love the commentary you are providing during the trial. Keep up the great work. Congratulations, sis. You are killing it. Thank you. Thank you so much, the Fit Lawyer ATL. Lead and I have had an opportunity to chat with her. She's come up on the channel. She has faced Miss Pepto-Bismol here on the screen. She has faced her in a case and won. So shout out to the Fit Lawyer ATL, already starting off strong, and your stream sponsor. If y'all could do me a huge favor and write the Fit Lawyer ATL in the chat, that would mean a lot to me. There's so many of you guys showing love, and we just started the stream. But thank you so much, Fit Lawyer ATL. It took a while to get here. I've worked very hard on this channel. You know, this is a huge accomplishment. I'm seeing all the love, and it's a little overwhelming. It's a little overwhelming. I told myself I wasn't gonna cry today. I wasn't gonna do it, but y'all might get me there. So thank you so much, sis. And you know, just seeing all this love is incredible. Look at Keita G right behind her with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. She says 50K. Yay! Congrats, A Vizzle. Thank you so much, Keita. And look at that. The first two people, these are female attorneys. The Fit Lawyer ATL is a lawyer. Keita G is a lawyer. This is amazing. And then look, we got somebody slinging cars. Shout out to Maricela with the $49.99. She says, congratulations, AV. Well deserved, and keep hustling. You inspire me every day. Thank you so much, Maricela. That is super sweet. And I see y'all giving out memberships. Keita G just gifted 10 memberships. Full Drinking and Half Thinking is dropping memberships. Thank you both so much. I see a few folks in the Cash App crew. There is so much to cover, but again, let's catch up with the stream, and on the next break, I'll read some of these other super chats. But I just wanted to quickly shout out Keita G, Maricela, and the Fit Lawyer ATL. Thank you guys so much for shouting them out. Let's go back to Brian and Mounk Tounk.
Ask about the evidence of the reposting. They showed the gentleman the evidence.
Your Honor, my objection.
I want to know if anybody ever went over with him that it's a repost.
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Did at your meeting, we'll just do it on June 9th, 2024 at the Fayetteville Starbucks?
Yes.
Did District Attorney Love ever ask you
Objection.
about,
Objection. Yes.
Sustained.
did State's Exhibit number 447Y, the repost, January 26, 2015, was that ever discussed with you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Where it says on the January 4th, 2015 video, and if you need to see it, I'll show it to you. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, where you read to the jurors that Mr. Martinez or Duke said it first?
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. Did you ever explain to anyone about Mr.
Objection,
Martinez
Your
saying
Honor.
it
That would be
first?
hearsay.
He's right here.
Explaining outside the court, it would be relevance and objection.
Sustained.
All right. Now, District Attorney Love asked you on your direct examination why you didn't go to the police on the morning of January 11, 2015, when you dropped off Mr. Copeland at the City of Atlanta Police Department homicide. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. And you were aware that the police called Mr. Copeland
Yes.
that night, and then Mr. Copeland went down to see the police, right?
Yes.
Did the police call you and tell you that you were the prime suspect?
No.
Objection to the compound question.
Overruled.
No.
You were asked questions about the music company or business YSL, direct deposits. You remember that, working for them,
Yes.
working for Mr. Williams? You remember all those questions?
Yes.
All right. Do you personally know, do you personally observe, does that music business have lawyers working for them? If you know, if you don't know, just say I don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Do they have accountants?
Yes, I think they have accountants though. I know that.
How about managers?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to managers.
Overruled.
Yes.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions also about what you explained to the jury, that anybody can claim YSL. Do you remember all those questions?
Yes.
There was no beating in, there was no initiation fee. Remember those type of issues?
No. Never have. That you never have to get beat in or however.
Somebody could just say, I'm with YSL.
Right.
By doing that, does that mean that they're with the record company YSL?
Objection, vague. By doing that, I don't know.
Overruled.
Now, you mentioned yesterday meeting with Jeffrey and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams and yourself and Mr. Donovan Thomas and others, I'm not excluding others, shortly before, God forbid, Mr. Thomas was, days before he was killed on January 10, 2015 at TI Studios. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
Is TI the performer TI that you're talking about?
Yes.
Do you know his real name?
Some Harris. That's how I know. I know his last name Harris.
Mr. Harris?
Yes.
And is he a phenomenal, well-known, accomplished artist?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked about the definition of snitching. Do you remember that?
I don't remember asking me that.
All right. Do you remember saying in the video 447Y snitching, and I'm not going to say, but BIT blank 8?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the jury what snitching means.
To me, my definition of snitching is another person lying on another person.
Now, on from December 28, 2022, I'm using that date because that's the date that you were released from custody on this case. That's the
Yeah.
date of your guilty plea, okay?
Yes.
All the way through today, but including Sunday, June 9th, 2024, when you met at the Fayetteville Starbucks,
Yes.
the district attorney and your lawyer and the investigator. Did anybody go over with you what's been gone over with you in court, the plea agreement?
No.
Okay, so we're going to talk about Mounk Tounk's plea agreement in just a second. It looks like that's what Brian is mentioning. But real quick, I need y'all to, we're going to stop the show for a second, but I'm going to need y'all to type Viva Wood Life in the chat. Trust, thank you so much, Viva Wood Life. He drops $200. That is an extreme amount of support. And, you know, again, I don't like to interrupt too often, but Uncle came through and he dropped a big super chat. So we're stopping for that. Viva says, congratulations on hitting 50,000 subscribers, AV. Your hard work, perseverance, and talent paid off. This is only the beginning. I'm a proud subscriber and supporter. Hashtag trust Unc. If y'all could type Viva in the chat, that would be fantastic. Viva, thank you. I hope you had a great weekend. You were, you know, thriving in your unkness. You know, doing Unk activities. Thank you so much, Viva. You know how much you mean to me. And this is a super thoughtful super chat. You know, I'm trying to keep it together, guys. I'm trying to keep the composure, but y'all know I work really, really hard and it's taken a long time to get here. So, you know, to get this acknowledgement and praise, this is a lot of love. It's a little overwhelming, but thank you so, so, so much, especially Viva. Thank you for all the love today, Unk. And you know, like it takes a lot to stick with this every single morning and come on in and get ready for these streams, right? But also at the same time, I'm glad that you guys enjoy yourselves when you're here. I'm glad that we've built such a strong community, and I'm glad that pillars of the community show you guys like, hey, it's safe here. It's a good space. Like we invest in these folks because they are good, right? So thank you so much, Viva. I really appreciate you. Let's get back on into it. But totally appreciate it, Viva. Very, very, you know, strong supporter of me and Lead. He's always here in his unkness supporting your girl. Let's get back on into it.
You told the jury that Jeffrey idolizes Lil Wayne or Mr. Dwayne Carter. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Did you ever hear, are you familiar with Lil Wayne's work? His music, his interview?
Yeah, I'm familiar with his music.
Have you ever heard him use the word slime, the term slime?
Yes.
Was that before you ever heard anyone say it, or was it after?
I hadn't heard it said before, but he's like one of the first artists I heard say.
He being who?
Lil Wayne.
Your Honor, I don't have any other questions.
All right, Ms. Weinstein, you had brief cross.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes Steele's Cross. Looks like Weinstein is up next.
Good morning, Mr. Sledge.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein, and I'm Diamante Kendrick's attorney.
Yes.
May I approach you and show you something?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like you to just take a look at this video. Do you recognize the action that was performed by that player in that video?
Yes, Tyrone here.
Testimony about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me, just do you recognize that
Yes.
player?
Yes.
Do you recognize the action that he performed?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm moving to admit Kendrick 1.
I object on the basis of relevance and foundation, and if we need to approach so that Mr. Weinstein can show the court what it is.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so.
Okay.
Oh, we haven't given out our.
I need to step out. Okay.
Okay, it looks like they're trying to get a video into evidence right now. And everybody is approaching the bench with the judge. We have some TiVo time, so I'm gonna skip ahead. All right, they're going back and forth on this video. Hopefully she does not object like crazy, but this would be interesting if she does, because I want to see if she treats Steele like that purposely instead of other attorneys. Let's see how she does with Doug. Oh, that damn chair. And while we wait, shout out to TRT. He sponsored the weekend, and he had an excellent question that I'll address during our next break. Thank you, TRT.
Sustain on the foundation, but you can see if you can lay further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, I have a few more questions about that video that I showed you.
Yes,
Have you seen that video of that player before?
I know who the player are.
Have you seen him doing this particular thing? Have you seen that clip before that I showed you?
I don't recall seeing the clip, but I just seen it when you just showed it to me.
Did you watch the game yesterday?
I didn't watch Miami game yesterday.
Okay, I'll move on.
All right.
I'm going to show you something else, all right?
Yes,
May I approach?
You may.
You see this photograph?
yes,
Have you seen that photograph before?
not to the day.
Okay. And I will not be asking you questions about that photograph.
Right.
December 28th, 2022, going back to that date, where did you wake up in the morning?
At Fords County Jail,
And where did you wake up on January 1st, 2023, New Year's Day?
and at home.
At your home,
Yes,
in your own bed.
yes,
And you signed that plea deal that we've already talked about.
yes,
And you initialed all those statements that were made in there, right?
yes,
And you would have initialed anything to get out of jail on that day, correct?
yes.
If they would have asked you if you could say that YSL did
Objection
not kill
calls for
Tupac,
speculation.
What's the question?
if they had asked you,
Objection
If
to
you-
if they had asked you, just nothing else beyond that, Your Honor, because it's speculation.
but again, you signed and initialed all of that, and you would have signed and initialed anything to
Objection.
get out of Rice,
Asked
correct?
asked and answered.
Same.
No more questions.
All right.
Jesus.
Nobody else had cross, is that right? Is that still the case? Okay. All right, is there redirect?
There is, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, here we go. So now she's up for redirect, and you guys know what that means. Basically, she's going to clean up some things that came out in cross-examination. So only 3 attorneys cross-examined him. So we know that Brian Steele was one of them. Weinstein just finished. He barely got any words in because she's already off to a start with the objections, right? And then we also saw the amazing Max do his thing. I think he was actually the winner as far as how well he did with Cross and getting information out. Now, Steele got some good things out as well, because it looks like there was a plea discussion at a Starbucks. So that was actually super important as well. But let's see how she's going to go in and clean up some of the things that came out. The other thing too is if she finishes this today, because we know Miss Love, 3 hours equals 3 days. So it could take the entire day. If not, it is likely we're going to see the state's next witness. So let's keep going and see what happens here.
Mr. Sledge, you were asked quite a few things by Mr. Steele on Friday regarding what was and what was not asked of you at the time that you entered your plea agreement with the state. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Your Honor, just
Yes.
To satisfy the rule of completeness, the state tenders States Exhibit 444Y, the entire plea agreement, or States 1AS, which was admitted for a different purpose at a
All
different
right.
time.
Any objection? Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to further commentary unless we need to approach. I'm tendering the exhibit.
I understand.
This is
He's not
unbelievable.
Commenting, he's stating what his objection is because I asked him to. I think we might need to approach to resolve it though.
I'm so over Love and the way that she treats people, especially these defense attorneys. Unbelievable. So the entire defense team is going up now. Let me skip ahead to see if we are out of TiVo time. I wonder what's going on up there because they've been up there for a little bit. They've been up there for a really long time. That was about
Let's
5
get
minutes.
Mr. Sledge back, please.
Thank you, Judge.
Where you at, Mounk Tounk?
Ms. Love. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sledge, on cross-examination just now, I believe it was by Mr. Weinstein. Forgive me if it was by someone else. Were you asked the question whether anyone ever went over the plea agreement with you between December 28, 2022, when you signed the document that is States 444Y and States 1AS, and today? Were you asked that question on cross-examination by either Mr. Steele or Mr. Weinstein?
I don't know. I don't think Mr. Steele asked me that. He asked me something about June the 9th. So I don't know if Weinstein just asked me that question either.
All right. Did Mr. Steele ask you on cross-examination whether anyone went over that document that you signed on December 28, 2022 with you at the June 2024, I believe it was, meeting between you, your attorney, Investigator Lancico, and me in Fayette County? Did Mr. Steele ask you that?
I think that was the question was.
And was your answer no?
Yeah, cause no, yes.
At that point, had the document already been signed in its entirety? Had you already signed everything you
Oh,
needed to
yes,
sign?
yes.
On cross-examination last week, you were asked about hiring an attorney for the purposes of this case. And let me actually back up and ask you this. You were asked a few questions about what was going on at the time that you signed this plea agreement on December 28th, 2022. Do you recall that?
Yes,
All right. Do you recall being in a courtroom here in Fulton County on the date that you signed that plea agreement on December 28th, 2022?
I don't think I was in the courtroom. I think I was in the tank in the back when I signed.
Okay. Were you in a courtroom when you acknowledged under oath that everything that you signed was true?
Yes,
Did Mr. Steele, Mr. Shart, or any of your other friends' attorneys ask you on cross-examination?
Sustained.
Okay. Did you tell the jury that you loved Mr. Stillwell? You loved Shannon?
yes,
Did you tell the jury that you loved Defendant Williams?
yes,
And Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Shart and Mr. Williams, they represent people that you love, correct?
yes,
All right. So on cross-examination by lawyers for one of the people that you love in this courtroom, were you asked about your conditions prior to signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. On cross-examination last week, do you recall being asked about conditions you endured before signing the plea agreement that you signed on December 28th, 2022?
Yes,
Do you recall being asked if you felt pressure to sign that plea agreement?
yes, I think so.
Do you recall being asked whether you felt intimidated to sign that plea agreement?
I don't recall that one.
I'll ask you, were you intimidated by the state into signing that plea agreement?
Was I intimidated?
Were you intimidated?
I wouldn't say I was intimidated. I was basically like, I just feel like it was forced on me at the time. I wasn't intimidated by it.
It was forced on you. We're going to come back to that word force, okay?
Yeah,
Do you recall on direct examination when I was asking you questions, do you recall you first mentioning something about the fact that your mom, unfortunately, had become ill? Do you remember that?
yes.
Do you recall telling me not to speak on her?
I said I didn't want to talk about her.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about her multiple times?
Yes.
Did you have any problem with him talking about her?
No, because me and my lawyer had discussed, don't even get frustrated about it.
So is your testimony that you didn't mind Mr. Steele talking about it because you had a conversation with your lawyer about that?
Yes, he just told me to stay focused, and
Okay.
even with you, he just say stay focused and answer the question.
Do y'all see what she's trying to do? It's really, I mean, she's trying to, it's really, it's pissing me off already. She's trying to show that, when they're talking about pressure, she's using the word force. She's trying to clean up what Max brought out, that he felt pressured to go home to his 8 kids, okay, 8, trying to get out of jail. And he felt pressure for this plea agreement to sign it. In fact, Max actually went through every paragraph, and he got Mounk Tounk to say that 3 or 4 things in that plea agreement were incorrect, right? She's trying to clean up that part because she's just like, oh, okay, when I had you on direct examination, you said you didn't want to talk about your mother. But why is it that when Steele asked you about it, you were answering those questions? And he just kind of caught her up. I know we have some thoughts on Mounk Tounk over here, but he actually just answered that very well, because he's just like, no, it has nothing to do with Brian. Like my lawyer told me to just stay on topic. So I saw what she was trying to do there. She was trying to get him to she's trying to catch him, right there. And she didn't. That was a failure. Too funny, too funny.
And tell the truth.
Yes.
All right. When you say you felt forced, would you please tell the jury who it was that forced you to sign, or who you felt forced you, if anyone in particular, to sign anything on December 28th, 2022?
I'd say the state, because when I addressed it and tried to change situations, they wouldn't change them. So
And it's still your testimony. Is it still your testimony that there were things that you wanted changed that you did not get changed?
What?
Is that still your testimony?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
could you repeat it?
Is it still your testimony that there were things you wanted changed in this plea agreement that you did not get changed?
Judge. Your Honor, could I talk to my lawyer right fast?
You may.
But no, I don't want to.
Yeah,
All right. Let's just.
that was a good call. It was actually a really good call for Mounk Tounk to do that, because depending on his answer, remember guys, she's got 35 years hanging over his head. So he needs to make sure that he answers these things in accordance with that plea agreement. And also so he does not get into any type of trouble, because technically it's still a binding document. You know, on Friday, Max was able to get Mounk Tounk to say that 3 of those paragraphs are incorrect. And you know, what she's asking him about right now is when she had him up on direct examination, he was saying that certain things in that document needed to be changed and that they were never changed. So before he answers the question, he just wants to double check with his attorney. So shout out to TiVo Time. It looks like they are on a break right now. Mounk Tounk is talking to his lawyer, and we were able to skip ahead about 10 minutes. So we are waiting for them to come back any moment now. And I'll just go ahead and read some of our supers while we wait. And also real quick, I do want to give a huge shout out to someone who has been supporting over the weekend, and that's TRT. If y'all could do me a huge favor and type TRT into the chat. He's like one of my smartest subscribers. He does not miss a beat. He has been supporting super hard over the weekend. He dropped something called the SuperThanks. So what a SuperThanks is it's a way to leave a super chat, and it will get pinned to the top of the video. So TRT was actually watching Friday's session on, you know, he was part of the replay crew, and he left 3 actually really cool observations and was kind of chatting with a few of you guys. And it's really centered on 3 things. I'm gonna read them now, right? The first one is, did you catch the bias, AV? Whitaker tells Love and Shard not to talk over each other. Then she grants Shard's request to be heard. While Shard is making his record, Love talks over him, asking Whitaker to approach, and then Whitaker grants Love's request. If this is not Whitaker favoring the prosecution, I don't know what is. This is so painful for me to watch. What do you think? So firstly, yes, you know, and this is the thing. She's out of control, and it really isn't fair to the defense team. Whitaker is not fairly checking her, right? I've noticed that on Friday. I've noticed it today. It's already happening. Doug couldn't even ask this guy questions. And you could see Doug actually get frustrated and wanting to like, just stop, just stop asking the questions. What Doug was trying to do, I guess there was an athlete over the weekend that did the slime thing, and Doug wanted to get that piece of evidence in, and then she's objecting to it. And that was that bench conference that we just saw. But yes, TRT, I do see the bias. Going to the next one. And there was another observation from another viewer. So he dropped another $100 super thanks and says, zoom in on Whitaker at the beginning of the clip prior to Love making her objection. It looks like she's trying to get Love's attention to make an objection by raising her eyebrows and lifting her hand to get Love's attention. Furthermore, it sounds like Whitaker was going to say facts not in evidence even before Love started to state her own grounds for the objection. After Love states her grounds and Whitaker noticed that Love did not mention facts not in evidence, what did Whitaker do? As you can already guess, given that she has helped to state before, she gave Love a ground that she would sustain and said, how about facts not in evidence too? This is obvious bias and favoring the prosecution. Can you address this in my previous comment on Monday's stream, please? Thank you so much, TRT. And yeah, that's the thing. She does help the state out a lot. Sometimes she's helping Love with particular objections. We had a talk about this on Friday. I talked to you guys about the rules of evidence, how to properly object, things like that. Now, the lawyer's supposed to have all of this downloaded in her mind. The prosecutor's supposed to have this, and she's been practicing for years. So it is improper for the judge to say, okay, try this rule of evidence instead. She's absolutely holding her hand, holding her hand. So thank you so much, TRT. And then he has one more $100 super thanks here. And he says, it's credit to one of you guys. And it says, she let the state take days on nonsense emojis, Instagram pics, handshakes, but tells the defense to hurry up and get to the point. And he says, you're 100% right. Whitaker did the same thing. He gives us some timestamps. Whitaker tells Shard to go first and to get to it. And then she says, move it along. Whitaker is biased and favors the prosecution. Totally agree, guys. 100% agree. And thank you so much, TRT. I wish we got this moved up to the top of my inbox a little bit faster, but we did catch it. And thank you so much for all the support over the weekend. He is your stream sponsor, guys. This is all over the weekend. $300 of super thanks, and then he sent me $200 in Cash App. So thank you so much, TRT. He's one of my most savvy subscribers, and I so appreciate you. So right now we're waiting for them to come back from break.
15 drive-by
actually,
shooting. Do
they're
you
back.
recall when I asked you about that on direct?
Yes.
Do you recall you told me you did that in your best interest?
Could you repeat that? You lost me right now.
Do you remember saying that was in my best interest when I asked you if you pled guilty to the shooting on April 28, 2015?
Yes.
And do you remember saying that I did that because it was in my best interest multiple times? Do you remember saying that?
You said that I took the plea in my best interest?
My question is, do you remember?
I don't recall. Hmm.
Mrs. Sledge,
Okay.
Lord,
you-
now she's walking.
remember us talking about your 2015, April 28, 2015 shooting and that subsequent plea last week? You and me, not anybody else, while you've been on the stand.
You said the 28th drive-by shoot?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. And do you remember I asked you whether you pled guilty to that? Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you told the jury, do you remember telling the jury, well, I did it in my best interest? And
Yes.
this is not a trick question, I promise you.
Yes.
All right. And do you remember you said that more than once? I did that in my best interest.
Yeah, I remember that part.
Okay. And when you say in your best interest, are you familiar with what is known as an Alford plea?
Here comes the yelling.
No, I don't really know what an alpha plea really mean. I just was saying that I pleaded guilty in my best interest.
And when you say that you pleaded guilty in your best interest, what do you understand that to mean as opposed to just flat out pleading guilty?
Could you repeat it?
I can.
Cause that was kind of tricky.
Okay. So if you enter just a regular old guilty plea and someone asks you, did you plead guilty? Would it be unusual for you to just say yes? I pled guilty.
Anything I plead guilty to, I feel like it's in my best interest to plead guilty to.
That plea that you entered in 2017, especially, there was a special designation to it though, right? It was an Alford plea, wasn't it?
I didn't know it was an alpha plea.
When you entered the plea that you entered on December the 28th, 2022, did you recognize the prosecutor asking you questions as the same one talking to you here right now, me?
Yes,
All right. And did you recognize the prosecutor at the table with me as the same one I have my left hand on now, Miss Hilton?
she wasn't in the courtroom when you did the plea. She went somewhere.
Okay. All right. So if we see the video, but we see Miss Hilton's lovely face, you'll recognize Miss Hilton as having been in the courtroom?
I don't remember seeing me here too.
That's fair enough. Do you remember seeing a judge who looked a little different than the one on the stand now?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember seeing your attorney, Mr. Wright, there sitting with you?
yes.
Is that the same attorney that you had in 2015?
I don't think I got arrested in 2015, but if I would have, he would have been the one to do the case.
Did you testify on direct examination that Mr. Wright has been your attorney for 15 years?
Yes,
Could you tell the jury when Mr. Wright first started representing you in criminal matters?
I want to say like 08, 09, something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone that you trust?
Yes,
Did you tell the jury on cross-examination that Mr. Wright is someone whose advice and counsel you take seriously?
I don't remember saying like that. You put it in that word.
Would you just tell the jury right now then, how did you feel about the lawyer who's represented you for the last 15 years?
He been great.
Overruled.
He
Go
been
ahead.
he been great to me.
Okay. And he was in the room with you when you entered the plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes,
Is this the first time you've had to testify at a criminal trial?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Do you understand that you are now in a witness box testifying in a criminal trial under oath?
This is my first time knowing that I was a witness to testify up on the oath.
All right. So this is the first time that you've testified in a criminal trial. Is that fair to say?
I ain't gonna say it's probably not my first time, but me knowing that I was gonna be called as a witness, yeah, this is my first time.
All right. Do you remember being asked on cross-examination by either Mr. Sharp or Mr. Steele? I believe it was Mr. Sharp, your friend Shannon's lawyer, whether you,
Yeah, I would have objected to.
I think she's just
What?
trying to get clear who it is.
She says your friend Shannon. And so Max just objected. The judge actually overruled that. Wow. Let's keep going.
But we don't need the commentary.
yes, Your Honor. Do you know who represents your friend Shannon?
Yes, I've been sitting in the courtroom like everyone else.
Which person do you recognize as representing defendant Stillwell?
Mr. Short,
All right. So do you remember Mr. Sharp asking you if on December 28, 2022, you found yourself between a rock and a hard place?
yes.
Uh-oh.
And what did you answer to him regarding December 28, 2022?
What did I say?
Yeah, what was your answer to that
I
question?
said yes.
And would you tell the jury what the rock was and what the hard place was?
Oh, Lord.
The rock was the situation I was in, and the hard place where my mother was sick,
And when you say the situation you were in,
incarcerated.
Okay.
And
all right. And hopefully, is your mom doing,
no, she deceased.
I'm sorry. So did your being in Fulton County Jail have any bearing on your decision to enter that plea that you entered on December 28, 2022?
Being in Fulton County Jail and away from my mother.
All right. Which one had the biggest bearing?
Being away from my mother.
All right. So being in Fulton County Jail wasn't a big factor in your entering that plea?
Objection, mischaracterized this as
I'm asking a
testimony.
question.
I couldn't hear them both at the same time, so.
I'll rephrase.
All right, she's gonna rephrase.
Mr. Sledge, was being confined in the Fulton County Jail a large factor in your deciding to enter a guilty plea on December 28, 2022?
Yes, it was, but my mother was bigger.
You know, this is so crazy to me. I'm sorry, guys. I just, this is on my mind. I need to say it. It is so crazy to me that she has a microphone, is speaking aggressively into this microphone, and is now trying to enact some type of like, or at least show some type of sympathy for his mother. You did not care. We know you don't care. She's like, and don't say I'm sorry, but that's like the lowest her voice has ever been this entire time. You're just screaming at the dude. Crazy.
Is there any reason why during the plea colloquy that the jury heard on Friday, that was played or Monday, last Friday actually, that was played at the end of the state's direct, is there any reason, or rather let me ask you, did you ever hold up your hand and tell the court you wanted to make some clarifications?
No, I would have directed to my lawyer, and whatever you did, but what I wanted, you wouldn't do. You didn't do everything I wanted, which I state.
You were asked by Mr. Steele, your friend, Mr. Williams' attorney.
She just did it again.
Whether or not the state ever.
She just did it again. The judge instructed her to stop saying your friend. She just did it again. This lady does not care. She's really bad. Shout out to Chris Kringle, who has entered the chat. He says, good morning to the beautiful AV. I always make a joke, but you know what's so funny about this? You went and changed the icon. He is embracing this Santa thing. Thank you so much, Chris Kringle. I love it. I love the new picture.
Sat down and met with you. Do you remember being asked whether the state ever sat down before the June meeting and before you entered that plea agreement and met with you? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
Did the state ever sit down and meet with you?
No.
Did you ever agree to sit down and meet with the state?
I can't agree if the state don't come to me and ask me.
Do you, or has your attorney, or do you have any understanding that the state can't come to you except through your attorney?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay. Did you ever have an understanding that the state wanted to talk to you before you signed the plea agreement on December 28, 2022?
No.
Okay. Did you ever ask your attorney for an opportunity to speak with the state?
No, I ain't never asked them to speak to the state.
Why not?
I don't know. I can't tell you that else. I never asked him to speak with you because that's his job. That ain't my job. That's why I hired him.
Oh no, 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 no. I'm looking at my likes, guys. I haven't looked in a little bit. I- no, come on, y'all can't play me like that. Can you hit the like button? I'll give you a few seconds, but these likes are not looking that great. And I know sometimes we just forget to do it, so it's fine. But if y'all could get me to 3,000, it's 6,000 people watching right now. If y'all could just, a friendly reminder to hit the like button, that would be fantastic. Let's go back in.
Was there anything about the state that made you feel you couldn't speak with the state if you wanted to?
No, but if they would have came to me and asked me to speak with them, with that plea agreement was on there, I would have told them the same thing I told him when I took it, like, that ain't right.
Now, when we speak about the state, is your understanding that that means only the district attorney's office? Or do you consider the state the police as well?
I just thought all y'all work together. I don't know. They put you in jail, you put you in jail if you have to. So I don't know. Y'all both doing y'all job, I guess.
And so when police spoke with you back in 2015, did you consider them the state as well?
I don't know. I think y'all work in two different departments.
You're right.
Because I don't see the state on the street locking people up. The police, I do.
Okay. So when you spoke with the police back in 2015,
Thanks for the likes, guys. We're good now.
did you tell the police any of those things that you told your friend, Defendant Williams' attorney, and your friend, Defendant Stillwell's attorney, when they asked you questions on cross? Did you tell the police any of that stuff?
I don't think they asked me nothing like that.
You
I don't
think
recall.
that-
I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. You said the police?
Yes, sir.
I don't recall them asking me nothing like that. What Mr. Steele asked me.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you about that drive-by shooting?
Oh yes,
Do you recall the police asking you about that drive-by shooting?
yes.
How much information did you give the police about that drive-by shooting?
I told the police it wasn't true.
Okay. Now, okay, so, and when I asked you on direct examination about that drive-by shooting, what did you tell me about that drive-by shooting?
I don't recall. You can refresh my memory.
Do you recall me asking you what you did before that shooting?
I don't recall it though.
Do you recall me asking you how did that shooting happen?
Yes.
It is about time somebody from the defense team objected, but real quick, I'm trying to keep it together, guys. I think he might have done it. Huge shout out to High Value Man. Huge shout out to High Value Man. I'm trying not to cry. I'm trying not to cry, but he might be the person that did it. He drops a $250 super chat and he says 50K. Thank you so much, HVM. Huge accomplishment. Thank you. If you guys could spam HVM in the chat, I might need a second to get it together over here. But HVM, you know how much you mean to me as a person. Very, very sweet of you. Extremely generous. Like, you guys are doing it today. You're really showing out. I never ask for anything. I don't care if you give me 99 cents. I don't care if you give me nothing, even if you give me a like. But that is incredibly sweet. I will be back in a second. But HVM, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you and so many others that have been showing out today. This is a big milestone for me and my little channel that could, right? So thank you so much. I really appreciate you, brother. If y'all could spam HVM in the chat, one of the many stream sponsors that we have today. Thank you so much, HVM. I hope your Monday is starting off well, right? It's the start of the week. We're all here together and we're going to keep it going. But thank you so much, HVM. I so appreciate you.
I can show you. I can
Go ahead.
respond.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. Do you recall me asking you what led to that shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling me on the stand, or actually telling the jury, because it's not me. Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you on direct that you just went to pick up Mr. Garlington from the club, or that Mr. Garlington had gotten jumped on?
I think I told you I went back and got him from the club. That's what I told you.
And do you recall telling the jury when I asked you questions that you didn't see anybody who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
I told you I didn't know anyone that jumped on Mr. Garlington. The same thing I told them on cross. I didn't know exactly who it was that jumped on.
Did you tell the jury on direct with questioning by me that you didn't see the faces of anyone who jumped on Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And did you tell the jury that you didn't see the faces of anyone that you may have interacted with during that time?
Yes, sir.
May I respond?
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Steele cross-examined the witness on this very topic. I believe that it is necessary to orient the witness to the questions I asked before I get into the questions that I want to ask him about what he told Mr. Steele, number one. So it's not a 403 waste of time in any way. And I believe that he made a second objection I'd like to respond to, but I can't remember what it was. It was kind of long. And leading, Your Honor, suggests an answer, and it does not consist of questions that simply require a yes or no response.
Overruled. And I'll give you a little leeway, but go ahead and get to what you actually want to get to.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you never saw a shooting?
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling the jury when I asked you about the drive-by shooting that you just dropped off Demekion and Quindarius and you went on your merry way?
I don't think I said I went on my merry way.
You didn't use merry, that's my words.
Okay, but I remember
just
exactly
went
what you
on.
said. I ain't saying I went on and directly left the scene, but I didn't actually witness them shooting the gun. That's what I said.
She's so rude. You went on your merry way. Like, what does that even mean? Or why are you even talking like that as a prosecutor? It's so crazy. Anyway, I just wanted to break down that objection real quick that Brian Steele just made. Rule 403 is it's a rule about waste of time. It's like, it's one of those objections where, if you're gonna confuse the jury or whatever the case may be, he's objecting because she's asking the same question over and over from different angles, right? And Judge Whitaker actually just said to her, hey, I'm gonna give you a little bit of rope here, but enough is enough, right? So hopefully she checks her on this stuff, but she's letting her get away with so much. I just wanted to point that out to y'all.
Is it your testimony today that on direct examination, you did not tell the jury that you dropped off Quindarius Zachary and Demekion Garlington and left and don't know what they did after you left?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall me asking you about another house getting shot up on Drew Drive after the house on Adele getting shot up?
I don't know in what article. I don't know the addresses.
Do you recall me asking you about whether you saw or participated in any other house getting shot up other than the house off MLK on Adele Drive? Do you recall me asking you that?
I don't recall.
So do you not recall as well telling me that you didn't see any house get shot up?
I don't recall me telling you that I seen I was get shot. I don't recall.
Now, what I just heard you say is, I don't recall
Me telling you that.
You don't recall you telling me what, sir?
I just don't recall, Ms. Lola. I don't recall.
What is it that you don't recall? I'm sorry, I need the jury to know.
I don't recall.
What don't you recall?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Should I put the shirt on?
So much is like, I don't even be remembering a lot of stuff you saying.
Is it that you don't recall telling the jury you did not see any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I don't recall.
Okay, today, do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
What I'm saying, I didn't see, I'm not saying that I didn't know no shooting was gonna happen, but what I'm saying is I didn't like personally witness the house that you saying that Quindary, Zachary, and Garnerton shot up. I didn't witness that.
I appreciate that clarification. That's not my question. I'm asking you today to tell this jury whether you recall today seeing any houses, since it's me talking to you, whether you recall any houses getting shot up. Do you recall seeing any houses getting shot up on April 28, 2015? No.
Overruled. So he just told you about the one house. So are you asking about any others?
Yes,
All
I
right,
am.
so ask it that way.
Yeah, you gotta tell me directly what house you talking about, cause when he cross-examined me.
That's not what she's asking. She's
Oh, okay.
asking any other houses besides that one.
Well, I didn't know I don't know the people that was shooting at the other house.
Okay. All right. Did you see any houses getting shot up? Forget the address. I don't really care what address. Did you see any houses getting shot up on April 28th?
I just don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay, well, that's not for you to decide. So
Okay,
unless
but
there's an
I'm
objection
saying,
that's sustained, you go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah,
You did see some houses getting shot up?
not houses. Now you put more than one. It was one house that I probably seen.
Okay. Tell the jury what house you probably seen get shot up April 28, 2015.
I think it was Lexi. I don't even think it was a house. It was an apartment, if
Tell
I'm
the
not
jury.
mistaken.
Tell the jury what apartment you saw.
I don't know the name of the apartment.
What can you tell the jury about the apartment?
Where I was dropping Quindary, Ms. Zachary off at. That's the one I could tell you about.
So, on Friday, when you talked about dropping off Demikion and Quindarius, weren't you dropping them? Were you dropping them off at the house off MLK on Adele Drive, or was there a different address you were dropping them off at?
God.
I was drunk, Ms. Love. I don't remember which one it was.
Did your memory come back while you were being asked the same question by Mr. Steele?
No.
Do you remember telling Mr. Steele a whole bunch of stuff about?
I don't think Mr. Steele was the one cross-examining me on that.
Who do you believe was cross-examining you?
I think it was Mr. Short, not Mr. Steele.
Okay. Let's go with that for a moment. Do you remember telling Mr. Short then details about houses that you saw getting shot up on April 28, 2015?
I didn't go here.
Your Honor, I object. I object
Okay, well, can't object to the objection.
to the speaking portion.
Okay. All right, so he just, I think she's asking him, if you need to approach, let's approach.
I mean, I don't mind. Either way,
Your Honor, the court
Let me
heard.
look at,
What is the court-
let's, come on.
Okay, they're talking at the bench right now, but Max is pretty pissed and she is being exceptionally rude this morning, like exceptionally rude. I've never seen a prosecutor behave this way. Like, she's being exceptionally rude to her witness. She's being rude in general. And it is baffling to me that this judge is not stopping her from talking like that. I mean, I think she's doing it for effect, but like, the jury is right there watching you speak to your witness in such a way. You know, like, it's so crazy. It really is. And real quick, guys, HVM is your stream sponsor. He's joining TRT with $500. That is insane to me. I am so grateful, HVM. Thank you so much. You know, again, trying to keep it in, but thank you so much. Like, all of you guys. I don't see YouTubers get love like this. Aside from Lead, this is scary to me. But let's keep going. And thank you guys so much for showing HVM some love. I think we have some TiVo time, so I'm gonna skip ahead to see if we are still at the bench. Weinstein's up there too. We see Brian up there as well. Yeah, we're all current. So we'll see what they come up with this bench conference. I wonder what's going on. You could see her using her hands. Wow, what's going on at that bench conference? Interesting. Sometimes I like watching people's body language to see what's going on because we can't hear them, but we'll find out in a second. Also, real quick, guys, I was showing you Rule 403. This is what I was reading in my little book here. 403 is excluding relevant evidence for prejudice, confusion, waste of time, or other reasons. Basically, the rule states the court may exclude relevant evidence if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of one or more of the following: unfair prejudice, confusing the issues, misleading the jury, undue delay, wasting time, and needlessly presenting cumulative evidence as well. So that's really why you're seeing that. Wow. Viva. Viva. Unc, what are you doing, Unc? Y'all are gonna break me today, and we have a full 8 hours to get through. Viva just left a $300 super chat and says, "Run it up, get it right, trust Unc." I mean, oh my gosh. If y'all don't type Viva in the damn chat, I need a second. I need a second. Whoo! Wow. Viva, thank you. Thank you so much. I know there's a lot of other super chats to read, guys, but I'm trying to address these large ones as they come in. And then during the break, I'm going to read everybody's super chat, but wow. Thank you, Unc. Thank you so much. Wowzers. Like, y'all, man, this really has been a rough year, both for me and Lead. You know, he's taken some time off of YouTube. I'm holding it down. These are long hours. I think there was a day about a week and a half ago where I did a stream on my end for 8 hours and then did another 5 hours with him. That was a long day. But, you know, the hard work does pay off. You know, I love what I do here. I love educating you guys and teaching you about the legal system. You know, it's so funny because, like, my family, like, you know, I went to a family function over the weekend, and, you know, I kind of like, sometimes people don't think that YouTube is a career and a business, you know, and when people are like, "Oh, what do you do now?" You know, I'm like, "Hey, I have a small legal media company." That's what this is. And you guys are enabling that to happen. So thank you, Unc. And so many others. This is a small little media organization. Like, that's how I describe my channel. 100% use this as a business. And you guys, all 7,000 of y'all, are like investors in it. And it just means so much to get this level of support. And it means a lot to me for people that look like me to have a platform like this. It's so important. And that's why I do what I do. I'm just so happy that y'all choose to tune in here. And I can do work that I love. Like, I don't have a boss nagging me, and y'all know what it's like. I don't have a boss nagging me or anything. Like, this is me running this. You know, so I appreciate all of y'all. I really do. This bench conference is taking a while. What are they talking about up there? Whatever it is, it must be pretty serious because they've been up there for a few minutes now. But thank you so much, Unc. Let me go ahead and update the banner. But y'all are, this level of love is surreal to me. I can't, it's so strange. It really is. Wow. Thanks again, Viva. Okay, tell us what just happened up there. Was it her questions? Or is she just gonna resume? All right, here comes Mounk Tounk. He's coming back. Let's see what just happened there.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Sledge, please tell the jury what you remember today, everything you remember happening with respect to April 28th, 2015, from the time you picked up Mr. Garlington.
Love, I've been here 4 days, just found out how many hours. I can't remember all that stuff, so I don't recall.
She's not asking you now what you remember testifying to. She's just asking you what you remember about that night.
I don't recall.
When did your memory about it leave you?
I can't answer that question for you, but
I'm sorry?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Did you remember it when you were asked questions by Mr. Sharp? Mr. Sledge, please answer the question.
I don't recall.
You do not recall whether you remembered April 28th when you were asked questions by Mr. Sharp?
I don't recall.
All right. When you were entering the plea agreement that you entered on December 28th, 2022, did you ever stop and ask the judge or tell the judge you wanted to clarify anything?
No, because I thought my lawyer had already did that.
And when you heard the state read out factual acknowledgments and ask you if they were true and correct, did you ever indicate part of them are true, but part of them are not?
I didn't think I could speak that in court.
Why did you think you could not speak it in court?
Because I ain't thinking like I could just burst out and say that while the judge reading, or while you was reading out, because the judge didn't read it out. I ain't think I can do that. That was never explained to me.
Between December 28th, 2022 and last week, did someone tell you you could burst out while the state was reading something?
No.
Interrupt?
No.
So last week when I was asking you questions and you told the judge I gave you a headache and made your blood pressure go up, you felt comfortable enough? Did you feel comfortable enough to do that?
Because I'm on the stand trying to explain. When you sit back there, you ain't explaining, but when you sitting on this side, you call me here to tell my truth and my understanding. And that's what I'm giving you. I can't give you nothing else. I'm only giving you my truth.
Okay. And so when you were sitting at the table next to your lawyer, did you feel more or less comfortable about giving your truth?
I don't recall.
Do you want to answer the question?
Oh
I
my
just answered.
God.
No, I'm asking you, do you want to
I
answer?
want to answer any question that you got for me, but if I don't remember, I don't remember.
And so what is it that you don't recall about being at the table with your lawyer?
I just don't recall, my love. I ain't trying to give you a hard time. But it looked like you trying to give me a hard time.
Mr. Sledge, would you tell the jury as between when you were in court on December 28th, 2022, and when you have been in court for the last 4 days, if there is anything different about parties in the courtroom that you can point out?
No,
So everyone here in the courtroom was in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022.
when did you say?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, it goes to changes.
Okay, overruled.
Could you repeat it?
Were each of the people now in the courtroom today were,
And yes.
All right, we're going back up to the bench, and yeah, Love is she's getting a little frustrated, but Mounk Tounk caught her right there. She was trying to get a specific answer, and she did not get that answer. And while they're up there doing another little bench conference, can y'all do me a huge favor and type in Duchess of Quincy or Quince? But I want you to type Duchess in the chat. That one almost took me out too. I had to fan myself for a little bit. Duchess, thank you so much. This is like one of my first times seeing your username. This is incredible as far as love. No comment, no question, pure love. Y'all are so remarkable. You know, y'all are very generous people. You don't have to do this at all. You really don't. But Duchess, thank you so much. You know, it means a lot. I don't even have the words. I've been trying to think about how to formulate them, but thank you. I really appreciate the support. And look, like, it's just love. She didn't even say anything. Duchess, thank you. This is really, really generous. And, you know, wow. I also love it when like women support other women too. So Duchess, thank you. This really means more than you know at all. You know, like, I never thought that this channel would grow at this rate, at this speed. You know, there's so many people covering this trial right now. It's still crazy to me that there's 7,000 of y'all watching, but I'm trying to be real at the same time. Like, you know, it takes time to grow and feed a channel. And, you know, we've got editors, we've got a team, you know, we're running a little business, and sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's very, very hard. But, you know, to see this level of support, y'all have no idea what it means. So thank you so much, Duchess. Wow. So kind of getting back to the trial, they are up at a bench conference right now. The answer of the morning has become, I don't recall. Love is getting a little frustrated. And we did see this with Lil Woody, right? He did this with Simone. He would use, I don't recall, which is an acceptable answer. But at the same time, I think Mounk Tounk does not remember certain things. She keeps trying to get a specific answer out of him, and she's not getting that answer. So, you know, they've had a few bench conferences so far. I think this is the third one in a span of 30 minutes. So something is happening where it's either the line of questioning and she's working, you know, everybody needs to be up there because this is both sides. So the defense side is up there and the prosecution side is up there. The judge needs to make a call. But notice that the defense attorneys have been objecting, not as often as she was on Friday. You guys remember that. Miss Love was objecting to almost everything Brian Steele said, which, you know, in the legal space, you know, we talked about it on Friday. I talked to you guys about my trial team days where, you know, sometimes that's a tactic that people use to throw you off your game, you know. She did address, the judge at least addressed what was happening towards the end of the day, but I think she should have done that in the moment. Don't wait until, the end of the day to check somebody. It is your job as a judge to call, to call stuff out when it happens. And she did not do that. So, it's pretty disappointing. And I think that now that we have a new judge and we see the contrast between the previous judge, right, Glanville, and you see the contrast between this judge, we have some questions. We have some questions. Oh, man. Oh, y'all gonna break me today. Shout out to, so we just talked about Duchess. I can't even talk anymore. Like, shout out to Tanya, who just sent me $100 cash app. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Duchess, thank you so much. I got to put your name in the banner now. This Tanya, who's sending something over. Y'all are.
All right. So for the record, that objection is overruled. Let's get the witness back.
So Tanya, thank you so much. Seriously. I'm finding all these new usernames, all these new folks that are coming over and supporting the channel. So Tanya and Duchess, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. I'm going to go ahead and update the banner. And it looks like Mounk Tounk is coming back in. And she's going to continue her questions. But it looks like that objection was overruled. Let me see if we have a little bit of TiVo time. I think we do. Now we're live.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Just 1 second.
I'm sorry. So y'all know I type hard sometimes. My bad.
Mr. Sledge, would you please tell the jury who is in the courtroom with you today that was not in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022?
Could you repeat it?
Can you rephrase that? Because that's going to be a whole lot of people. Just get to the point that you want to ask.
Yes. You already said I was here. Was there a court reporter here in the courtroom? Not this one, but a court reporter?
I think so.
Were there deputies?
I think so.
Were there DA investigators?
I think, yes,
Obviously, you said your lawyer was here.
yes.
All right. Was your friend Shannon here?
If you're trying to get to the point.
Mr. Sledge, I'm not trying to get to anything, and I really do need you to just answer the question.
Listen.
So if you could
But I'm-
please, Your Honor, if the court would instruct the witness to answer the question,
Listen to the question and answer the question.
And then
that's
you can
asked, And
explain.
then you may explain it.
I would ask
Thank
that
you.
he be allowed to complete his answer.
and Your Honor, since his answer was not responsive,
His answer was not responsive.
I'd ask that you,
Re-ask the question.
was your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No,
Was your friend Defendant Williams here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was your friend Defendant Kendrick here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Williams, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in
Objection.
court with you on December? He
I'm
objected.
saying,
I'll
why you
wait. Hold on,
raising-
Mr.
Hang on.
Relevance to whether I was in attendance at the time he took his plea.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28,
But
2022? You can answer first and I will let you explain, but I need you to answer
no,
yes or no.
but could you stop yelling at me like I'm your child or something like your child?
You are not.
You talking aggressive to me. You don't
She
intimidate
is.
me. All them guys over here. So
Go,
if you
Mounk
would have came to me and asked me that, I'd have told you the same thing. What if they was in my face or not in my face? I'm not scared of them or you.
I don't want you to be.
Well, that's what you acting like it. That's what you
Okay.
acting like you trying to
So
pay.
do you want me to bring my voice down? And I
Yeah,
apologize if
don't
it
holler at
sounds
me.
like
I
I'm
ain't your
yelling.
child. Y'all take a break. Y'all talk.
No, we've had so many breaks this
Yeah,
morning. We
'cause
really need to get
I'm-
through this.
All right. So, Mr. Sledge, was either Quay that is in the courtroom here today in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
No,
Was Lil Rod in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
get to your point. No,
That is my point.
your point is
Okay.
pointless.
Was the lawyer for Mr. Huey Quay in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
No,
Was the lawyer for Quamarvius Nichols in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for Little Rod in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
I don't know if that's been asked and answered or not.
It was not.
Shout out to Angela. She
Say
objected.
it was.
Was the lawyer for
No.
Little Rod?
no,
On cross-examination, defendant Stillwell's attorney, Mr. Sharp, asked you about Shell Kel and Antrevia. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
All right. When did you lose recollection of what happened 3 days ago?
I don't recall.
Are all of your answers to every question I ask from now on going to be, I don't recall?
Yes,
Why?
because I don't recall.
And what caused you to lose your memory?
You put so much pressure on my brain, I don't forgot everything. I can't remember all this stuff that been asked to me for the last 4 days. It's like, it's confusing. So I'm not, like you said, I completed the 9th grade. I'm not that intelligent to be remembering all this stuff that you keep asking me. My brain just everywhere. I might need to go see somebody after this.
Mr. Sledge, did you have any problem at all understanding the questions asked to you about Brian Steele?
I don't recall.
Right. Did you lose your memory at any point with Mr. Steele?
He wasn't pressuring me like you. He was helping me. He was explaining to me, he was breaking down. But it seemed like
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm gonna respond to that.
Objection.
Mr.
The witness should be allowed to answer the question.
Were you finished with your answer?
no, she cut me off.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
I said, Mr. Steele was explaining to me he wasn't pressuring me, but every time it seems like I'm getting up in with you, I'm giving you my truth, and you still trying to pressure me to say something you want me to say when I'm giving you the truth that I know.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that there's a difference between the way that a
I don't-
prosecutor can ask you questions and the way that a defense attorney can ask you questions?
No,
Do you understand that I cannot lead you when I'm asking you questions?
it's
Sustained.
When you say that there's a difference between the way that Mr. Steele asks you questions and the way that I ask you questions, would you help me understand what that difference is so that I
He
can
ain't
ask you
yelling at him.
questions in a way that does not frustrate you?
Oh, well, and he kind of has told you.
she ain't said it. She said you overruled.
Ask your next question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So will you help me break things down a little bit so that I'm not frustrating you? Okay.
You already have.
I understand.
I don't need to.
Can we rewind?
No.
All right.
This is what she get for being rude, honestly.
When you were asked about Antrevia, was Shell Kel the person you said who had also started a relationship with Antrevia after you?
I don't recall.
What is confrontational about that question?
I just don't recall.
Why don't you recall?
Cause you pressured me, I don't recall. You hurt my brain.
All right, so let's
You heard
take an early lunch and you can calm down in the meantime, hopefully, and then we will come back. Let's see, it's almost 11:15. Let's come back at 12:30.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You cannot make this stuff up, guys. You really can't. She done hurt this man's brain. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is the best day of the trial. Wow. We might have to bring that part back. You know, it was so crazy. I was telling my family, they're like, what is it about this trial? I said, something happens every day. You
Anything
can
anybody needs to put on the record before we break for lunch, and I sure do. I didn't think about the fact that the trays may or may not be here yet, but they'll be here in enough time.
Your Honor, may
So-
we be permitted to remain at the table during lunch, or does the court
You-
require that we leave?
What now?
May we remain at the table during lunch, or does the court require that we leave?
No, you can stay here if you want to.
Thank you.
but you
All right,
notice
so
that
we're on our
tone.
lunch recess. We'll see everybody back at 12:30.
Notice that tone. You see how calm she was? You were practically yelling at this man. You were screaming at him. That's why you lost your witness. You lost control over your witness. And this is a redirect. It's designed for you to clean things out, clean things up that came out on cross. You don't do this. This is how you do not act like this in court. If you're in law school and you're watching me, don't do that. What we just saw, don't do that. You'll be fine. Just don't do that. Like, out of all things, just do not do that in court. I cannot believe what we just watched. Mounk Tounk didn't crash out, but he got extremely frustrated. And he's right. It's not like he's being uncooperative. It's just you're frustrating him. Ask the question in a specific way, but also just show general human decency and respect. You think he wants to be up there testifying?
Me too.
I think it started to happen right around here.
Was a lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in
Objection.
court with you on December. He
I'm
objected.
saying,
I'll
why
wait.
you
Hold
running
on,
from-
Mr.
Hang on.
Relevance to whether I was in attendance at the time he took his plea.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
was the lawyer for your friend, Mr. Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28th,
But
2022? You can answer first and I will let you explain, but I need you to answer
no,
yes or no.
but could you stop yelling at me like I'm your child or something? I'm not your child.
You are not.
You talking aggressive to me. You don't intimidate me, all them guys over here. So if you would have came to me and asked me that, I'd have told you the same thing. What if they was in my face or not in my face? I'm not scared of them or you.
I don't want you to be.
Well, that's what you acting like it. That's what you
Okay.
acting like you trying to
So
pay.
do you want me to bring my voice down? And I
Yeah,
apologize if
don't
it
holler at
sounds
me,
like
'cause I
I'm
ain't your
yelling.
child. Could I take a break? Y'all talk.
No, we've had so many breaks this
Yeah,
morning. We
'cause
really need to get
I'm-
through this.
All right. So, Mr. Sledge, was either Quay that is in the courtroom here today in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
No,
Was Lil Rod in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
get to your point. No,
That is my point.
your point is
Okay.
pointless.
Was the lawyer for Mr. Huey Quay in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
No,
Was the lawyer for Cornelius Nichols in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
no,
Was the lawyer for Little Rod in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
I don't know if that's been asked and answered or not.
It was not.
Okay.
It was. I just
Say
heard it.
Was the lawyer for
No.
Little Rod
no,
On cross-examination, defendant Stillwell's attorney, Mr. Sharp, asked you about Shell, Kel, and Antrevia. Do you remember that?
I don't recall.
All right. When did you lose recollection of what happened 3 days ago?
I don't recall.
Are all of your answers to every question I asked from now on going to be, I don't recall?
Yes,
Why?
because I don't recall.
And what caused you to lose your memory?
You put so much pressure on my brain, I don't forgot everything. I can't remember all this stuff that been asked to me for the last 4 days. It's like, it's confusing. So I'm not, like you said, I completed the 9th grade. I'm not that intelligent to be remembering all this stuff that you keep asking me. My brain just everywhere. I might need to go see somebody after this court time.
Mr. Sledge, did you have any problem at all understanding the questions asked to you about Brian Steele?
I don't recall.
Right. Did you lose your memory at any point with Mr. Steele?
He wasn't pressuring me like you. He was helping me. He was explaining to me. He was breaking down. But it seemed like
I appreciate what you're saying. I'm going to respond to that.
Objection. The
Mr.
witness should be allowed to answer the question.
Were you finished with your answer?
no, she cut me off.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, please.
I said, Mr. Steele was explaining to me he wasn't pressuring me, but every time it seems like I'm getting up and with you, I'm giving you my truth and you still trying to pressure me to say something you want me to say when I'm giving you the truth that I know.
Mr. Sledge, do you understand that there's a difference between the way that a prosecutor can ask you questions and the way that a defense attorney can ask you questions?
No,
Do you understand that I cannot lead you when I'm asking you questions?
it's,
Sustained.
When you say that there's a difference between the way that Mr. Steele asks you questions and the way that I ask you questions, would you help me understand what that difference is so that I can ask you questions in a way that does not frustrate you?
Oh, well, and he kind of has told you.
she ain't said it. She said you overruled.
Ask your next question.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So will you help me break things down a little bit so that I'm not frustrating you? Okay.
You already have.
I understand.
I don't even
Can we rewind?
know.
All right. When you were asked about Antrevia, was Shell Kell the person you said who had also started a relationship with Antrevia after you?
I don't recall.
What is confrontational about that question?
I just don't recall.
Why don't you recall?
Because you pressured me. I don't recall. You heard my brain.
All right, so let's take an early lunch and you can get calm down in the meantime, hopefully, and then we will come back. Let's see, it's almost 11:15. Let's come back at 12:30.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Oh my God, that was crazy funny. It's not funny, but it's a little funny. So they are on break. I brought us back to look at what just happened because Mounk Tounk got extremely frustrated with her. And rightfully so, because she tried to compare it like, oh, well, what's the difference between the way that I'm asking you questions versus the way that Brian Steele does it? I don't know. Brian Steele is not screaming at the witness. He's not screaming at him. You are, Miss Love. You are representing the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. And I don't even think she realizes that she was yelling at him. Did y'all see that? She's like, well, what's the difference between the way that Attorney Steele is talking to you versus how I'm talking to you? Even Max treated him with respect. Weinstein treated him with respect. And they're on the defense's side. Technically, the information that is coming from this person could hurt their clients. But they treated him with respect. Why is it that the district attorney who had this man sign this form with 35 years hanging over his head, why can't we just treat people respectfully? And what's baffling about this is the judge checked her on Friday towards the end of the day to treat Brian Steele with respect. She's not even respecting her own witness. Not a good look. And it's happening in front of the jury. And the jury has seen some of Love's behavior over the past few months. And, I saw a few of y'all's comments. Her job is to ask him questions. She is doing her job. I think that it doesn't have a good look of professionalism. That's at least my commentary on it. It's not a professional look, because there are prosecutors around the country in the United States that are very effective without that type of behavior. It's crazy. It is crazy. But since we have the court is on a break right now because Mounk Tounk needs to take a breather, talk to his lawyer. They're having lunch. I'm going to go ahead and read all of our super chats since we have a little bit of a break. But let's start up at the top. Shout out to D with the 199. He says, let's get ready to rumble. D, when you dropped this at 9 a.m., did you think that this is how the morning session was going to go? Crazy, right? Crazy, insane. Shout out again to the Fit Lawyer ATL. Thank you so much. We did cross 50,000 subscribers today. Really, really appreciate you again, sis. Thank you so much. I did cover that one, so we're going to keep it going. Shout out to Nikki, who gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Nikki. Very, very sweet of you. Thank you for helping our community grow. Shout out to D with the 199. Says, congratulations, AV, on 50,000. Thank you so much, D. It took a lot to get here. But as you guys can see, the debauchery never ends. This is going to be a long trial, but Love really needs to get it together. She really does. Thank you again, D. Shout out to Keita G again with the 50K. I caught that one earlier. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking, who gifted 10 AV memberships. Thank you so much, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Great content creators. It's a podcast. These are gentlemen that are just having conversations about life. Right. So shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. If you got one of those memberships, I know you guys typically you say thank you. So thank you so much to Full Drinking and Half Thinking for helping our community grow. Same thing with Keita G. She gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Keita. Shout out to Nikki with the $2 super sticker. Thank you so much, Nikki. Really appreciate you, sis. Shout out to Lauren with 199. Lauren says, congratulations, YSL AV. I mean, at this point, I should just be hired as, on the defense team. Cover this at home. But thank you so much, Lauren. I appreciate you. Shout out to Maricela with the $49.99. She says, congratulations, AV. Well deserved, and keep hustling. You inspire me every day. That was very sweet. Thank you so much, Maricela. And she sent a Cash App as well. So I've added her as one of the stream sponsors. Thank you so much, Maricela. Hope you're having a great day out there slinging them cars. You got to let us know what dealership you're at. Definitely have to check that out. Shout out to Mango Gelato with the 10. Mango says, good morning, AV. You look gorgeous, and congrats on the 50. Thank you so much, Mango Gelato. I appreciate you. Shout out to Viva again with the 200. And then shout out to Michelle with the 2 here. And she's saying, thank you to Viva. How amazing is that? It's awesome. Shout out to TRT. TRT says, hey, AV, did you see my comments on the 120 day 124 live? Yeah, we went over that. But the same thing, TRT, did you expect that to just happen, what we just saw? Unbelievable. And the thing is like, I don't understand why Judge Whitaker allows this to happen in her courtroom. I would have checked her so long. Like if I was a judge in this case, that doesn't happen. I mean, and I don't know if Judge Whitaker is just letting her do this so she makes a fool of herself in front of the jury, but it's kind of like, all right, Love, you got to get it together. You know, Simone wasn't even like this with Woody. Simone wasn't disrespectful. Not one time did you see Simone disrespect Lil Woody. Not one. And then you see ADA Love. Actually, hold on. What is this? Let me look it up. I think she's like the deputy district attorney. Oh, what's her problem? Let's go to the Fulton County website. Here we go. I still have it up here. Just because I'm curious. Let's look at this. Right? Here we go. We have Adrienne Love, chief, deputy, district attorney. She handles high-profile cases and difficult witness division. That's her job title. I'm not even trying to be funny. Oh my God. Let's read on. Let's read a little bit about her history here. So Adrienne Love is an attorney with more than 16 years of litigation experience, and she's a 15-year veteran prosecutor. Adrienne earned her JD at Georgetown University Law Center after she graduated cum laude with a Bachelor of Science degree in math from Morris Brown College and a Bachelor of Civil Engineering degree from Georgia Institute of Technology. Interesting. Adrienne has served both as an associate juvenile court judge. Oh my God. Which she used to be a judge. Let's continue on. And as an assistant public defender, in addition as working as a prosecutor. Adrienne has served the state of Georgia as a prosecutor for over 15 years. She joined the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in August of 2011 after serving 6 years as an ADA in the Middle Judicial Circuit of Georgia. She has specialized in handling the most complicated felony cases and has successfully prosecuted decades-old cold cases. Adrienne has served as the head of the District Attorney's Office Gang Unit and has served Fulton County as a chief senior assistant district attorney in the Crimes Against Women and Children Unit, the Gang Unit, and Major Case Unit. Adrienne has served as lead counsel in scores of complex felony jury trials and has been recognized for her litigation prowess in such awards as the Cold Case Award and the Gang Unit Employee of the Year Award. Adrienne now serves as the state of Georgia as a part of the District Attorney Fonnie Willis's executive team. So litigation prowess stood out to me. I'm not trying to be funny. I mean, we saw some of that prowess just pop out for a little bit, but wow, that's a little bit about her background. And again, I'm not trying to poke, I'm poking fun, but at the same time, I just can't understand where that respect factor doesn't land in the courtroom. You know, as you guys can see, she's very seasoned, she's very tenured, but it doesn't look good for the office of the TA, you know? So I hope that her behavior improves after, you know, some of the checking from the judge, after your witness telling you himself that he's extremely frustrated. You know, he doesn't want to talk about people that are no longer on this earth anymore. And, you know, like earlier, even that comment about his mother, and she after she was yelling at him, she lowered her voice and said, "I'm sorry." Right? Sorry for your loss, or whatever the case may be. But I really hope that some type of coaching comes from Bonnie's office or from the judge, but this is just not a good look at all. So anywho, I wanted to just quickly look at her background and education and experience, things like that. So thank you so much, TRT. You took me down a rabbit hole there. Shout out to I Got Time Today, who became a member. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Shout out to Maduke with $5. Maduke says, is it safe to say another prosecution witness has jumped the fence to defense? Yes, that is correct, Maduke. I mean, I cannot understand why she acts this way. I can't. The math is not mathing, Maduke. Maduke. The math is not mathing. Thank you so much. Shout out to Michelle, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, sis. Appreciate you, and thank you for helping our community grow. You guys, if you received one of those memberships, I'm sure you already did, but make sure you say thank you to Michelle. Shout out to Senor Fred, who became a member. Welcome, Fred. Appreciate you becoming a member over here. Shout out to, I'm going to call you Kay because I don't want to butcher your name. Kay hits me with a 5. Kay says, we need to launch a full investigation on the store that Love keeps supplying Love with these god-awful pantsuits. You know, like sometimes it does come off like we're bashing, but, you know, I make some comments about her wardrobe. Could it improve? Yes, absolutely. I think it could be great. But it's the color selection, you know, like even if they were just navy, like navy blue, you know, like, I don't know. They're very like bright, you know, bright colors. I don't know how else to describe it. Thank you so much, Kay. Shout out to Shelly, who became a member. Welcome, Shelly. You're going to love it here. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to Boss Man Bambino with the $1.99. He says, Doug was attempting to use the nose wipe video. He said something about the game, the Miami game. So that's probably where that comes from. Thank you so much, Bambino. Shout out to Counselor at Large with the 5. So stop hating on my love. Well, I mean, what do you think of that, Counselor at Large? I mean, I cannot understand that behavior at all. Really cannot. I don't know how it's acceptable. I don't know why it's allowed to, it's continuing, you know, why it's allowed to continue. Crazy work. Thank you so much, Counselor at Large. Shout out to Miss C with the 10. Miss C says, good morning, AV and chat. I signed up for the notification for today and nothing. You're not even in my YouTube feed like every day. I had to go and search for you. Oh, Miss C, sometimes this happens. So this is a reminder for all of you guys. Make sure, I don't know why YouTube does this. Now, if you look at your, where it says that you've subscribed to me, right? If you go to my channel and if you click on that, it will show if your notifications are on or off. Now, YouTube automatically changes them to personalize. So they don't always stay on the whole time. I don't know why they do that, but I've been hearing that from a few of you guys for a few months. So just make sure that you, under your settings, that it says notifications are set to all. I mean, you guys know I usually start around 9:30 every morning. So that's why we ask you to check things like the notification bell and make sure your settings are good. And also continue to like the video every time you come, right? Because what that will do is the like button is actually, it's training the YouTube algorithm of your habits and the content that you like. So when you hit the like button, when I'm on in the morning, it will end up on your homepage. It'll be one of the first things that you see. And that's why we ask you guys to hit the like button, because we're training the algorithm for your personalization, but it also, it's like a win-win for everybody. It helps me, like it puts this on more people's radar. And it's a way for new people to find us too. So that's how that works. But thank you so much, Missy. I hope that helps. Shout out to D with the $1.99. D says, what is it with the Easter colors? It's September. I mean, she wore white after Labor Day. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of colors. I think Simone is wearing like a pastel purple today as well. So the color choices could be improved. It could be improved. But the other thing, and I was thinking about this too, the other thing is with Atlanta weather, it's warm. You know, it's still very warm in September. Very, very warm in September. So I don't know if summer is just still on their minds. That could be it. But anyway, thank you so much, D. Shout out to TRT with the 5 says you have to watch it and see what happened. Yes, in TRT, I saw that you dropped the link too. So if we have some time during this break, we'll take a look. And I know that you dropped the timestamps as well. So I will dig those up on this side. But thank you so much, TRT. Shout out to Maricela, who has been a member for a month. She says, only a month. It feels like forever. Love the community. I mean, we all love it. Like it's really fun here. You know, you can go to other channels if you like, but this is a pretty unique spot on YouTube. I really like it. Thank you so much, Maricela. Shout out to Nikki with the 2 says Whitaker is Love's lawyer. I think so. Yeah. Well, and we were talking about that, you know, like sometimes she's helping her out with objections, but on the flip side, from what we saw on Friday, she doesn't give the same grace to the defense attorneys. during the cross-examination for Max, she kept kind of rushing Max to move along, to stay away from certain topics. She did the same thing with Steele. Steele was kind of struggling to get some of his questions out. And I don't know if you guys remember this. He was trying to personalize and humanize Young Thug, right? And really asking questions centered on showing that YSL is a business, that, Mounk Tounk was an employee of YSL at one point. He was the head of security and he was getting paid, things of the like. What did Love do? She objected like every 5 minutes. And in the legal world, it's considered super rude, but it is a tactic that is allowed, right? So the judge checked her on it, but, she also helps her out a little bit too much. I don't understand. We looked at Judge Whitaker's history, and at one point she was prosecutor herself. But it's also strange to me that Love, a former judge herself, is acting this way with a witness. It's not good, not a good look at all. That's why I wanted to look at her background, because I remember somebody saying that, but I was just reminded when we looked at that at her bio. So thank you so much, Nikki. Shout out to Nick with 5. Nick says, Whitaker is very much like Glanville. She just presents herself better. People are focusing on how she says things and her bias. Yeah, that's a really good point. Very, very good point. Shout out to TRT, and I think this is the link here, but can I copy and paste it? TRT, if you're still in the chat, can you drop that link right now? Because since it's on this screen, I'm not going to be able to copy and paste it. But if you're in the chat over here, I'm going to grab it on this side. Or if Gail, if you could grab that, Gail, and send it to me, that would be awesome. If one of you guys could do that, that'd be great. Awesome. Let me keep going down the line here. Shout out to Jay Eller with the 5. Jay says she yells at him because she knows he's physically grown, but emotionally and educationally immature at about 10 or 12 years old. He has a maturity of a 10 or 12-year-old. Yeah, I mean, he did say it himself too. Like, he's just like, hey, I didn't get very far with my education and you're confusing me. Like, I'm not built for this type of stuff. And he has been testifying for 4 days. But think about it. Think about how Woody's demeanor, he got frustrated very quickly as well. Now you're seeing it with Mounk Tounk. It's crazy. It is crazy. So thank you so much, Jay Eller. Shout out to Maricela with the 10. I got to update the banner now that we have an additional 10 here. Let's put you at 110. Thank you so much, Maricela. She says, I thought she said she was under the weather. Her voice was bad. She apologized to the court. Girl, all of a sudden your voice is okay for yelling. Mantriosa. Yeah. She's screaming. She was screaming at him, and it was not okay. It was not okay. So thank you so much, Maricela. Shout out to Maduk back with another 5. Maduk says her intimidating tactics is not working. Sophisticated bully don't work anymore. She needs a hood bully. She needs a hood bully card like AV and TLA. Yeah, that was it was insane. Like, and you guys caught onto it. You're like, this is a tactic she's using. She's trying to beat the witness down. That's not how you build a strong case. And a veteran prosecutor like that doing it, she knows better. She does. Thank you so much, Maduk. Shout out to Nurse Janice in the UK. Hi, Nurse Janice. I hope you're having a great Monday. She sends 5 British pounds. And she says, yeah, AV, just arrived. And I told you 50K today. Congratulations. You're an inspiration. Thank you for being you. Amazing. Thank you so much. Nurse Janice is right. She, okay. Gail posted the link in the chat. Nurse Janice did send me a DM yesterday, and she was the person that actually let me know that we are close to 50K. I've got a few more supers to read, but since one of our stream sponsors sent us a link to look at, we got it. So I'm going to go ahead and put it over here on this side. Thank you so much, Gail. I really appreciate you. And this is a clip from my stream. So we're going to do this. And this is from TRT. He says Whitaker allegedly signals to Love and helps her with an objection. And this is, and then he says bias. Okay. So this is from my stream on Friday. Let me make it bigger and we will unmute and see exactly what TRT is talking about.
Lawyer for trial. Did that create pressure on you?
Yes. Fact,
Asked and answered, relative of non.
how about facts not in evidence too?
The fact that you had hired an attorney for trial, did that create, you did not have a lawyer for trial? Did that create pressure on you?
Yes. Fact,
Asked and answered, relative of non.
how about facts not in evidence too?
Yeah, that's a good example. Thank you so much, TRT. We see that, like we see that she's absolutely helping her, which is crazy. It is insane. But thank you so much, TRT. Really appreciate that. And again, guys, TRT is one of our stream sponsors, super observant and super active in our comment section. So check him out. He's always, supporting some of you guys that make excellent points as well. So thank you so much, TRT, for that. Appreciate you. Shout out to I Am First Lady with the 5 says, at what point can the defense ask for recusal? Because the judge is clearly showing bias with her manners with the state. Yeah, and here's the thing. Look at how hard they had to fight to get Glanville off of the case. They had to raise it all the way up to the Georgia Court of Appeals, right? And that process, I think, took about a month. So now we have a new judge who is making some interesting rulings. And when she first came on, she's like, here's a list of things that we're going to change. But this is quickly going south. This is quickly going south as far as the prosecutors and the judge's relationship here. We have found photos, my editors did, of photographs with the judge and Fonnie Willis together, Does that mean that there is some type of collusion? No, because Fulton County is very small. She is the district attorney. So if they're at events, then it's likely you're going to see photographs of them together. Now, the other thing too is that we found about some of the members from the defense team. Some of the members from the defense team had contributed or made contributions to this judge's campaign when she was running to be elected as judge, right? We knew all of that. But what we did not know is that once she took over this case, that she would be kind of helping them out with objections, giving some more rope. She's trying to do this in a gentle way, but I think she could be a little bit more assertive with Love, just as far as like not allowing certain behavior to continue. If you tell an attorney, please don't act this way in my courtroom, it goes a long way. And she attempted to do that Friday night, but I think that this behavior needs to be addressed too. So here's what we might see. When we come back from the break, maybe she says something to Love. Maybe, but one never knows. Shout out again to High Value Man, who is another one of our stream sponsors today with $500, which is insane. Thank you again. He says, told you I'm here for the journey. Huge milestone. Congrats and happy Monday. Thank you so much, HVM. That really meant a lot to me. Shout out to Karma with the 10. Karma says, Love has popped a spacely sprocket in her brain. She knows his mom passed away. She plays in the witness's face. She did it to the young lady. Disrespectful, yelling. Judge is openly biased. Congrats on 50K. Thank you so much, Karma. I really appreciate you, sis. And yeah, great observations. All that we've been talking about. And I think, Karma, you had left this super chat before she started screaming at the witness. So it's crazy how like a lot of this stuff came into fruition after you guys had mentioned it. Shout out to Miss C with the 5. Miss C says, DA Love has entered into an entire different person. Yeah. I believe Sybil has come out. Who let her out? Oh my gosh, that's so funny, Miss C. Thank you so much. Shout out to TRT again with the 2. Says, wow, she never gave Shart leeway. She didn't. She didn't The judge did not give Shard or Brian, for that matter, this much rope. She didn't. Like, they barely got some of their questions out. Look at Weinstein this morning. Probably the shortest cross-examination, all riddled with objections. Riddled, right? So crazy, but great observation, TRT. And let me just update you over here with another. I think, yeah, I got your numbers wrong on this side. I think you're somewhere around like 540. Sorry, guys. One woman show here. See how hard this is? Thank you so much. Thanks again, TRT. Shout out to Deb with the 2. Deb says, love that pink pantsuit. Oh, love that pink pantsuit's got to go. Right? It needs to go. Like, I don't know. Sometimes there's the bright pink one. There's a fuchsia one. There's a lot of pink. I think this is like the 3rd pink suit we've seen in the last 2 weeks. Crazy. Thank you, Debbie. Appreciate you, sis. Shout out to Chi-Town with the 10. Says, congratulations, 50K for those who hustle harder. Yeah. And these are long days. These are long days. It's so funny because, like, sometimes I have to have conversations with my family members, and it's, because they can't find me, and I'm like, well, this is kind of like a job for me, right? And I like it. It's amazingly fun. But sometimes I have to let them know to cool it with the text messages, because there are certain notifications that I need to have on. But if I'm using an iPad, right, to take notes, if I'm using my phone to watch Super Chats, and if I'm using an Apple device, if somebody texts me like 4 times in a row, all of these devices are pinging. And it's just like, I can't talk right now, crazy. But, this is a grind. This is a hustle. And I love this work. So thank you so much, Chi-Town. Appreciate you. Shout out to Identity with the 2 British pounds. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you so much, Identity. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Mush. Look at how long this username is. Shout out to Mush with the $2. He says, the sassy prosecutor starring Pinky Love. Yeah, very sassy. Sassy is not the word today. It is not. Shout out to TRT, and TRT, I apologize. I'm going to get these amounts right. But TRT says, love always making speaking objections. Always. Always. You can count on it. Like, that will happen. Thank you so much, TRT. Shout out to ID Grow with the 5. ID Grow says, big congrats on the 50K. You deserve it. Best coverage on this case by a milestone. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, ID Grow. But yeah, huge milestone today. Thank you guys for subscribing, hitting the like button, all that good stuff. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Rashid with the 10. Rashid says, good morning, AV. I don't recall is powerful, but he's going to jail for sure. Yes, love is talking very reckless. Yeah, she is. She is. There's a lot going on in today's courtroom. I mean, I really hope she straightens up, but I don't recall. He just shut down. Do you guys remember that part? He just shut down because he's just like, okay, I'm just going to start answering with, I don't recall. And then she goes, okay, well, are you going to answer all of these questions with, I don't recall? And he said, yes. Because it's like, all right, you got to give people a break, and he did ask the judge if he can have a break. And, poor guy wants to see a therapist after this testimony. Crazy. Thank you so much, Rashid. Appreciate you. Shout out to TRT again. He says, I can't watch anymore. This judge is biased beyond belief. Well, TRT, if you watch this on replay, I think if you left at this point at 10:47, if you left at 10:47, wait till you watch the debauchery on replay. I don't know if you're going to be able to handle that. Like, it's going to be crazy. Thank you so much, TRT. Again, shout out to Unk. Viva Wood Life with that 300. Amazing. Thank you so much, Viva. Shout out to Scooby with the 5. Scooby says, I got 5 on it. Congratulations. Thank you, Scooby. Really, really appreciate you. Thank you. I like that name too, Scooby. Shout out to Anna P with the 5. Wow, Anna, I haven't seen you in a long time. Anna says, hi, AV in chat. Hope you're all having a great Monday. I just got on. Can you give a 2-sentence summary, please? Oh, sorry, Anna. I remember when you jumped on, but basically we are finishing up with Mounk Tounk. It is likely that she's going to finish up with him today, hopefully. we finish with him today, and we're going to move on to our next witness. I do not think that this testimony helped the state prove RICO, prove any activities. If anything, what it does look like is just complete witness coercion, which is not a good look for the state. Half of these people are being forced to testify, and there are 98 witnesses coming up. So if we are seeing this with Woody, and we're seeing this with Mounk Tounk, I did see some of the footage from Mr. Bean. The people that don't want to testify, that are almost being compelled to testify, I think we're going to start to see some patterns emerge, right? And it's interesting because with Woody, Simone had him on direct examination and on redirect, right? With this witness, you see Miss Love on direct examination and redirect. However, you just see like stark differences in the way that both of these women ask questions. Simone almost lost her cool a few times with Woody, but at the same time, the witnesses have to answer the questions. It is highly frustrating for a witness to be, to sit there for days. And then after you're done with the, and Woody's testimony, oh my gosh, like that was probably the longest we've seen. It took almost all summer, like literally almost all summer. And then we're finally moving on to meet the next witness, which is Mounk Tounk, and Mounk Tounk's getting frustrated after 4 days. Woody was up there for weeks. Crazy, because we had to get through all of his jail phone calls, all of this footage. Simone had to get around the fact that he was going to say, I don't recall. So that's also another interesting thing is if Mounk Tounk comes back after lunch and just continues to say, I don't recall, this is not a helpful witness for the state at all. So hopefully that helps a little bit, Anna P. But I appreciate you. Shout out to Lisa with the 2. Lisa says, love is being argumentative to me at the witness. Oh, well, Lisa, we all watched what went down after that point. Thank you so much, Lisa. Shout out to Versatile Lawyer, became a member. Wow, you know what's so cool about this community, guys? Is there's so many legal people joining. It is growing. It is growing. It's so great, like to the point where I think advertisers know that so many attorneys are in this chat and, involved in this space. It's hilarious because they're like, hey, do you want to do a brand deal with Morgan and Morgan? I'm like, okay. Interesting. Thank you so much, Versatile Lawyer. Welcome to our community. Shout out to Ash with the 5. Ash says, if Woody was on the stand, he definitely would ask her why she's yelling at him. Damn, I miss Woody. Why is she being so aggressive and ugly? Yeah. I mean, I could y'all imagine Love and Woody? I think Woody would have told her to stop immediately. Mounk Tounk took a little while. It took him a little while before he finally said something, but I was actually happy he stood up for himself. Like, you don't have to talk to me like that. You really don't. Like, I'm not trying to be difficult, but at the same time, just treat him with respect. It's so easy. It's so easy to do. Shout out again to Duchess of Quincy. Quince or Quincy? Thank you again, Duchess. Really, really appreciate your support. This one, all like that super chat also almost made me cry. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Lonnie. Lonnie, I believe you're in the Netherlands. Correct me if I'm wrong. Lottie says, loves feeling under the weather today. She mentioned that when she was late for court this morning. That might be why she's extra cranky. Yeah, I mean, it's so funny because as I was getting ready for the stream, I briefly checked in to see how they were doing in the courtroom. And that explains a lot. I didn't know she was not feeling well, but I remember poking my head into the mainstream and seeing her bag on the desk. And I was like, uh-oh, there's that bowling bag. Thank you so much, Lottie. Shout out to Mush, who hits me with a 2. Says, damn, Viva, Unk is unking today. Blessings. Thank you so much, Mush. Shout out to the Sophisticated Black Strong channel with a 10. Says, God bless Mr. Viva Woodlife. Bro, I'm so inspired by your giving. No flattery, just real. Wow, that was super sweet. Look at that. Y'all are amazing people, man. You really are. You're even looking at other members of the chat and how they are as people. You know, the great thing about Viva is I believe he's a writer. Check him out on Instagram. I was watching, I think last weekend he did a little live and he's just like, I'm embracing my unkness. I'm outside. I was like, look at Viva. But he is super inspiring. So I co-signed this one. But thank you so much, Sophisticated Black Strong Channel. I appreciate you. Shout out to Paula. Paula, thank you so much. She hits me with the 50 and says, congratulations on 50K, AV. Hugs and kisses. Thank you so much, Paula. This is very sweet of you. Really, really appreciate you, Miss Paula. That is super generous. Did not have to do it. Very, very sweet. And look, she used green hearts. Shout out to Young Slime Life, right? Thank you so much, Paula. Shout out to Jay with 199 says, thank you. I'm learning a lot from you. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that. Because like I said, guys, there's a lot that goes into this, but you know, I'm trying to give back with the legal education that I have. You know, my bachelor's is in legal studies. So, you know, I spent a lot of time in the books, you know, and then going to law school for 4 years. Like that's 8 years of knowledge in this noggin. So that's why I was surprised to see, here's the other thing a lot of people don't know about law school. You do not have to have a bachelor's in like pre-law to go to law school. Notice that she had a bachelor's in like math, right? DA Love. And then it was like a bachelor's in, I think, civil engineering or something like that. I had people that were in my law class that, you know, had a background in like science. There's a lot of scientists that end up wanting to be attorneys because of like, I think it's intellectual property, things of the like you really don't have to have like a bachelor's in a particular program or area of study to go to law school. So super interesting. But yeah, there's 8 years hanging like up here. So I'm like, I might as well give back to the public and like teach people how it works and have fun doing it. So thank you so much, Jay. Shout out to Identity with the 2 pounds says, hey, beautiful, judge cool to start with till call. Judge cool to start with till call. Okay, the judge was okay in the beginning. I think that's what we're trying to say, Identity. Let me know. Thank you so much. Shout out to Claudette with the 5. Claudette says, love is walking the courtroom to wake the jury up. They've been sleeping for weeks. Yes. This is an interesting one, Claudette. She was walking around the courtroom. Some people use that as a tactic, you know, that you could stand at the podium. Last week, she was standing at the prosecution desk. Sometimes when you are walking around, it does wake the jurors up. As far as them sleeping for weeks, this is something that I did want to address. There are several people that are streaming in the courtroom. And one of those folks had mentioned that, and you guys saw it on Friday. If you're catching up, you can go back to the Friday stream and look at this part. I think it was about midday. And I think I chopped that up for you guys so you could see the Rule 22 hearings. Some folks have been mentioning that the jury has been paying attention. But these days are long and they are boring. And sometimes you do need to get the jury's attention in a different way, right? So thank you so much, Claudette. Shout out to Cassandra, who became a member. Welcome, Cassandra. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Dee, who also became a member. Welcome, Dee. You're going to love it. Shout out to Gleaves Co. with the 10. Says, bro, it's amazing to see all these people showing this much love to the page, right? I'm still in disbelief, Gleaves. Like, I'm still in disbelief. Gleaves goes on to say, congrats on hitting 50K, AV. I'm not rich like some of these guys. That's okay. That's totally fine. You do what you can. Right? And I know some folks show out with the extra level of support, and that's okay. But listen, 99 cents makes me happy. Even a like or a comment makes me happy. So don't feel obligated at all. But thank you so much, Gleaves. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Assault Avocado. This name always makes me laugh. Assault says, congrats from Vegas on 50K, AV. One thing about Miss Love and her aggressive approach could be due to her trying to impress students that she allegedly instructed or / instructs. Okay, that's a great observation, Assault Avocado, because I think that she is trying to do this with flair. You know, she has bought a lot more energy than Simone does. So Simone is also, I think she's an adjunct professor at Emory. I'm not sure where Love teaches, but I do know that they do have interns at the district attorney's office as well. So maybe that could be behind some of this, but they, usually have like summer interns, things of the like. So, but great observation, Assault Avocado. I didn't even realize that. Shout out to Rashid with the 5, says, I wonder what Thug was just thinking about. I know. So there was a close up of Thug. And Thug does this thing where, like if his hair starts to hang, he just like throws his head back. Like he throws my butt almost like, got discombobulated with that hair throw. But Thug does that all the time. It's so funny. But yeah, I wonder what he was thinking about. Shout out to Rashid with another 5, says he turned her every which way but loose. Seriously. Too funny. Thank you, Rashid. And then Rashid with a 5th one. He says, you hurt my brain. I mean, poor thing. How would you guys do if you had to like just wait with love and go through all of that with her? I mean, I couldn't. Like, especially if you're gonna talk to me like that. I'm sorry, ma'am. You can come correct a little bit. There's no need for you to speak to a witness that's supposed to be helping you in that way. Crazy. But thank you so much, Rashid. Shout out to Dior with the 2 super chat. Thank you so much, Dior. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Katie Cat 365 TV with the 2, says badgering her own witness. Yeah, y'all were picking up on it. Badgering him, it was crazy. Shout out to Boss Man Bambino with the 2, says I would pay for Kevin Samuels' view on Miss Love. I mean, I don't know if y'all watched KS's material. I certainly did. And had an opportunity to get to know the man, and I still help out with their family and stuff like that, right? Kevin used to have this saying about female attorneys, and when I talked to him, he used to say that about me. He's just like, hey, when you do graduate law school, like men don't want the ball busters, right? Like he's just like, you try to hang on to you being you, he's just like, we do not want the ball busters. We'll take the paralegal over the female lawyer. I was like, dang, Kevin. But he used to have a thing when it came to female attorneys. I was so worried about that. And then he's just like, you're going to be fine, kid. Don't worry about it. I was like, all right, thank you. He's just like, just stick to our plan. You'll be all right. And I was like worried because I'm like, oh, I'm over 30. I've hit the wall. He's like, you're going to be good. He's like, I'm not worried about you. And I was like, Kevin, can you rate me? He's like, no. I was like, okay. Because, that's the one thing that people ask Kevin the first time you talk to him, because he was trying to get people to be realistic. Like, okay, rank yourself 1 through 10 and you can't use 7. It makes people really be realistic about where they are in the dating market without the 7. I thought that was brilliant. But he did that more for the appeal and for the people on the show, but his actual clients, he would refuse to rate you, because if you're paying him money, and I thought that was so honorable, if you're paying him money, he wants to help you, right? It's his job to provide consultations, to help, to do the whole image thing. He picked these glasses, y'all. These are the same brand of glasses that he wears. Everybody always asks about these glasses, to the point where Kevin looked at me on the screen and was like, oh, I know exactly what glasses would fit your face shape. And I've been wearing these ever since. Crazy, right? Very, 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 very good brother. I miss Kevin. I miss him all the time. I think that channel is doing a stream this week if y'all are interested. And it's going to be awesome. I think there's a new editor too. So you're going to see some really interesting stuff this week from that channel. Thank you so much, boss man. Shout out to Rashid with another 2. Rashid says, can we rewind is legendary, and Delulu. Yeah. I don't know if y'all remember, but Love said to Sledge, she was just like, hey, can we, like when she started to realize she was frustrating him, she was just like, can we rewind? And he said, no. That was hilarious. Thank you so much, Rashid. And it was legendary. Shout out to Mimi with the 2. Mimi says, I might have to go see somebody. I'm dead. I can't. That was hilarious. People were complaining about my mic, but I didn't care. That was so funny. That was so funny. I could not believe he was snapping back at her like that. It was hilarious. Shout out to Mr. Pickles with the 20. Mr. Pickles says she's watching her career circling in the toilet. leaving skid marks on the way down. Mr. Pickles, no, you didn't. She's going to be upset about that. Walking towns, the court looking like a whole T-Rex. Yeah, I couldn't believe that behavior. I still can't. Thank you so much, Mr. Pickles. I appreciate you. Shout out to Derry the Legend with the 2. Derry says witness temperament did not require that love. Yeah, it just, I mean, because he's not being combative. He's not yelling at you. He's being respectful. He's calling you Miss Love. You know, he's asking you to repeat things. Like he did not bring that energy to her. She chose violence. She's choosing to bring that energy to him, which is insane to me. But thank you so much, Derry. Shout out to Brandon with the 2. Brandon says, Miss Love cooking. Eat your foods, Miss Love. Well, that's the thing. And you know who's been saying this? The Little Gaming Channel. He's just like, she thinks she's doing something, you know, like she really is putting all this energy into it. And look, this actually, like, it caused self-destruction. It kind of blew up in her face, you know? So that approach is not the best approach. Shout out to, and thanks again, Brandon. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA with the 2 says YSL Days of Our Lives soap opera. Great job, Avi. You cannot make this stuff up. Talking about Kevin, right? You really can't make it up. And I was telling my family this. I think I was talking to my aunt Saturday night. I was telling her, I was just like, she's like, what is it about this trial? I'm like, guaranteed. One crazy thing happens every single day. Guaranteed. At least one. Sometimes it's many things. Like on Friday, it was a squeaky chair for me. Like it was just, I don't understand. And you guys know, like people that are in the courtroom and stuff, they keep track of YouTubers and stuff. This is my advice. Give her a better chair. Like just move the chair. Switch it out. Y'all have another chair. Y'all have another chair in that courthouse. Give her another chair. Because it's kind of distracting when we're watching and then all of a sudden she's like making an objection and then she sits down. It's like squeak. Like it's just like, what is that? Crazy. But thank you so much, Rockin' Robin LA. I appreciate you. Shout out to Miss L Boogie with the 10 says happy 50K AV and thousands and thousands more. You're killing it. Thank you so much. Yeah, this 50K is such a large number for me. Like and I'm like super satisfied with it. But I can't imagine what it's like to have over 100,000. But you know, we keep working and it'll happen one day, you know, because I'll be here. I mean, this trial's gonna be on, I'll be here. You know, because we're like friends now, like all of us, you know, like we're cool. So, you know, you can count on me for, you know, 9:30-ish. See, sometimes your girl's late a little bit, but you know, I'll be here. You know, I'll be here. Thank you so much, Miss L Boogie. Shout out to Ash with the 5. Ash says, if I was on that jury, I would vote not guilty just to spite her. She has done nothing but waste their time. Yeah. Yeah. You know, do y'all remember she said that she was only going to take 3 hours with him, and it ended up being 3 days? How do you think that jury feels? He was probably happy because he was thinking this is probably just going to be 1 day in court. 1 day in court has turned into like 4 or 5 for this guy. With 8 kids. 8 kids. I wonder what he does for work, but you know, if you got to provide for 8 kids, you're taking somebody's money away. You really are, in addition to wasting taxpayer dollars. But again, you know, she needs to get certain things on the record, and that got extended, you know, because of some of the objections and things that they need to go through. But man, it's definitely a waste of taxpayer dollars. I want my money back. I lived in Fulton County. Matter of fact, my driver's license is a Georgia driver's license. It still says Fulton County on it. I want my money back. I mean, how do we get it back? Like, if we could do refunds for taxpayer dollars, I want my refund. Actually, we do. Too funny. Thank you so much. Shout out to Practitioner Her with the 2 says, did AV already talk about infamous Miss Sylvia? Yeah, you know, Practitioner Her, I did on Friday briefly. You know, I have respect for Miss Sylvia. I talked about the Rule 22s. We looked at the judge's reaction. We watched that live. So if you're curious on my stance on it, you can go to Friday's stream, and I have labeled that for you guys. You can go directly to that Rule 22 portion and then go from there. But yeah, respect to Miss Sylvia. Definitely no hate on my side for her. But again, I respect a person's right to free speech, to stream how they stream. I think it is really important for the jurors to remain anonymous and go from there, right? But there's also an ethical standard which the judge talked about and provided to her, and we will go from that point on. But yes, I did address that. Thank you so much for the question. Shout out to the Innocent Bystander channel with the 50. Thank you so much, IBC. IBC says $50 for 50K. Congrats. So well deserved. Thank you so much. And guys, check out the Innocent Bystander channel. This is an actual content creator who's doing his thing. And I can't wait until I can, we do an Uno reverse where I see your channel grow and I can leave you a $50 super chat for 50K. So amazing that other creators are in this chat as well. Other creators are a part of the community. It's just a great place, like where we have a pretty decent squad here. So real quick, guys, it is 12:11. The jury is due back at 12:30 from their lunch break. So they should be back in about 15 minutes, 14 minutes. I said 15 minutes. 18 minutes, 18 minutes at this point, because it's now 12:12. So they'll be here shortly. Shout out to Frank with the $5 super sticker. Thank you so much, Frank. Really appreciate it. Shout out to Lincoln with the 5. What does Lincoln say? Lincoln says, when they say you get more flies with honey than you do, they say you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. He says, than you do with finger, but I think it's vinegar is what he means. Hashtag Pinky, you are not the brain. That's funny. Thank you so much, Lincoln. Appreciate you. Shout out to Ashley with the 5. Ashley says, if she treats her witness like this on the stand, can you imagine how they treat inmates in the jail? Oh my God, you just reminded me. And speaking of Pinky, you are not the brain. I need to reach out to LA Pink. So I did announce this in my video. I think it was like 2 videos ago. LA Pink is an activist in the Atlanta area, and she has been really advocating for the Black men that are in that jail system. She's been advocating almost against, not even, I'll just say against the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, because some of these men have been sitting in that prison without attorneys, without proper representation. The prison is a shit show. You guys know I don't like swearing like that, but if the prison is a shit show, it's crumbling, it's falling apart. A man died in there due to bed bugs. It's inhumane. And then we learned about Rice Street. We learned that Rice Street, they've got nut juice everywhere. Like, you better wear some sandals if you're trying to take a shower. It's crazy. But the reason why I brought up LA Pink is because she has agreed to come on the channel. I just need to arrange it with her schedule, but I'm going to have her come on during one of these lunch breaks, and then you guys will be able to ask her questions. I'm going to interview her because I think her work is very fascinating. I like what she's doing in the name of justice and for men's rights. It's really important work, and she needs to get the word out there about some of the work that they're doing. So I did see her on another platform. Several of you guys shared her information with me. I reached out to her. We just need to arrange it. So that's going to be a pretty cool interview. And y'all know we've had we have some guests slide in from time to time. So we had Doug Weinstein on. I would love to get Max. And I was in Max's DM. I almost got him. Like, he follows me on Twitter. Almost got him. But the next day, DA Love put out a document or filed a motion that she didn't want to have any of the defense attorneys on YouTube. The motion was denied, but that's the last time I talked to Max. So I'm going to try reaching out again, but because he's in the courtroom, it needs to be on a day where they're not working or something like that, or if there's a break. So I'm just waiting for an opportunity, but I would love to get Max on here as well. We had Spencer on, who was, a forensic data expert, and he talked to us about being an expert witness. We learned a little bit more about the law. That was pretty cool. And then I have my girl I went to law school with. She's a criminal defense attorney. Oh my God. She's like, I cannot wait to bring her on, but she is an amazing criminal defense attorney. She has saved so many people's lives, like people that have, that were completely innocent of crimes. and she was able to get them off. She's gotten a lot of men home, and I think that's amazing. So I can't wait for you guys to meet her. I just have to arrange that with her too. So you guys see, like, there's a lot that goes into this, but I don't want it to just be trial streaming every day. I want you to learn something while you're here and learn something while we're doing this on the platform, because there's so much that we talk about. Like I've been telling you guys, open enrollments come in, get legal insurance. Like it's like $5 a month. It is the best thing ever. It's the best thing to have, because you never know when you're going to need an attorney, and you get it at a discounted rate. I've talked to you guys about legal aid. Why? Because legal aid is a very, very creative way to get representation. Because you want to know what legal aid is? And I told you guys I used to work for Wells Fargo. Did y'all hear that somebody died? And they were sick. I can't even comment on it because of where I used to work there. Anyway, so when you work for big corporations, they'll typically have some type of program like that, where for like $5 a month or something, you can have legal insurance. It's pretty cool. Now, what it does is, we're talking about legal aid. I'm all over the place today. Legal aid is this. Attorneys that work for corporations, right? They have to have pro bono time. Every attorney has to give back their time, all right? It's called pro bono work. I knew heads of departments, like really high up attorneys that would work at legal aid programs. One of them was in North Carolina. That's why, I thought of Wells. Amazingly skilled lawyers that have to give their time away for free anyway. So if you go to legal aid, you're actually going to get a skilled attorney that knows what they're doing for free. You're welcome. That's what I'm saying. Like, people don't understand. Like, there are ways around it. So many times we hear that attorneys cost a fortune. They do. But there are strategies that you can use to get the proper representation that you need, especially for criminal defendants. I'm telling you guys, like, I know you hear, what are my options? A public defender, or do I need to throw thousands of dollars at somebody? No, there might be some wiggle room in the middle. There might be some wiggle room in the middle. I had one guy who was, I think he was deputy counsel for one of the banks I worked for. And he was working a criminal case on the side for his pro bono hours for free. I was like, oh my God, that's how I learned about this. And I was thinking about it over the weekend. I was like, let me tell my people on Monday. Anyway, way off topic. Let's go back to Ashley here. Yes, it reminded me of LAP. Thank you again, Ashley. Shout out to Corporate America with a 10. This is another one of my clients, guys. She is amazing. Listen, ladies, we need to send DA love to Erica, okay? So Erica is growing her YouTube channel. Check her out on Instagram. Probably one of the most well-dressed people I've ever seen on the platform. Erica knows everything about fashion. I was watching a reel she did this morning. I was like, wow, that's so cool. It was so cool. So Erica, thank you so much. Ladies, please follow her if you're looking for fashion tips and advice. Like, go for that. And here's the other thing. Erica has spent a lot of time in corporate America too. And I had a great conversation with her about, like just being a woman of color and in these boardrooms and stuff. And how I was telling her, one thing that I could not stand is, like, you guys know I have naturally curly hair. I would get my hair done or just wear it wet and curly in its natural state. But the day before it was straight. And I would go to these courtrooms not courtrooms. I would go to these boardrooms and people would be like, your hair's different. It's like, yeah, it is. It is. Surprise. It is. They're like, what'd you do to it? I'm like, water and conditioner. So Erica and I had that conversation, but she's going to start doing some content just on corporate America and really helping people navigate their way through the corporate American system. And not even just in America, throughout the world. Like, growing your career is hard, but sometimes you can run into issues with managers and all this type of stuff. So I'm excited to watch her growth. But y'all, please check Erica out. If any of the mods are around, and Erica, if you're ready, we will share the link to your channel. So thank you so much, Erica. Great to see you on my side this morning. Shout out to Maduke with the 5. Maduke says, AV, did you see the police body cam of Fanny's daughter? But guess who? Fanny's sidekick, Mr. Wade. Pull it up. It's a must see. You know, if we have a little bit more time, they're due back in about 10 minutes. So I'm going to try to get through all these supers, get to our Cash App and Venmo crew as well. And if we have some time, then we will look at that Maduke for sure. But yeah, me and my editors were talking about that. We're like, hey, should we do like a short video on it? It's just becoming older news. But if it's worth it, if you're saying it's good, Maduke, then we'll check it out here. And then maybe he can chop it up throughout the week. Shout out to She Loves Fantasy with the 5. Fantasy says, defense doesn't object, but it's pointless with this judge. Besides, Love does a great job burying herself. She does. She does. I mean, we just witnessed it. We just watched it happen, Fantasy. Thank you so much, sis. Shout out to Bless Mom from Texas with a 5. Hi, Bless Mom. She says, congratulations, AV. So happy for you. Sassy Fraz in the chat is amazing. Their comments are epic. Love this community. Chat is fire. Okay, I will check out Sassy as well. Thank you so much, Bless Mom from Texas, for the super chat. That is incredibly sweet of you. Thank you so much. Shout out to Mr. Johnson with a 2. He says, new shirt, spread DA love. You know, in fact, I thought it went out. We were going to poll you guys on the next shirts. I want a shirt for Mounk Tounk, but like, you know, from his testimony. I think our trial watch store is going to grow so huge. But I want a shirt for Mounk Tounk. I can't think of it yet, but once the trial starts, I might poll you guys on a few options. But if you have some ideas, it might be time for a members only poll. So thank you so much, Mr. Johnson. Shout out to Frank with the 2. Thank you, Frank. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Chris with the 2. Says love suffers from permanent resting. Yeah, resting bitch face. You know, and I don't like to use that word very often, but yeah. Interesting observation, Chris. Shout out to Katrina with the 5 British pounds. Katrina says, absolutely humiliating, disrespectful, condescending. I cannot believe she is allowed to do this. She has got away with so much. Same, Katrina. Literally, if I were to sum up what we just saw, it would be in this super chat, like this sentence right here. Thank you so much, Katrina. Shout out to Brandon with the $2. Says, eat your food, Miss Love. Yes. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. It's almost like, you remember being in elementary school or in primary school and, you know, it's time for lunch and you got to sit by yourself. She chose to sit in the courtroom and stay there and work. Like, I don't know. People are like, we don't want to sit with you. Don't come to lunch with us. Shenanigans. Thank you so much, Brandon. Shout out to Carl with the 10. Says AV to the 50,000th power. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Carl. I know you've been hanging around with me for a little while too, so it's always great to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to Katrina, back again with the 2 British pounds. She says, geez, my head is aching here. I would flip. I mean, that's the thing. Mounk Tounk's like, I got a headache. Some of you guys were saying you were typing in, I have a headache before she would go off and before we saw what we saw, before we saw the train wreck. It was crazy. Thank you so much, Katrina. Shout out to Socially Detached with the 2. Says, I thought she was badgering a witness. Technically, it is witness badgering, and that's why it needs to be checked. But here's the thing. It's her witness. Why are you being mean to your own witness? It's yours. It's like, I don't understand her sometimes. I really don't. But thank you so much, Socially Detached. Shout out to Jeanette with the 5. Jeanette says, Whitaker wants people at the bend because she doesn't want us to hear. She is not a judge. She is she's a footstool for Glanville. Oh, wow. Jeanette is going in. Jeanette is hardcore. Thank you so much, Jeanette. Shout out to Sherry with the 2. Appreciate you, sis. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Shout out to Mustang Sally with the 5. Sally says, quite a bit of Love's questions confuses even me. I can totally understand why the witnesses don't understand. What you mean? I mean, exactly. Now it's like, now Woody's like demeanor makes sense. Look at Mounk Tounk's situation, 35 years hanging over your head. Like, it's crazy. It is a clown show. I can't believe it. Shout out to Anthony with the 5 says, "Oi, AV, keep up the good work. Saw your recap yesterday. What did I miss today?" Anthony, you dropped this at 12. Man, oh man. Rewind, just rewind about an hour. You're going to thank me later, but rewind it. I can't even explain it to you. You just got to see it yourself. I cannot believe that happened in the courtroom. Shout out to TRT with the 5. He says, "I'm back, AV. Whitaker is letting Love imply that the defense is intimidating Sledge, but the defense can't ask about Sledge not having an attorney for trial." That's an interesting observation. It really is. You see what I mean about TRT? He's sharp. He or she. I think it's a he. He's sharp. He stays on top of it. But thank you so much, TRT. And I think you're right. You're absolutely right. Shout out to Sherry again with the 2. She says, "AV, you have grown so much, and I'm so proud of you." Oh, thank you, Sherry. I have. I don't know. Like people would say when they first came across me, it was, I was like this mousy little law student on lead side. And he's like, "Hey, do you want to come up here and cover this?" We were doing Johnny Depp back then. We were covering the Johnny Depp trial. And I was like, sure. I was so nervous. And he's like, "How tall are you?" I was like 5'3". He was like, so lead has become a really good friend over the years. And I wouldn't have been able to do any of this or reach this milestone without him. So, really, like, a lot of it is me, but being under his guidance for 2.5 years, I learned so much about YouTube, how it works, how it operates. Like, I'm having the time of my life. This is so much fun. Like, from home, like, I'm wearing socks. Hold on. I don't know if you can see it. I'm wearing socks. This is amazing. Thank you so much, Sherry. I appreciate you. Shout out to Andre with the 2. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you so much, Andre. Shout out to Mimi with the 2. She says DWC has a squeaky chair counter. It's at 5 so far. Dear Woke Christian has a squeaky chair counter. I mean, they should just really move the chair. I don't know why, a deputy or someone doesn't move it, we're just using the same one. Come on, guys, get it together. The county can afford new chairs. If you can afford this case, you can afford some new chairs, right? Thank you so much. Shout out to Everett with the 10 says, "Show your GA driver's license and block out the address." Oh, Everett, I can't do that. Do you know how many crazy people there are on the internet? You want me to put my driver's license on here? There are crazy people. They dox you. Like, there were people trying to find Lee's address, my address. Hell no, we ain't doing that, Everett. Are you crazy? But thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat. It's a good idea. But if there weren't any privacy concerns, I would consider it. But thank you. Shout out to Anthony with the 5. Anthony says, "After Woody's testimony, RE, the jail conditions, cruel and unusual basis for a writ of habeas corpus. Explain the writ." Okay, so let's do this. And I'm going to need we're going to need some help here, because a writ of habeas corpus, hang on, we'll do, let's explain what that is. And we're going to go to the U.S. Marshals as a source. What is a writ of habeas corpus? A writ of habeas orders the custodian of an individual in custody to produce the individual before the court had to make an inquiry concerning his or her detention, to appear for prosecution, or appear to testify. State courts may issue such writs to a prisoner custodians to produce federal prisoners. Well, that is the case. But right now, and let me just come back to the courtroom as well, so we have that up there. Right now, Woody is not in custody. So it would have been appropriate back then if he still was in custody, but he is not in custody anymore. So hopefully that helps explain it fairly quickly. But I just wanted to, before we go down another rabbit hole, just quickly explain what a habeas was. But thank you so much, Anthony. Look at y'all learning about the law. Like, he knew. Thank you so much. Shout out to Mr. Damn Good. I like that name with the 5. He says, "Just throw the whole damn trial away." This woman got that microphone and started screaming at her own witness. Why would that make sense? But I agree with you. I think now it's time to take the trial and put it in the garbage, just in the trash. Like that's where it belongs. Throw it away. Thank you so much. Shout out to Rockin' Robin LA with the 20. Rockin' Robin says, can the ACLU help these prisoners? This has to be a violation of their civil rights. Am I thinking right? Yes. You're not the only one. A few people were asking if the ACLU can intervene. I want to save the answer to that question when LA Pink comes on, because I know that she has a deep knowledge of this, has been advocating, but also has some history and context behind the jail conditions in Fulton County. She's been a resident of Fulton County herself. I think she has businesses there. So super, super interesting. But yeah, they should. I mean, I'm pretty sure activists are trying to get them involved. And I think that she is behind trying to get a new jail commissioner changed out. There's so many problems with that jail, to the point where female contractors, there were like 4 prison guards that were women that were like sleeping with the inmates, sneaking stuff in. They snuck in a chicken pot pie, like all types of shenanigans. All right, it is 12:31. They are due back at 12:30, so they should be back any minute now, but we will keep moving down the line here. Shout out to The Love with the 5, says, I'm putting cases on all y'all. Rico. You get a Rico. You get a Rico. Everybody gets a Rico. Too funny. Thank you so much, The Love. Shout out to Ricardo with the 5, says, is it called pro bono? Are lawyers required to take so many cases? Well, so pro bono means that it is for free, right? It's some of your legal knowledge, your time. And here's the thing. You can choose to take a case, or you can choose to provide services. So some people at Legal Aid will, a bunch of lawyers will go there to donate their time, but sometimes it could be answering questions. It could be answering legal questions, right? The second part of your question, are lawyers required to take so many cases? They're not required, right? The only people when it comes to criminal law that are burdened with having a lot of cases typically are the public defenders. Why? Because there's not many of them. And, if a lot of people need help, if a lot of people cannot afford attorneys, and if the state is paying you, then most folks go under the public defender route. And aside from that, I think I showed you guys this. Let me pull it up again. Let me show you guys this. So remember how I was telling you guys about the model rules of professional conduct? Some of the rules are really centered on providing your client with effective counsel. And that means if you have a choice, and I forget which rule it is, I think it's in the 5s, it could be in the 6s, but I know that there's a rule about this. And I think it's diligence, meaning that you want to make sure that when you are helping clients that you have the time to do it, you have the time to dedicate towards their case. You want to make sure that you're not taking on too many cases. Remember, we were talking about a gentleman that got his license suspended, and that was Melnick, right? Y'all remember Attorney Melnick? He was Little Woody's lawyer. Melnick was running a solo firm by himself, but had an enormous caseload. So he was taking on a lot of cases. Now, when we read the legal documents for his suspension, one of the things that came up that several clients had complained about was, him not getting back to them, not showing up for court appearances, things of the like. When you have too many cases, that will happen. So it's actually preferred that attorneys do not take on too many cases. But in the lens of a public defender, they kind of don't really have a choice, because the state has to provide people with adequate representation. So hopefully that answers the question a little bit, Ricardo. But if I had time, I could talk about this all day. But hopefully that's a quick answer to your question. Shout out to Nicole with the $10 super sticker. Appreciate you, Nicole. It looks like you might be a Taurus. Thank you so much, Nicole. Appreciate you. Shout out to LV to be me. 2. I tried. Thank you so much with the $2 super chat. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Shout out to Mars with the 2. Mars says, was the defense better off keeping Glanville? That's a good question. I'm going to ask you guys. Yeah, let me go ahead and refresh over here. I'm going to ask you guys right now. That's an interesting poll question. Let's do a social experiment. Was the defense better off with Glanville? Is that what you asked? Yes. All right. And I'm going to give you a third option because I know some people like the maybes. So vote. Let's see. We're going to come back to that, Mars. We're going to let chat answer that. Thank you so much. Shout out to Everett again with the 10. Says, where did my super chat go? LOL. Congrats. More success. Thank you so much. Everett, what I do is typically I'll wait towards breaks to read them, or I'll wait till the end of the day. If some large ones come in, I will try to periodically stop to get those immediately. But I like to go in order because some people did leave theirs very early in the day. So I want to make sure that they're all captured. And what is good about this is it gives us time. Because can you imagine if I just had to sit up here during the break and not do anything, you know? So that's why I save them for the breaks. But thank you so much, Everett. And welcome, because newbies are noticing that. So you might be new to the community. So thank you, Everett. Shout out to Get Somebody Else to Do It. The $2 says, love, get somebody else to do it. I love that. That was hilarious. Thank you so much. Get somebody else to do it for the $2 super chat. Shout out to Miss R with the 5. Miss R says, great, keep up the great work, AV. Congratulations. Thank you, Miss R. Very, very sweet of you. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Shout out to Relentless with the 2. Relentless says, free thugger on King David's shawty. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Relentless. Free King Slat. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the 10. Sammy says, why is Mounk Tounk's lawyer not saying anything about how Love is yelling at him? Can he not say anything? So this is a good question, Sammy. So Mounk Tounk's lawyer, number 1, is under subpoena to be there, right? And number 2, since he is not a party to the case, he's not defense counsel and he's not a prosecutor, he can't object. Now, what he can do is, you know how we have those breaks, you know, when they take breaks or whatever, he can stand up and say something at that point. But it's because, you know, he's really there to support him, but he cannot object. So if you notice, like, you know, at the end of the day on Friday, whatever he needed to say, he waited towards the end of the day. And the only time he spoke is when he was clearing something up with Steele. So Steele was like, hey, you know, I found this whole thing out. And then, you know, I think it was like they were going over the coffee shop thing and the plea arrangement that was discussed at the coffee shop. So, you know, he spoke on behalf of his client towards the end of the day. So if he does have anything to say, he will say them during breaks. I hope he says something to the judge about this behavior, but we'll see when they get back from lunch. Again, they were supposed to be back at 12:30. It is 12:38. So we're going to keep going. But thank you so much, Sammy. I appreciate you. Shout out to King Dub with the 2. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you so much, King Dub, for the super chat. I appreciate you. Shout out to Nicole, who became a new member. Thank you, Nicole. Welcome. Welcome, Nicole the Taurus. Look at that. You're going to love it here. Thank you so much, sis. Shout out to LV to be me too with the 2. Says, you're making my brain hurt is a new shirt idea. I think it is, because we need a Mounk Tounk shirt. We've got plenty of Woody shirts. Like we've got, I don't recall what you mean. I did these crimes, but I think in honor of this trial, right? I think we need a Mounk Tounk shirt because making someone's brain hurt is a thing. It really is. Thank you so much. And I will definitely poll you guys later on to see what type of Mounk Tounk shirt we come up with. Shout out to Brandon with the 2. Says, shout out to Fanny and Love. Keep up the good work. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or what, but thank you so much, Brandon. Shout out to the Bold-Tied Bandit with the 5. Says, if I were on the defense team, I would almost be hoping this is guilty, purely so I could appeal it and get a major judicial review going on. Yes, yes. Good job, Bowtie Bandit. I think a lot of people are anticipating this strategy from most of them as well. They're waiting for, motions for mistrials get granted, like not granted, but they get filed in this case like all the time, almost every day. But it needs to go up on appeal. It should, because you would get a major judicial review on it. Really great observation.
I said 12:30, and we're a little after that because of the work on the sound thing, but that's going to take way too long, so we're going to have to
Looks like
have
we
them
might
do
be back.
that after court today.
I'll keep going as we wait. Shout out to JJ with the 2. Says, your point is pointless. That's a new shirt idea too. All right. I like it. Shout out to Lacey.
All right. Okay, let's get the jury in.
As the jury comes in, let's see what Lacey says. She says, Whitaker obviously gets annoyed with the state and doesn't like them. So why is she helping? Is she getting pressure from somewhere? Hands tied? Something stinks. Yeah, great observation, Lacey.
Who briefly? Yes.
Who is she approaching? Court reporter. Okay. Shout out to Anthony with the 5. Says Glanville gave a lot of ammo for appeal and another rabbit hole or incentive to plead because of high likeliness of finding of guilt. Thanks, Anthony. Shout out to Nard with the $2. Says your eyebrows is on slack. Thank you, Nard. Shout out to Everett with a 10. Says, nah, I'm not new. Not too new. I'm in Georgia. Observant. Excellent coverage of as well as lead. Thank you so much, Everett. Appreciate you. Shout out to Proud Marine Mom 24 with the $5. Says, hey, AV, I love the polls. I love it here. Tell Lead we miss him. I will. I'm going to text him later tonight. Sometimes he makes appearances. But thank you so much, Proud Marine Mom. Okay, jury is coming back in. Let me come to the Cash App crew. Let's see who we got here. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Hits me with the 20. Thank you, brothers. What else do we got? Lots of emails. Y'all are up in this email box. We got Tanya. Thank you, Tanya. We got Maricela. Thank you so much. Shout out to Terrence with the 5. Says, shameful he lying on the stand and we're applauding. Thank you, Terrence. Terrence is back with another 5. Says, did she hurt his feelings? Welcome to court. That's right. Shout out to Amber with the 20. Amber says, congratulations on 50K. Thank you, Amber. Shout out to...
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we're back.
Mr. Sledge, did you have a good lunch?
Yes,
All right, good deal. All right. And is your head feeling a little bit better?
a lot better.
All right, good deal.
How about you apologize?
Mr. Sledge, I want to just, and Judge, if I broach an area that the court has told me to move from, I'll quickly move from it. Mr. Sledge, are you able to tell me what you remember about April 28, 2015? What happened on that day? Everything you can remember today.
Do you want him to tell you about the entire day? You don't, do you?
I don't. And so the judge is helping me out a little bit. So starting from the point where you learned about Mr. Garlington getting jumped at the club, will you tell the jury, not the judge, the jury, everything you remember about it? Is that all right?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
From my understanding, like he got jumped on in the club, then I left the club, he called me back. We went and picked up a gun. I want to say Zachary, and then we went, I don't know the name of the apartments.
Okay.
And then I want to say we traveled back down, traveled back around,
I didn't hear you.
I said once we went to the apartments and then we went back to the house. I think that's what I said.
Take your time, and you do not have to, I'm not trying to get you to match up anything. Okay?
I asked her like, it been long for that, Miss Love. So
It's okay. Take your time.
if you have anything you can refresh my memory. But right now, I don't recall.
All right.
Try my best.
And that's all I'll ask, okay?
Yes.
All right. So I'm not going to try and trip you up. I just wanted whatever you remember today in terms of it.
All right, go ahead and ask the next question.
Okay. All right. Do you remember whether you went to the house first or to the apartment first?
I don't remember. I can't exactly tell you, but I don't recall exactly how it went.
Okay. And the house that we're talking about, is that the one off near MLK, off Adele?
I want to say that's the only house I remember going to. I
Okay.
don't remember.
And where were the apartments that you remember going to?
I don't remember exactly what it was. I just know they was in a gated area. I don't think it had a gate when you got to go through the gate. That's all I remember.
Do you remember whose they were, whose apartments they were? Like, why were y'all going there?
I think I was supposed to been dropping Zachary off.
Okay. Did his girlfriend live there?
I don't think she stayed there, but she was there.
All right. Now, was there any shootings that went on there? Did you see somebody else shooting or anything happening there?
Yes, I think that's what it was. They was shooting when we pulled up.
Okay. Now, I know you don't get scared easily, but did you consider that sort of a startling sight to see somebody shooting at the apartment?
For me, it was normal. So I can't speak for no one else, but
Fair
for
enough.
my stuff, it was normal.
All right. And were they shooting at apartments that you were sending or taking Mr. Zachary to?
I don't know if it was the exact apartment, but it was right there in that area.
All right. Now, in terms of shooting, how could you tell the jury, because they weren't there? Do you see guns pointing out a window or just like fire flashes? What is it that let you
I
know?
just seen the fire flash in front of the
Okay.
car.
Okay. And were you right up on the car, like, or were you like coming in the gate and you saw fire flashes from like across?
I pulled directly in front of the car and then I backed back.
Okay. When you pulled directly in front of it, had the shooting begun already?
No, they was doing it.
Okay. Did you realize they were doing it when you pulled directly in front of it?
No, it's like when we got there, then it started happening.
Okay. Okay, so for people who aren't you, that might have been considered a little scary. So what did you do when you heard the shooting behind you going on?
I backed out.
Okay. Did you back out and like quickly leave?
No, I got back to safety.
Okay. And where were Mr. Garlington and Mr. Zachary when you did that? Did they run inside, stay with you?
No, they got out the car.
All right. And did you see what happened?
No, I was around the building, so I didn't really get out the car to see what was going on, but I backed up behind the building.
Okay. Did you have to pull around the car to get in front of it? Or did you?
No,
or
it's
did
a
they pull
straight
it
shot. It's just a straight shot through the apartments.
Okay, so is it fair? Did the car pull up behind you then?
What you mean?
Did I understand you to say that you ended up in front of the car that was shooting?
That mean they was probably bagged in, facing like coming out, and I'm coming in.
I gotcha. Okay. Did you notice what kind of car it was?
No,
Right. And did you have a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
I didn't know who it was.
Okay. Did you later form a belief as to who it was that was in that car?
No, I don't recall.
All right. Did you all do anything based on who y'all believe might have been in the car?
I already answered that question. I answered that question 2 days ago when I told you about it.
Okay. Forgive me, I had a long weekend. Could you tell me what you all did based on what you all believed or who you all believe was in that car? There's nothing more that'll happen as a result of it, I promise.
I don't know who was in the car. At the time, I didn't know who was in the car. I still don't know if that was true, what was told to me, so.
All right. And that was told to you by Mr. Zachary or somebody else?
Well, it was told by other people too, so.
Okay. Other people that were there with you?
In the
car?
street, in the streets, like, when things happen, it be talked about in the streets.
Okay. Did you all react immediately or did it take a few days or something different?
I don't know. I couldn't really tell you because I told you I was behind a building, so I couldn't actually see what was going on.
All right. Okay. At any point, did you think that If Gang was involved in that?
I don't know because I told you from the night that he got jumped on, I didn't even see who jumped on him.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't recall. I can't say that.
Okay, that's fair. I'm not asking you if they were. I'm just. Judge, may I be allowed to ask the question?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm just asking you at any point if you believe they were, not whether you know, not whether they were, just at any point. Did you
No,
believe?
I never believe. I never believe.
All right. Now, we talked last week about Antrevia Smith, and you talked a little bit about that on cross-examination, your relationship with Miss Smith. The Kelvin Watts who started dating Miss Smith after you did, was that the same Kelvin Watts that had a beef with Kenneth Copeland?
I don't really know if him and Kenny Copeland had a beef or not.
Okay. So did you ever learn or did you ever discuss any kind of beef that Kenneth Copeland had with Kelvin Watts?
I don't recall if we ever discussed Miss Love. I don't recall.
Okay. But is it fair to say that, let me ask you a better question so I'm not leading. Is the Kelvin Watts that started dating Miss Smith after you did, was he also called Shell KO?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And do you know if Shell KO, did you consider him having any family relationship to Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I never knew they was, how long I've been knowing Donovan Thomas, I never knew they had any relationship.
All right. How long did you say you knew Shell KO? If you said it already, forgive me.
I don't know. He went outside when I was outside. He probably came outside. I started hearing about his name 2015. Before then, I never knew him.
Okay. When you say came outside, help me and the jury know what you mean.
Whenever he started hanging outside, I ain't know him before then.
So based on that answer, did he start hanging outside around 2015?
I don't know, Ms. Love. I'm saying that's when I started hearing his name in the street. Other than that, I don't know.
All right. When you heard his name in the street, did you hear his name associated with If Gang, sir?
No, not when I first started hearing his name.
At any point later on, did you hear his name associated with If Gang?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
All right. Now, do you remember whether that was after 2015, like 2016, 17, or during about 2015?
I don't really recall because it was late. It probably was late in 2015, but
Thank
I don't
you,
know.
sir. All right. Now, you were shown some dates in a book by Mr. Williams' attorney. I'm going to approach with the court's permission and with your permission. Is that all right? All right. So, did you testify, or a better question is, did you participate in every performance in 2015 that the Travis Scott rodeo tour included?
No.
All right. And do you remember when Mr. Steele was up here reading these dates to you and you were saying, yeah, you see them on the page?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you tell the jury if these dates are dates that you were actually at the location indicated on this piece of paper?
Yeah, most of them.
Okay. Are you able, as we sit here now, to tell the jury, just, you can point them out and then read them out after you do, the dates that
I
you
don't have
did
to
go
go
to?
through all the dates. I know exactly what day that I left that tour.
Okay,
I don't know the exact date, but I know what state I was in.
fair enough. So did the tour did not start until after January 10th, 2015. Is that right or wrong?
That might be right.
Okay. Do you know of any tour date on this tour that you were talking about with Travis Scott that started before February 28th, 2015?
I don't know the exact dates, at least I'm looking at the book.
Here. Do you know of anything before February 28th, 2015? Here, you can turn however you want to look at it.
No, the first date say February 28, 2015.
Okay.
Yes.
And to your memory, is that the very first date of this Travis Scott tour?
Yes, from my memory.
All right. Now, this tour, when we say Travis Scott tour, who was the headliner? Was Mr. Williams the main attraction, or was Mr. Scott or somebody else?
Mr. Scott was.
Okay. Now, was he a major performer? And you got to forgive me because I don't know Travis Scott, okay?
Come on.
I'm not lying. I don't. Was he a major performer? I'm older than you believe, and you're going to have to forgive me.
Come on.
I'm dead serious. No.
You know, don't be mad at me if I'm laughing at you.
I'm not mad at you.
You just listen what I'm telling you.
Okay.
I know a lot of people know he's a big major artist.
Okay. All right. And is he
Oh, that
a
was
rapper,
funny.
a singer,
Oh, my God.
a musician, or something
I
else?
don't really, I think he do like, is it like rock or something like that? I don't really know.
Okay. All right. So he's a big performer. And did you go on that very first tour date on Saturday, February 28, 2015, that's listed on the book?
I just told you, yes.
Thank you. Were you head of security for Defendant Williams on that day?
I want to say, I don't recall if I was or not, was I head of security, but I did a lot of different things on it too.
All right. Okay. Thank you for that. Now that was that rather?
Guys, listen, she gotta be lying. If my hair wasn't up, I would put on my blue cap. She is lying. You're telling me that you did this whole RICO investigation on Young Thug. Y'all pieced together all of this stuff. Y'all, let me show it to you guys. I'm so done with these. I'm so done with what she just did right there. Look at this. Operations Planters. This 110-page document. Y'all did all of this investigation. You did all of this. And you're literally it's probably in here. You're literally telling us that you don't know who this rapper is. Let's go back in. I cannot.
Was
I
that
cannot.
in Santa Ana, California?
Yes, that's what the booklet say.
All right. And is that your independent recollection, apart from what the book
I
said?
don't really remember. I can just go by the booklet and know the actual day and what state it was in.
Okay. And so does looking at the booklet make you remember, or are you just relying on the booklet to be right?
I knew the booklet was right. I had one myself
Okay.
in that time.
All right. Do you remember who else within YSL went on this tour?
It was a lot of us. I don't recall everybody who was there.
Was
But
it? I'm sorry.
It was multiples, so I don't recall everybody who was there.
Was that the first time you had gone to Santa Ana, California?
Maybe not, but
Okay.
with a major upcoming artist it was.
Now, were you all with YSL, were you all like traveling with Mr. Scott, or were you all traveling separately? How did that work?
We traveled separate.
Okay.
Mr. Scott, not my friend. That's
Unders-
different.
Understood. When you got to the venue, wherever that was, did you all stay in the same location as Mr. Scott or separately?
I can't remember. They normally have different dress rooms, so I don't recall.
All right. And did you stay overnight or did you all just perform and leave?
You perform and leave.
All right.
At least he had to be there more than one day, so I don't know. If his booklet say 2 days, sometimes we say 2-3 days in the same state. So you might go to Dallas, you might go to Houston, you know, there's stuff like that. So
And was Mr. Stillwell with y'all on this tour February 28th, 2015?
I think so.
What about Mr. Kendrick?
I think so.
All right. Anybody else in this courtroom that would have been with y'all then?
Not that I know of.
All right. Now, March 1st, that's listed here. Did you go on that one too?
March 1st.
Mm-hmm.
I was there every day except the day that I told you that, well, the state I remember that I went home.
Okay. So, are you able to say just from memory where or which ones you remember performances occurring at? I'll give you the book.
I can't remember all that.
All
I
right.
don't recall all that.
All right. On the days that are listed as travel days, are you able to tell the jury if you all actually traveled on those days, or were there some days that you all traveled on different days?
Probably actually that day because you had to be in another state before he performed. It was a time limit, so like we had to stay on the time limit.
Okay. Are you able to tell this jury with 100% certainty whether or not Mr. Williams performed at every show reflected on this tour schedule?
I can't say that because I got sent home on a certain date, so I didn't finish the whole tour, so I can't say that.
Okay.
I didn't see him perform, but I could like until I got sent home, I seen him perform.
Without looking at the book, and I'm going to show you the book in a minute, but without looking at the book, are you able to say the date you went home?
I can't tell you the date. I remember what state it was.
Okay. Looking at the book, would that help you remember when you went home? And does that schedule just consist of that one page, or is there two
It's
pages?
one page. I
All right.
remember right here.
Are you,
I got my finger pointed at it.
okay. Can you read out the
The date,
date?
it
and
was
the-
Thursday, March 26, 2015.
Thank you. Are you able to tell the jury with 100% certainty whether on every tour day prior to Thursday, March 26, 2015, defendant Williams performed at every performance listed on this sheet of paper?
Not after that date, yeah, but that date, yes. That's the last show I was at.
What I'm asking is before you got sent home, before you went home, right?
Every show that he performed,
Every show day?
yeah.
Okay. Do you recall who all was at the shows that he performed at every day before March 26, 2015?
No, I don't recall that.
After you got sent home, did you make any effort to follow what was going on as he
She's turning up.
toured?
She's turning up.
No.
So when you got home, did you just kind of blank out and not listen to or anything?
I enjoyed myself with my family.
Okay. Did you speak with or talk to or communicate with Defendant Williams or any other member of YSL who might have been touring with him?
No, because I was trying to get family time in, so I didn't call and see what Mr. Williams had going on. I was more focused on my kids.
When you got sent home, would you tell the jury how it was that you were sent home, like by bus, train, plane, car?
I don't even actually think he sent me home. I requested that I was ready to go home, but I went by plane.
Oh, okay. Did you, did that request have anything to do with your family? What happened?
No,
Wow.
I was just ready to get home and see my kids at the time.
Fair enough. Did anybody else leave at the same time you did on, was it March 26, 2015?
I don't recall who all left at certain time because everybody didn't leave and go the same way they kept on the plane.
Okay. Was defendant Stillwell still with Mr. Williams on this rodeo tour of Travis Scott's when you left? Do you remember?
I don't recall if Mr. Williams and Mr. Steele went home or he stayed on tour. I don't recall.
Do you have any memory about Mr. Kendrick and how long he stayed?
No, I believe Mr. Kendrick stayed the whole while. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Kendrick was like a backup hype man or something at the time.
Was a backup hype man.
He was on stage with him performing.
Okay. Was Mr. Copeland with him? Do you know?
No, I don't remember Mr. Cole.
What about Mr. Zachary?
I think Mr. Zachary had got sick. He went home way before.
Was Mr. Stevens with him?
I don't recall.
What about Mr. Garlington? Was he with him?
I don't recall.
So without me going down a list of people you don't recall, can you tell the jury if there's anybody else you recall being on this tour of Travis Scott's with you and other YSL people?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. DK, Walter Murphy, was he ever at any point on this tour?
I don't recall.
All right. Do you recall ever being on tour with Mr. Murphy?
I think I was at one point in time, but I don't recall when he left. I don't recall that.
Okay.
I won't say that he was never on this tour,
Yes, sir.
but I don't recall when he left off the tour.
Okay. Now, is this tour that you're just pointing to, is that the only tour that you've accompanied defendant Williams on as either head of security or something else, or is there any other tour that you can tell the jury that you worked or were a part of?
From my understanding, what I know, I only know about 2 tours. I don't forgot what the second tour name was, but I was there.
All right. Was that after or before the one?
It was after.
Do you remember how long after?
It probably 2019, I want to say.
Okay. And was it in the States or was it like in other countries or something different?
We went to Atlanta, but it was different states. And I think like on the tour, he did go to another country at one time.
Say it for me one more time, sir.
I think he did go out the country on one of the dates. I just don't remember what date.
All right. Do you remember whether he was the headline by 2019?
Yes, he was headline.
Okay. And did he have other artists performing with him?
Yes, his artist.
All right. Besides people from YSL, like with this, he was performing with Travis Scott. Did he have some other people besides YSL performing with him in 2019? I don't want to say the guy. I don't remember the guy's name. It's Kelly, something like that. I think it's something like that. I don't want to use the term of what his race is, but his name Kelly or something like that. Was he my race?
No.
Okay.
He was his race.
He was his race.
Yeah. Since you want me to say it.
You're all right. That's all right. All right. Was it Machine Gun Kelly?
That's who it is, Machine Gun.
Okay.
Kelly.
All right.
I'm not familiar with all the rappers, but.
Okay. But Mr. Williams was the top line and Machine Gun Kelly
was yes.
With him. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, am I reading correctly that this rodeo tour lasted February 28, 2015 to April 3rd, 2015?
That's what it's saying. The booklet, that's what it is.
And you can look on other pages if you need to.
I don't think it's no other page. I really look.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the ending date.
Okay. So is it your memory that after April 3rd, 2015, where it says travel home, there was no more rodeo tour?
No, there was no more rodeo tour.
Okay. When you worked on the tour in 2019, do you have a rough estimation of how many places, how many cities y'all visited?
No, it was a lot.
Okay. And do you have any idea of who all within YSL would have accompanied you and Defendant Williams on that tour with Machine Gun Kelly?
I don't recall everybody who was with us, Miss Laura.
That's fair enough, Mr. Sledge. Do you recall anybody though?
First I remember there, I know Mr. Kendrick was there.
Okay, okay. What about Mr. Stillwell, 2019?
I
Just
don't even remember what Mr. Steele was. No,
Okay.
I don't think,
Just-
whoa, let me bag up.
yes
Let
or
me-
no?
Let
Don't
me
tell
bag,
me.
can I bag up? I don't even think Mr. Kendrick was there. I'm sorry for that.
Okay. That's
I don't think Mr. Kendrick was there.
Okay. Was Mr. Murphy there to your knowledge?
Not a lot, no, I don't recall.
All right. What about Mr. Zachary?
I don't recall.
And did you and Mr. Williams, y'all stay at the same hotel and things like that on that tour?
Yes, I was basically, everywhere you went, probably like, my room was like next to his, was probably up on the floor.
Okay. Now, when you talked about earlier knowing Mr. Williams' music, but you can't recall always songs, are you familiar about any YSL members that he talked about in his songs?
I don't recall. If you got anything to refresh my memory, you can.
All right. Do you have any memory of any songs that Mr. Williams referencing a woman getting robbed by a tick? I blank her and she get robbed by a tick.
I don't recall. That must was in the early time. I don't recall that song.
Okay. When you say in the early time,
I'm saying like in his beginning of his career, I don't recall that song though.
for you, can you tell the jury what you consider the beginning of the career, the earlier part that you wouldn't remember, just so they have a frame of reference?
Probably around, I guess around his early career. I can't give you no exactly a year.
Okay. 2014.
Even if you tell me and you don't got it in front of me, I can't tell you.
All right. Okay. What about Lil Woody popping at your noggin? Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, I think that was on the song.
Do you remember what song that was on?
I want to say Halftime, if I'm not mistaken.
Any idea when Halftime dropped?
No, I don't remember exactly what year Halftime dropped either.
Okay. Do you remember around like 2014, 2015?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Were you working as head of security during that time?
I don't recall that because I don't know what year. I can't answer that for you because I don't know what year it came out.
Okay. In March 2015, you said you went home around March. What was March?
Whatever Phoenix, Arizona is.
Phoenix, Arizona.
After that show, I went home.
Okay. All right.
Or it would have been the next day that I went home.
Okay. All right.
So I didn't travel to the next state with them.
All right. All right. So March 26, 2015 is Phoenix, Arizona. You would have gone home like March 27th, that Friday.
Yeah, that morning.
That morning? Okay. All right. Did you ever hear, sir, you want to see it again?
No.
All right. Did you ever hear, while you were there, before you went home on March 27th, did you ever hear Defendant Williams refer to any other artists in his music while he was on stage? Other than Travis Scott?
I don't recall because I don't recall all the songs he performed.
Okay. Did you ever hear him diss anybody on stage?
I don't recall.
And I'm going to have to say the word, but I hate to do it, but I'm going to ask. Did you ever hear him call anybody a bitch on stage?
I don't know. He probably said bitch in a lot of songs. I ain't gonna say like he called no one no bitch. I never heard him call nobody a bitch on stage.
Okay. And did you ever hear him refer to anybody substituting one part of their name for the word bitch?
No.
Okay. When we were talking about that video with you, Mr. Zachary, back last week, the video, I'm sorry, I'm switching gears. I'm switching gears.
Here, there.
But I ain't
That's
gonna
how
be
you,
aggressive.
but that's how you confuse me. You going to one subject and then you jumping all the way left field.
All right, I'm gonna try and
Even
spore
Mounk
you.
Tounk is
Last
realizing
week,
it.
when you and I were talking, do you remember me putting up a video of you and Mr. Zachary, and one or both of you had a gun, and you were saying something like, "We're not going back and forth," and you were talking about Kale in the video.
Right.
All right. When you were, do you remember when it was that you filmed that video? Not posted it, but filmed it.
I don't recall when we filmed it.
Okay. And when you were filming that video, do you remember saying that at any time that it wasn't about a girl?
I don't think we never even mentioned a girl name in the video. So.
Okay. So is it fair to say, or is your testimony that the stuff you said to Kale wasn't about no girl?
I don't recall. I can't say it, Lord. I don't recall. Cause you saying what I said. I don't recall because I ain't say nothing about no girl in the video.
That's fair. All right. But do you remember the video?
I remember we made the video, but I don't remember what I said in the video.
Ms. Dyer, are you able to pull up that video?
Yeah, I don't even know where she's going, guys. This is not providing a clear cleanup on redirect is what she's doing. She's supposed to be cleaning things out that came up on cross. So things that the defense attorney said that she needs to either correct or prove certain points. Doesn't look like she's doing much. And again, the witness is tired. He doesn't want to be there. She is bouncing around on topics. Mounk Tounk picked up on that. But let's see what they got with this video.
And what number was that? 441. All right. We're going to play 441 for you one more time.
Oh, this is the gun.
Look, ass nigga. We ain't really going back to no nigga. You little bitch ass. I know what we hit. Yeah, fuck you, nigga, Cal. Whoever else, nigga. That's why, nigga. Whoa. They said I ain't really going back.
Okay. You're chuckling.
Cause
now,
it's funny now.
It's funny now?
Yeah, that video.
Now, who
Wow.
other than Kale were you talking to when you said, and whoever else?
I just said whoever else.
All right. Now, what were you meaning to tell Kale?
I wasn't letting to tell him nothing.
Okay.
I said what I said in the video.
All right. Which was we're not going back.
I ain't going back and forth with him.
All right.
I ain't say them, I said him.
Right. Was he trying to go back and forth with you about something?
If you want to be honest, they were saying that he was looking for me about treatment. So
okay.
That's the whole thing. So when he didn't respond to me when I DM'd him, I made sure he was gonna be able to see what I was saying.
What did you DM Kale?
I DM, I don't got no problem with him about no girl.
Okay. And when did to your knowledge, did Kale say something about Mr. Zachary?
don't know. No. I can't recall if he said anything about Zach. I don't know.
Then I'm gonna have to fall to my country roots and ask you, what was Mrs. Zachary doing up in there with y'all?
I don't know. He was just being silly in the video too. It was all silly. It wasn't in that serious. Cause when I seen Kel, he ain't do nothing to me. And I ain't do nothing to him. So it wasn't that serious.
So for you, putting guns on the internet ain't that serious? Is that fair?
No one was shot. So I don't think it was that serious. The video.
Okay. All right.
You know, I also walk around with guns all day. It ain't that serious.
All right. When you orienting you back to the rodeo tour, not trying to switch up and change you and confuse you.
That was you first screaming at. You went from here to down.
I'm trying to get past it and go
And
fast.
I'm trying to stay focused with you, but you started throwing me off.
All right.
Come on.
When we're talking about the rodeo tour, you said you had to go home, but you were working. Did you have any kind of contractual obligations you had to fulfill before you went home?
He'll let me go home anytime I wanted to, no matter what the contract was. He'll let me go home. If I tell him I want to go home and see my son, he'll be like, he'll let me go home.
All right. And did you have someone to replace you when you went home?
Yes, I was head of security, so that means I only choose the security.
All right.
That don't mean I did security.
All right.
Head of security just mean like I could come say, we're gonna get Miss Love, we're gonna get him, we're gonna get her, we're gonna get Mr. Right. And if one of you don't do right, I just say, we'll give him a plane ticket.
Did you have responsibility for sending folks home to act it up on the tour?
No, I don't have responsibility to that.
Okay. Now, on cross-examination, going back to...
It's right, huh?
Thank you. This is Defendant Williams number 255, right?
Yes.
All right. You told Mr. Steele that you had seen that, you recognized that before,
Yes.
right? Where had you seen that?
If I ain't mistaken, man, when it was posted and added, I want to say, man, Mr. Williams was together.
When it was posted and added, y'all were together?
When the guy added him, me and him was together. That's why I remember this post. And we were both like, I think he was gonna try to use it in a song or something, but he did. I don't know.
Okay. Are you familiar with D-Mac, Got Me Too Banging?
I don't know him personally. No, I don't know him.
Now, where was it that you saw it?
I want to say that was Twitter or something at the time, if I am mistaken.
Now, are you tagged on this tweet too?
No, what are you getting at?
The jury doesn't know, so I'm just asking.
You showed that they presented it, and they
All
see I'm not tagged on them.
So when you say that you and Mr. Williams were together, were you looking at his Twitter account?
Yeah, we were sitting there looking at the phone together.
At Mr. Williams' phone?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to pull up what I will mark for you as State's Exhibit number 4. Judge, I'm going to, for the purposes of this question, mark the clip that I'm going to show as State's Exhibit 447. I'm sorry, 449. And it is from 1:03:30 to 1:08:17 of Mr. Sledge's testimony on September 5th, 2024, when I asked about the video of Defendant Williams speaking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama.
September 24th.
Last week.
Oh.
Just last week.
I was going to say,
yeah. Just take a look at it, if you will.
I will.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not trying to give you no hard time.
Thank you for trying not to give me a hard time.
Take a look at it.
My apologies. Yes. Knight, would you- Mr. Steele, do you mind coming over to Mr. Knight, Miss Knight, so so that she can show you what we're about to show?
Anybody else? Any of the other?
And anybody,
attorneys?
yes. And Judge, so that our record is very clear, it will be 449 Yankee.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for not giving me a hard time.
I don't want to. I just want to get up, get out of here.
All right.
I don't want to give you no hard time.
Is it done? Judge, just so that the court's aware, we're making it available, but we're playing it through the transcript so that the volume isn't overheard by anybody else in the courtroom. And with the court's permission, I'm just going to sit while they're looking.
Really is. The defense team is looking at a video that is about to be shown to Mounk Tounk. I really think they should move the chair. Switch out the chair at least. Hopefully she'll be done soon. Let's see if, do we have TiVo time? No, we're live. Brian's looking at that with intensity.
No, I'm good.
If the defense team is good, we'll see the video in a second. And it does appear that Hilton has left for the afternoon. Sometimes they will come in and out of the courtroom, so maybe she'll be back. And the YSL squeak. Yeah, y'all do not think that she is going to be done today. You're like, nope, she will not be done. I'm surprised that she hasn't gone all the way off the wagon. It seems like she has tried to straighten up the demeanor, but there are moments. Let's see if it lasts throughout the entire testimony. Somebody says she left because she has a migraine from all the shouting. Steele and Max are really diligently looking at this video. Particularly Brian Steele. Okay, they're going back, so we might have either an objection or there is no objection to letting it play, but we'll see. Yeah, the camera angles are not the best. Like, come on, Atlanta News First. This is not the best look. Like, cameraman, come on, like move it to the left for this part. Dell?
Okay. Mr. Steele, is that right? Did you want to approach about a particular section? I mean, do you want to? I would like to because you asked me something specific that I would like. Oh, okay. All right. Do y'all need a break at all? Okay.
Okay, so it looks like Brian did have a question or a concern over this video, so they're talking to the judge. Shout out to Attorney Adams, who's Brian Steele's partner. They're going up together. And they're going to talk to the judge about this particular video. Mounk Tounk leaning, chilling. Let me see if we could get a few supers while we're going from there. I think we left off over here. Shout out to Mush with the 2. Mush said the 70s called. They want their panty lines back. You funny, Mush. Thank you so much. Shout out to AA with the 20. AA says, can you tell if any YSL members went on a YSL tour? Love girl, what? Yeah, I mean, she's tasked with proving that that there is racketeering, that this is organized crime, right? I don't know if she's achieving that so far with Mounk Tounk's testimony, but we will see what comes out. Shout out to Jordy with the 2, says, he sounds like a coffee maker. Thank you, Jordy. Shout out to Kay. Kay is back with the 5. Kay says, Love is doing a masterful job of proving that YSL is a record label. Oh, wait, she is the prosecutor. Right, and that's what I meant. Her job is to prove that there is RICO here. And we've been looking for RICO, and we can't seem to find RICO. We've been looking for RICO since December. I don't know if we're able to find it. So thank you, Kay. Shout out to JL with the 2, says, how is this still in the scope of redirect? Yeah, she's asking some questions that were centered on the tour, who was on the tour, people being sent home. She is kind of bouncing all over the place. So I want to see where she lands with this one. I wonder what's going on with this video because they're spending a lot of time up there, particularly Steele. He was watching it the longest. He was the most closest to that laptop. He was really looking at it with an eagle eye. So there's either a part that he does not want included or shown to the jury, but he did have a question for her about it. Shout out to Miss Butterfly with the 2, says, new t-shirt, I'm confused. Yeah, at least putting an R in there. That comes out from time to time. Shout out to Mounk Tounk. Shout out to Jay with the 5. Jay says, Mounk Tounk exposing Love's tactics. Stop playing on his intelligence. She's talking about one thing, then going left to another. He's tired. We're tired. Move on. That's it. He tired. We tired. Move on. Thank you so much, Jay. Shout out to Anthony with the 5, says on cross/objection.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's getting tired of this whole thing. Okay, that bench conference just ended. And looks like the video is going to play. Anthony with the 5 says on cross, the objection from Steele, Love mentioned she would clear something on redirect. What was it?
Pledge, I'm going to put in front of you a portion of your testimony that we have and will mark as 449 Yankee, just for the purposes of the record. And I want you to listen to it. It will be approximately 2 minutes. And after you hear it, would you just tell me if you remember that? I don't want to ask you just straight out, do you remember something, okay? I don't mind, Judge. I'll tell him if you don't. If you give me a second. Hold on. Are you doing anything? Okay.
Okay.
Judge, that will be from time 103, 1:03:30 to 1:08:17. Yes, a little more than 2 minutes. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. Me and my bad math.
Graham's Lord, I hope you feel better soon. COVID is no joke.
It real. Hold on. Yeah, it's real.
Because we can't hear each other. Can you hear it now?
You try to listen to it and see.
It's too late, Roy.
Understand what it's saying. Can't understand.
You're right.
Missing eyes. Thanks, Kim.
I can read. I don't really understand. Be hard for me because I can read words and I don't really understand.
Okay. Try this right here.
Go ahead then. No, just put anything in my ear. All right, then. I don't want to put nothing in my ear that nobody else has. Yeah, do something different.
Mounk Tounk
No,
doesn't
no,
want to
no,
use
no.
used headphones.
But I don't want to use that though. Yeah, get something else. Yeah, that's a perfect. You ain't finna- I don't want to wake up my ears broke out. You ain't gonna pay it. You ain't gonna pay that doctor bill. Is okay. Right. Me neither. So let's just do it the right way. Yeah.
So Mounk Tounk does not want to use used headphones. He wants clean ones that haven't been used before. And he's telling Love that, are y'all going to pay my doctor's bill? I got 8 kids.
You can pull them.
Oh, okay. Sure.
You tell me.
Oh,
It doesn't matter.
okay. I just want to make sure I can hear it.
You can?
Thinking about it, that is really gross. Like if you're using headphones that other people have used, like Woody used them. That's actually a really good point. Yeah, like now she is being super respectful. I still got our poll up. 87% of y'all do not think that this is going to last. All right, so Mounk Tounk is listening to that piece of footage. It looks like she is going to get it admitted in as evidence. Shout out to Orlando with the 10, says love entanglement equals Rico. Thank you, Orlando. Shout out to Miss Karma with a 10. She says, so love is allowed to go back to direct. This is not a redirect. She has cleared this up like muddy water. Yes, they are allowing her to make an arse of herself. Defense winning with silence. Good points, Karma. Shout out to Diamond C with the $5. Diamond says she's got something up her pink powder sleeve. That's why she's playing nice. Good observation, Diamond. Shout out to Chiro Empress with a 2. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you.
Get back on. I remember now.
You do.
Yeah, but show y'all what you guys. Okay.
We can't talk.
Okay.
Why the judge did not stop that? I don't know. Because Mounk Tounk said, I remember this, but you didn't, that's not what you asked me. Interesting, right? Shout out to Anthony with a 2. He says there are 98 more witnesses. 3 days times 98 is 294 days. That's right. And Doug Weinstein filed a motion to put a time limit on the state with all of these witnesses. Judge Whitaker denied that motion. Here and there, he'll renew it. I think I remember him saying that last week. Welcome to the community, Kelly. Identity with the £2 says human nature. I haven't heard any proof by now. Thank you, Identity. Shout out to T Baby with the 2 says her bad math. That's why this case is not adding up. Mounk Tounk is still listening to that video. Huge shout out to a pillar of this community, Edgar, with the 50. He goes, I know she's trying to make unks happy by bending over every couple of minutes. If she put half of that effort into preparing her questions, she wouldn't look like and sound like a joke. She lost control over her witness. Great observation, Edgar. And thank you so much for the generous super chat. I wonder how long this video is if Mounk Tounk is still listening to it.
You can get it, you know. It ain't there, but you can get it. I know what you're talking about.
You just want to stop at 108.
You can stop if you want.
At 108, just listen to it for 108.
We need to get the Jeopardy sound for her. Shout out to Star Wars Iron Giant, who's gifted 2 AV memberships. Thank you so much. If y'all got one of those memberships, please say thank you to Star Wars Iron Giant. Thank you so much. What about me?
Yes.
Mr. Sledge, having heard what you said when I asked you about states 449 Yankee, do you recall my showing you the video of Defendant Williams looking into the camera, talking about they lied to their mama?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall me asking you whether that was your voice in the video?
I told you it sounded like my voice.
And do you recall me pressing you, asking you, was that you?
When you just showed me video, I see now, but that's why when I told you it sounded like me, I thought you just took it as that was me, because I told you it sounded like me, and the only way it could sound like me, I had to be there in the room.
Do you recall telling me that you did not remember being in the room?
I see on the video I did, but like I tell you, you were pressuring me so much that day too. My mind just was everywhere.
And when I asked you if that was you specifically who said snitching bitches,
I said, yes, that was me. That was my voice. Sounded like my voice. That's what I said.
did you ever acknowledge though that that was you in the video?
I said it sounded like my voice. So yes, I acknowledge that with me if I said it would sound like my voice. I ain't say it sounded like Miss Love, and I said it sounded like me, that record, that to me, that's saying it's me.
All right. Do you recall me asking you where you were?
I said, and I told you I didn't remember whose house it was, but I did. I said that sounded like my voice.
Do you recall me asking you who all was in the room?
I don't recall you asking me that. I ain't hear that on that neither.
Do you recall me asking you the names of anybody else that was there?
Now that I recall, you didn't ask me about nobody. You was on the Pacific asking me about my voice. That's what I remember.
And do you recall at some point telling me, I'm not saying that it's me, I'm just saying it sounds like me, so I can't tell you?
Yeah, I told you it sounded like my voice. That's all I remember telling you. It sounded like my voice. So I know if it sounded like my voice, I just thought you say, yeah, that's him. He said it sounded like his voice.
Do you remember Doug's attorney showing you the same video a day later?
Yes.
Do you remember him asking you, was that you in the video?
Yes.
Do you remember telling him, yes, that is you in the video?
Yes, because I had the day to think about it, and then I was like, yeah. When I was still planning in my mind when you showed it to me, and then I thought about it, I was like, yeah, that is me in the video saying it. It's my voice.
Is that the video that you were thinking of when you were talking to me back in June with your attorney, Lieutenant Lancico, and myself out in Fayette?
I don't even remember you asking me about that video, Ms. Love.
Do you remember me telling you on direct or asking you on direct about a video where I asked you if you had seen or did you know the video where they say you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and you said that wasn't me?
No, I remember telling you I didn't see me in the video. I seen Mr. William in the video, but I don't recall the statement you make.
Thank you. And do you recall me asking you then, where had you seen that video before we met in Fayette?
I don't recall, but I just heard it. Something about you asked me that. And I told you I seen it before time and I seen it recently.
Now, between the time I showed it to you and the time that Mr. Steele showed it to you, did you go look at it and listen to it again?
No.
All right. And so what happened that made your memory precise about not just the fact that it was you, but where exactly it was shot? I'll clear it up. Bad question. Do you remember telling Mr. Steele where that video was taken?
I don't recall Mr. Steele even asking me where it was taken. I don't even recall him asking me that.
Your
Do-
Honor, can I object at this point, 403?
Do-
Yeah, I'm not, I mean, we've all heard the testimony, so whether he remembers it or not at this point's not really the issue. Can you just ask the questions you intend to
Sure,
be
Your Honor.
asking?
Thank you. Mr. Sledge, why did you remember who all was in the room when the video was shot, when Mr. Steele asked you the question?
I just told you when you asked me, I didn't remember. But when I left that day and I thought about the video, and then I realized everybody's voice who was in the video.
Okay. And what about the time or the date that the video was shot? What did you remember that too after you left?
He showed me the date of the video he had, and then I remember it was a repost, different date. I don't remember the date of the repost, but I knew where he cross-examined me on, I knew the answer to that question.
And do you remember me asking you about what what you understood Defendant Williams to be talking about when he said they lie to their mama, they lie to their sister and all that stuff? Do you remember me asking about that?
No, I don't remember you asking me that.
At any point, having heard the video again today, did you hear anybody reference lying in the courtroom on that video?
Yes.
You heard somebody say something about lying in the courtroom?
Oh, no. You said lying in the courtroom?
Uh-huh.
I don't even know if I just heard that, Ms. Love, to be honest with you, but I think I did. I'm not mistaken. If you got anything, just show it to me.
Your Honor, state request permission to play again states 447 Yankee.
That's
The video itself.
Okay. All right.
And so even hearing it just now, you didn't remember, right?
No, if you show me again, like that part.
Okay, don't worry about the earphones. We're gonna put it up on the big screen.
Playing the video again.
Look up.
So nigga, a lot of their mama, a lot of their kids, a lot of their brothers and sisters, they ain't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth.
Fuck, nigga.
Don't get it. Y'all nigga need to get fucking killed, bro.
You snitching bitches.
From me and YSL.
I don't hear it say lying in the courtroom though.
All right. So when you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele if that video talked about lying in the courtroom, and you said, yeah, was that a mistake?
Yeah, that was a mistake because
Okay.
I didn't say lie in the, it didn't say lie in the courtroom. The voice didn't say lie in the courtroom.
Okay. What did you understand it to be saying?
What he said or what in the video it said.
The video.
It's I'm allowing God.
And when Thug is talking, what is he talking about doing in the courtroom? Telling the God's honest truth?
Yes.
All right. And after Mr. Williams says, and you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth, you need to get killed, bro. That's from me as YSL. Since you realize now that that is your voice, would you tell the jury why you say snitch and bitch?
Because snitch is a liar to me.
Okay. Did you just not say that he said you get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth?
Well, I'm in the courtroom telling the God honest truth. So whatever he said, what he said.
Okay. So when he's talking about telling the God's honest truth in the courtroom, why do you follow that up with snitch and bitch?
I just said something. There wasn't no reason of following it up.
Do you consider a person who does get in the courtroom and tell God's honest truth on their friends snitching bitches?
No.
You were also asked on cross-examination by Mr. Steele about a meeting that you had with Lieutenant Lansco, your lawyer, and me out in Fayette County.
Yeah.
Call that?
Yes.
Did you let Mr. Steele know before we met that we were actually going to have the meeting?
Did I let Mr. Steele know?
Yep.
No, I hadn't talked to Mr. Steele before that.
All right. Did you let anyone at his office know that we were going to have that meeting?
No.
And afterwards, did you let him know that we had just had it?
Could you be more direct? What you trying to say?
Only what I'm asking.
You said, did I do what?
Did you let Mr. Steele know that we had just had that meeting?
When? After we had the meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Did you ever let me know that you had that Zoom call with Mr. Steele?
No, I ain't. Because my lawyer put the Zoom call together. I didn't put it together.
Try that powder.
Mr. Steele didn't call my phone himself and say, Mr. Sledge, what's going on? No.
Okay.
My attorney was on the Zoom call.
Okay. And on the Zoom call, or rather last week, Mr. Steele asked you very pointedly, if you recall, do you remember Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love, or did you tell Miss Love that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I said that to you and Mr. Steele.
Do you recall Mr. Steele
Asking me that?
you
Yes, yes.
Do you recall Mr. Steele asking you, did Miss Love tell you, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
I wouldn't say it was said like that.
Hold on a minute. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes, yes.
And do you recall telling him, yes, Miss Love told me, do not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged me to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't say it at the meeting June 9th. You didn't say it that way. But when I brought it to your attention that Mr. Williams told me to take me and Kenneth Copeland to the police station, your exact words to me, I don't want you to say that, and I will not be asking you that question.
So, at what point Did I tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
You didn't use the word jury, but that's the way I took it because from my understanding of this process that I would be speaking to the jury to try to prove the facts to the jury, and I just thought I should come in and tell my truth.
When your lawyer and you, Lieutenant Lancico, and I sat outside that coffee shop, were you in any kind of handcuffs?
No,
Did you come on your own?
I came willingly with my lawyer.
Did you leave on your own with your lawyer?
Yes.
All right. And did anybody try to read you any kind of rights or anything like that?
No, you know that. Or I would have been in
But the
jail.
jury doesn't know that, okay?
Right.
So did you feel free to say whatever you wanted to say?
I just told you, I said what I said, free, yeah.
All right.
I was free to say what I wanted to say.
Okay.
That is not good, guys. Here's what just happened. Remember on Friday, Attorney Steele had bought this out, and it was kind of surprising because, you know, you're not supposed to do that with witnesses. You're not supposed to say, hey, please don't talk about this, or, you know, certain topics are are not on the table. Remember, Brian bought this out of Mounk Tounk last week, right? And Miss Love kept saying she doesn't remember what she said. She does not remember exactly how something was worded. I think she said herself that she never said this, right? Mounk Tounk just said that she did. So it's a little bit contradictory, but let's see what happens next.
So during that conversation, were you encouraged to come into the courtroom and simply tell the truth?
Yes.
Were you encouraged to simply tell the truth by me?
You said it out your mouth that you wanted me to come here and tell the truth, but you said it out your
Were
mouth.
you encouraged to tell the truth in front of Lieutenant Lancico and me by your attorney?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, did your attorney tell you to act as if any question the state asks you, they already know the answer? So don't try to finagle anything. Tell them the truth.
I don't recall him saying that into me.
I hate to use this, I'm not being blasphemous, but did your attorney tell you to pretend like the state is God and they know everything?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay,
I know that. You heard me.
all right. Do you,
Come
do
on.
you remember me asking you
You're
about the
going too
video?
far again.
Do you remember me asking you about the video and you're denying being in a video where you
But-
say you lie to your kids?
I never denied the video. I said you don't see me in the video. They're my exact words. to
Right.
you. That ain't denying the video.
Okay. And do you remember after that I said, I've seen a video with you in it?
You said you seen the video with me, and I said you didn't see no video with me in it.
And do you remember me saying, yes, I have?
But
And you kind of smiled.
at the time, you were referring to video that Mr. William posted, not the video that I posted. Because if you would have said the video that you posted, Mr. Sledge, I would have said, yeah, that's me in that video.
Mr. Sledge, did I make reference to whose video it was? Or did I just ask you about
I
the
think
video?
you made, to me, I thought you, when you brought up the video with Jeffrey in it at first, then you brought up another one. You brought the video up of Jeffrey. Because I told you that wasn't me. And I said, you didn't see me in no video.
Okay, no problem. Now, on direct examination, do you remember as you sit here today, me asking you whether Mr. Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station?
In this courtroom?
In this courtroom.
Yeah, you asked me the question. I figured you asked me the question because my lawyer called me and asked me, what did you, Ms. Love, say to you and at me? So then when you told me at the me, you wasn't going to ask me the question, but then you get in the courtroom and ask me the question.
So,
That's what happened.
okay. So was it that I said I'm not going to ask you that, or did I tell you not to tell the jury that?
You said how I took it when I
How you took it? I just
Okay.
need to know my words. John,
It's non-responsive. Ask your next question.
my words only. Did I ever tell you not to tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station? Did I ever tell you that?
You just said you didn't want me to say that.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony that I said, I don't want you to say that, or I'm not going to ask you that?
Both of them.
Overruled. We don't really have a clear answer.
And it's your testimony that your lawyer and Lieutenant Lansico were still right there when I said these words that you heard?
Yes, so I wouldn't have said it.
All right. And based on what you just testified to the jury, you gleaned from that I didn't want you to tell the jury.
I never used the word tell the jury. I just said exactly what you said to me. I say, Miss Love told me that she didn't want me to say that, and she wasn't gonna ask me that question.
Okay, so then your memory is not, you don't remember telling Mr. Steele. You do not remember asking Mr. Steele saying, did Miss Love tell you do not tell the jury?
If he said jury, I forgot. I made a mistake, and I should have corrected Mr. Steele if he said jury. But I'm telling you what you said to me in the meeting. I ain't saying you said don't tell it to the jury. But that's the way I took it too, cause that's who I'm supposed to be talking to, right? Telling the truth to, right?
Right.
Okay, so in my way, not the lawful way, that's the way I took it. Cause if somebody tell me, oh, I don't want you to tell my girlfriend this, I'm gonna take it this. You feel what I'm saying? You don't want me to tell the truth.
Okay. So, all right. We'll go on. So were you surprised when I asked you, did he encourage you to take Kenneth Copeland to the police station if you thought I didn't want you to tell the jury? I'm exploring what he said his understanding was.
Overruled.
So were you? When I asked you that question, were you surprised given that you thought I didn't want you to talk about it?
I don't know. I can't recall. I don't know.
All right. Now, on cross-examination, did you tell Mr. Shart that you didn't feel like you could go to trial, or you didn't have the ability to go to trial? And
That's how I couldn't afford to go to trial.
okay.
That's the question he asked me. He didn't say the ability. He said afford.
All right. And that's the reason that you answered yes to all the questions that you answered yes to on State's Exhibit 444 Yankee and 1AS?
I don't recall.
Having had time to think about it now, do you remember and realize that your sentencing acknowledgments placed you in peril of probation revocation if you testified inconsistently with something you said was true during your plea agreement?
I don't think I testified nothing that wasn't true today, if I recall.
Do you remember testifying on last week when I asked you specifically about portions of what you agreed to? And for you to tell me if any part of it you're now testifying is false, to label it false, and if any part of it, if it's all true, to tell me it's true. Do you remember me having that conversation with you?
I remember the conversation, but you had put so much on, I don't even recall what went on.
Do you remember me putting in front of you State's Exhibit 447Y? And
Yes. You'd like a new question? Oh, okay. Right. Whether he remembers it or not is not really the relevant matter.
Oh, God.
All right. Did you testify that
I never seen
number?
that. Not
I'll
highlighted.
give you the number.
All right.
Did you testify that number? I took it already. I put it back. This is it at 1AS. Here it is. Okay. The second part. Did you testify that, looking at this, at State's Exhibit 1AS, did you testify that number 3 under defendant's factual acknowledgments is not entirely true?
No, I didn't say it was not entirely true. I think I remember I said the part of the support of YSL, and you put Care as a rival gang member. I told you I didn't even know he was that gang at the time. And if I made a mistake anywhere else, I made a mistake.
All right. Do you remember me putting, now I have to ask, do you remember, Your Honor? Do you remember me putting State's Exhibit 444Y in front of you?
I remember you putting all these papers in front of me, but I don't like.
Do you remember me asking you to go over each number, and if one of it is true or one of it?
Oh, go ahead.
Do you remember me asking you that if all of the statement is true, to tell me and label it true, but that if any of it is not true, to call it false? Do you remember that?
I don't recall that, Ms. Love. Like I told you, you've been confusing me for so many days. You've been confusing me since I've been on this stand. So I don't know, like now, you jump from one thing to another thing. My brain don't move as fast as probably yours. I might don't learn as quick as you do. So I don't remember all this stuff. You putting all these papers in front of me ain't gonna make me remember.
Okay. All right.
So whatever you trying to get to.
All right. We're just getting to the questions. So we'll take it slow.
I don't remember.
All right. 1AS, that is the document you signed, right?
Yeah.
All right. On 1AS,
I don't want us to go over the
Right.
whole direct examination.
I'm not.
This is supposed to be redirect.
I'm not, Your Honor. I'm specifically asking questions that are related to what the witness responded to on cross. So on cross-examination, the witness was asked whether he was allowed to craft this, whether they were his words, whether he understood them, whether he felt compelled to.
I recall.
And so what I'm asking now, and he was also asked on cross, whether he felt between a rock and a hard place.
I already answered that question.
So what is it that you
And-
want to ask him?
I believe that he testified on cross that one part was feeling between the state and the other was Fulton County Jail or going back to jail. So I'm asking him about his sentencing acknowledgments and what he has stated or agreed to within the sentencing acknowledgments and how that squares with his rock and hard place on December 28, 2022.
Okay, then ask him that, how those acknowledgements square with his rock and a hard place.
I don't think that's going to get a quick answer, but I'll ask. Okay, so Mr. Sledge, how do your sentencing acknowledgements square with, do you understand that you
now you
said,
thinking this stuff funny.
no, sir, I don't. Mm-mm.
You do.
Do you understand?
Because I know your question ain't funny.
It is not.
So what you laughing for?
Mr. Sledge, do you recall
Your Honor,
stating in your sentencing acknowledgements?
I don't recall.
Okay. Well, you have the paper in front of you. Would you please look at it to refresh your memory?
It still don't refresh my memory.
Your Honor, the state tender states Exhibit 1AS as evidence of a prior past recollection recorded. Yes, it was, and it was agreed to.
I object as well, Your Honor. This is not past recollection recorded,
It
and
is.
past recollection recorded does not come into evidence. I have to get you the code section.
You're right, it doesn't. He read it into the record.
That's exactly right.
We already read it into the record though, and not we, but you already read it into the record once.
Your Honor, I'm asking, all right, fine. Mr. Sledge, do you understand that you agreed that if
She's getting really frustrated, and now there's a little bit of unprofessionalism in the courtroom right now. So, it's never okay if you start to lose your cool to start acting this way. So just wanted to point that out very quickly. But let's go back, because this is bad. This does not look good at all.
you fail or refuse to testify to any fact that you acknowledged in this plea agreement, that such failure or refusal nullified any promise by the DA to null pros count 30 of the indictment.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. And we've already established that he adopted all of those things.
So understanding that as of last week, you understood the sentencing acknowledgments, it did not place you in what you called between a rock and a hard place with Mr. Sharp, as far as coming in here and testifying to something different than what you put in the factual acknowledgments.
I came, from my understanding, I would be able to explain the things that you wouldn't change.
Mhm.
That was from my understanding.
Okay.
So now I'm in here testifying my truth and not what you put on paper and your answer. These is not my answers on this paperwork. Yeah, I did sign it, but if you would have came to me personally, like I think you should have did, and asked me this yourself, I would have told you no.
Did you
Oh,
did you testify that lay low were my
Let's go back a second, because Mounk Tounk is being honest with her. He's just like, hey, if you asked me properly, I would have told you that the information here is incorrect. And then he dropped the paperwork and she just started fidgeting a little bit more. Let's go back about 10 seconds so y'all could see that. That is an epic moment for the day. Let's keep going.
From my understanding, I would be able to explain the things that you wouldn't change.
Mhm.
That was from my understanding.
Okay.
So now I'm in here testifying my truth and not what you put on paper and your answer. These is not my answers on this paperwork. Yeah, I did sign it, but if you would have came to me personally, like I think you should have did, and asked me this yourself, I would have told you no.
did
Epic. Shout out to Mounk Tounk. He's starting to get her frustrated.
did you testify that lay low were my words and not yours when I asked you on direct examination about defendant Williams giving YSL members money to lay low after the murder of Donovan Thomas?
When you asked me at that meeting, I told you he couldn't have gave YSL money to lay low because I'm the only one that stayed in Atlanta. I
No.
told you he gave me money to get out of harm's way. I borrowed $300.
I'm talking about in court last week. Do you remember saying, I didn't say lay low. Those were your
Them
words.
is your word. I didn't say lay low.
Do
That
you
was
remember?
already on this paper. I never used the word lay low to you not one time. All this stuff that you trying to say, it was already on the paper. You changed certain things and then we agreed. And then I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even want to say that. I got another paper that's saying you changed number 8. It went from one thing to another thing. You don't want to red flag that.
No, I do. actually.
Okay.
So thank you.
Because you changed the personal knowledge and I ain't changed it.
Thank you for that.
I would have never said yes to that. When I got to the last paperwork, I thought we had an understanding of what the emails my lawyer sent you.
So do you now remember getting multiple versions of states 444Y that was changed at your request?
Not all of it.
Okay. Well, let's just show you. And you tell me which ones you remember.
Sure, they gonna make me remember numbers. So
Okay.
I ain't gonna remember none.
So do you remember asking the state to change more than one thing on the factual acknowledgement?
A lot of things.
Do you remember the state making changes at your request?
I don't really know because I seen something different today that it wasn't what I thought it was the day I agreed.
Do you remember last week testifying that you hadn't seen any other document besides the one you signed?
I just seen them today.
Okay.
I didn't see it. My lawyer was just coming, asking me, and I guess he thought the question was gonna be changed, and I don't know. I don't think they was changed.
Okay. Well, we'll get to that. Since you won't remember, that's fine.
Scrambling and screaming.
When you were asked by Mr. Sharp about April 28th, 2015, Jeffrey Williams, he only asked you whether Jeffrey Williams was with you in addition to you and Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. Is that right? Is my memory correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you feel on December 28th, 2022, as able as you have felt in this courtroom this week and last week to tell the judge when you needed to do something like talk to your attorney? Did you feel as free to talk to your attorney or ask for requests to speak to your attorney then?
I don't recall.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
This is not good.
Is there any portion of what the jury saw in your December 28, 2022 testimony where you halted the proceedings? Or what wasn't seen? Did you ever halt the proceedings on December 28, 2022 to ask to speak to your attorney?
I don't even know the words you just used.
Did you ever stop and say, Judge, can I talk to my lawyer like you have today and last week?
Like I told you earlier, I ain't sitting over there. I'm sitting up here supposed to be telling my truth. And it's like you're not accepting my truth. I wasn't sitting over there in County Blues. I was sitting over there in County Blues. I'm in the free world. So it's like, I couldn't stop to say that over there.
Why couldn't you?
Because I don't understand that. But once I got up there, I thought I could. Because you told me that. You said, anything you don't understand, you didn't tell me that December the 28th, right?
Did your lawyer?
No. My lawyer didn't tell me to stop neither.
So sitting next to your lawyer, did you ask him questions? Not talking about what they were, but did you ask him questions at the table?
I would ask the witness to be allowed to answer the questions.
Thank you, Doug.
Judge, I'm not asking him what was said. I'm asking him.
The province of the what? Oh, no, that doesn't. Overruled.
Sitting at the table next to the lawyer you had known for 15 years, were you able to ask him questions?
I probably could have, but I didn't.
And in the back, when you were with the lawyer you've known for 15 years, did you ask him questions?
Yeah, I told him.
Well, if he wants to share it, it's his to share.
I don't want to. I don't want to share it. Okay, I don't want.
Specific about what you and your.
I don't want to share it.
And I'm not asking you what. I'm
I
asking
don't
you,
want.
did you?
She just said I had to share it.
She said you didn't have to share the content. I'm asking
Well, I
you.
don't want to share it. I don't recall.
I'm asking you, did you ask?
I don't
lawyer.
recall. I don't recall. Here you go.
Are you saying that now because you're just frustrated?
Here you go again. Here you go again. Here you go again. Exactly.
Okay, I disagree. The question was, were you able to ask him questions in the back? And frankly, he answered it before he didn't recall. So
Thank you, Judge. All right.
And that was Mounk Tounk's lawyer that just said something. And it is protected attorney-client privilege information. So Mounk Tounk is right. He doesn't have to answer that question. Or he chose not to share it. Notice that he looks at the judge for help. Whitaker needs to be faster and on top of this stuff.
When you left court last week, did you wipe your nose at the jury?
What you mean?
Just that. Did you wipe your nose at the jury?
Yeah, when you asked me to do it.
I mean, when you got off the stand.
No.
Okay.
Well, I wipe my nose at the chair.
All right.
See, she going too far.
until there's an objection, they just ask questions. But all these are capable lawyers, as is your lawyer. So
Yeah, but she,
I'll just call the balls and strikes.
you silly.
All right.
I swear you is.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
She's silly.
I think she's almost done.
Yeah, I hope so. Before I go back left.
Oh
I
no.
don't mind going left.
Oh no. You cannot make this shit up. This trial is crazy.
What do you mean you say? Go back left.
Arguing back and forth with you.
Okay.
You just being petty now.
All right. You felt differently on December 28th, 2022.
You would have changed everything I want you to change. I probably wouldn't be going through it. You probably wouldn't have gave me the deal. If you'd have came and asked me. Oh man, I'm sick of her, man.
I don't want to make you sick.
Well,
Okay?
let me
Who
take
are you
a
talking
break.
to right now?
Can I take a break?
Hang on just a second. Are you almost done? Because
I'm wrapping
there's
up.
some people who need a restroom break.
Could we
Yes.
just give them that break,
I
Your
need
Honor, and
one
I'll
back.
make sure that I'm on.
Give them
I'm
that,
wrapping up.
yes, let's take a break right now.
Yo. Oh my word. Did you see her? She was about to lose it. She was just like, who are you talking to right now? Wow. She has definitely lost him. Let me just speed up a little bit. Okay, they're on their break. Oh my God, guys. This is so crazy. I've never seen a trial like this. I've never seen a prosecutor lose a witness like this. Never. Like it, you cannot make it up. Not only did she lose him, she about to get in the mud with him. He's like, let's go left. I'm about to bat left. Because the judge is like, I just called the balls and the strikes. But here's the thing, the defense team is letting her crash out. Do you notice that nobody's objecting to that? Crazy, guys. I mean, I was telling you, you cannot make this up. It's so funny. Like Thugger Daily, I just saw something he posted. He said this is probably one of the worst days that Love's ever had. It's crazy, guys. I don't even remember where we left off. We're going to read a few of these super chats while this debauchery is taking place. They're taking a quick bathroom break. And I think that the judge saw Love getting hot and was just like, nope. People need to take a break. Go take that break. Because that was about to be an argument, like a full-blown argument. And I worry, I mean, Mounk Tounk is giving it to her. But at the same time, I hope she does not. I mean, she could take his plea deal away. She could. He could be going back to jail. This is crazy. This is crazy. Somebody said they were about to take a nap and then she let loose. So look at this. We did a poll an hour ago, right? An hour ago when they came back from lunch. We were asking if she was going to be able to keep it together and continue being, nice to him. Because she did have a different tone when she came back to lunch or from lunch. She had a different tone. It was very noticeable. But then, the poll, you guys, 5,000 of y'all voted. Half of this audience voted. And I asked you, do you think she can keep this nice act up? 5% of you said yes. 86% of you said, hell nah, AV. And 8% said maybe. So we're going to end that poll. The hell no's have it. Y'all were absolutely right. You were. It's crazy. It's crazy to watch, but we'll see how the end of the day shapes up. She is supposedly, allegedly, almost done with Mounk Tounk as well. And none of the defense attorneys, they might have an opportunity to say something again, but this is just not a good look for Love at all. It really isn't. So, I mean, we're watching it all unfold. The world is watching. So it's crazy. It's crazy to watch. But shout out to Identity with the €2 and says perhaps Hilton used those earbuds, hence the baby. Interesting. Thank you so much, Identity. Shout out to Anthony who says our courts exhibits downloadable for viewing. You have to know where to find them. The Fulton County system, I try to get into on their website all the time. And for some reason, you can't check out when it comes to documents. But as far as exhibits, because they're exhibits, they're keeping them. Some of them have been publicly released. Like, for example, the one I showed you guys earlier. If y'all want to check that out during the next break, we can do that. But it just kind of outlines and I think they used it for opening argument. It outlines all these crimes. It tells the story, paints the picture, all of that stuff. So thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Little Hyde with the 2. Little Hyde says she's trying to put on a show for the jury. Well, Little Hyde, it seems that it's not working very well. So we'll see what happens and what the rest of the afternoon holds for us. It's going to be interesting, but this is not good at all. It is a dumpster fire, to say the very least. Shout out to Howell, who gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Howell. Thank you for helping us grow the community. Shout out to Jeanette with the 10. Jeanette says, forgive me. Whitaker is calling attorneys to the bench because she doesn't want people to hear she is Glanville's footstool, who is going to lay down next and rest their feet on some belly. Oh my gosh. The shenanigans. Jeanette is hardcore. Thank you again, Jeanette. Shout out to ABC123 with the 2 says, can we rewind? Oh no, put that on the shirt. Oh yeah, this is when she said that to Mounk Tounk. She's like, can we reset? Can we rewind? He said, no. I should put that on the shirt, right? Shout out to Sammy with the 5. Sammy says she also just proved she records their conversation outside of jail. I didn't even pick up on that. That's a good observation, Sammy. Yeah, because here's the thing. And this is where she started to get hot. Now she's getting some of the last things that the jury's going to hear, right? With this particular witness. So she wants to clean up that whole coaching piece, that Starbucks conversation, right? And Mounk Tounk, that's when he started going rogue. You know, he is tired. You know, she's asking the same questions in different forms, but she wanted to clear that whole thing up, right? And Brian Steele asked about it last week. Didn't work. So that was a big fail. And then with this, now we're going through the plea deal, and Mounk Tounk is like, hey, listen, some of this looks different. And, you know, if you had just bought the document and made the changes that I asked you to make, then we wouldn't be having all of this difficulty, right? That's where she started to lose it, because she didn't expect him to say that. She didn't expect the combativeness. And now she's starting to get frustrated because she's like, who do you think you're talking to? It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy. So thank you so much, Mixed Chick Sammy. Shout out to Natalia with the 2. Natalia says she's back hollering. I mean, somebody had me dying earlier where y'all were like, instead of scrambling and scraping, it was screaming and scrambling and screaming. That's what it was. It was hilarious. Thank you so much, Natalia. Shout out to Anthony with another 2, says, love Mounk Tounk. I did not love Mounk. I did not tell you that. Yeah, she was. Notice that that's in caps. That is completely appropriate, Anthony, because that's how it sounds. Thank you so much. Shout out to Kelly Kell with the 2, says Atkins is frozen. If I don't move, will I disappear? He is. That's a weird place to be in, because Atkins probably reports to her. Like, this is probably his boss, but, you know, it's his colleague as well. Notice that he hasn't been, you know, usually he's supporting her by writing things down, looking up case law, stuff like that. You have not seen this man move at all. He's like Wizard of Oz, like the Tin Man. He's like the Tin Man, just frozen in time over there. So, I mean, that's got to be a tough job, you know. But thank you so much, Kelly Cal. Shout out to me with the $2. Mimi says, come through, Mounk Tounk. He ain't stupid. Yeah, I mean, afternoon is really heating up right now, and they should be back from this bathroom break any minute now. So we'll see what happens. So thank you so much, Mimi. Shout out to Frank with the 5. Frank says, Miss Love Cake's got a lot of lumps in it. Girl, that's dough. That dough is not done. You're too funny, Frank. Thank you. Shout out to Sub with the 5. Sub says, nice act. Nice act. It's over soon, as she asked about the meeting. That's right. Because I think that she was going in to protect, you know, kind of protect herself in a sense. Simone did this last week as well when Woody's testimony was wrapping up. So it's pretty crazy. We'll see if, I wonder if they're going to rescind Mounk Tounk's plea deal. I'm going to poll you guys on that next once they come back. Shout out to Sick Day Cooking Again with the 5, who says this is Love's fault. She refused to move on, and now she made a mess for herself. Now she's threatening him out of butthurtedness. Yeah, straight up. I think, yeah, you guys are right. She kind of dug this hole for herself, and now it's kind of hard to get out of it. You know, and then remember, when you have to keep your cool. So much about being a trial lawyer, and especially someone that's seasoned like her, so much about this is remaining calm in situations. It's hard. Tensions run high. But like, look, we just talked about this on Friday. The judge was just talking about professionalism and decorum and things like that between her and Brian. Now she's going at it with her own witness. It's crazy. It's insane. But it's like, it's a train wreck and you can't look away. Like, we're just watching it. We're just like, geez. We're all at home watching this. Like, what the heck? Craziness. But thank you so much, Sick Day. Shout out to Kissin' Pink with the 5. Kissin' says, someone gifted me a membership. I don't know who it was, but I love and appreciate you. Thank you so much, Kissin' Pink. And thank you guys, whoever gifted this membership. This is Kissin' Pink saying thank you. Shout out to D the Bull with the 5. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you so much, D. Shout out to Aaron with the 10. Aaron says, I'm not a lawyer, but I think she's doing good. She's trying her best to portray that he is working for the defense and he isn't letting her get that off. Okay, Aaron, I like that. I like that standpoint as well. On the contrarian view. Really, really cool. Thank you, Aaron. Shout out to Anthony with the 2. Anthony says, another hostile witness, 2 so far. I think there's been far more than that, Anthony. Like Lead and I first, we covered this case when it first came out. We didn't think you guys were interested because the viewership was really low. But then when Woody took the stand, we got back on to the case. But that means for about 5 months, there have been witnesses and almost 124 days of trial. This is not the first time that the trial has gone off the rails with these witnesses. This is not the first time that there hasn't been shouting matches in the courtroom. This is not the first time. I think my team put out a video probably like 3-4 weeks ago now. I think it was the best of Brian Steele. We did a mashup of every clip of Brian Steele, and there have been arguments between Brian Steele and Love repeatedly. Don't believe me, just watch. So, and actually, you know what? When I chop this up for you guys later, Replay Squad, I'm going to include a card above to that video. Go check it out. The proof is in the pudding. They fight all the time. It is relentless. And this courtroom is like the Coliseum. Didn't the judge say that on Friday? I think she called it the Coliseum. Crazy. Thank you so much, Anthony. Shout out to Orlando with the 10. Orlando says, this is what it looks like when the stock market starts to crash. Yeah, I get that. Thank you so much, Orlando. Shout out to Bison Bill with the 5. Bison says, there are college room practice cross-examinations done better than this. LOL. He got that confidence now. Yeah. Remember, we were talking about this last week. Little Woody went to, I think it was Thurgood Marshall Law School in the Atlanta area to speak to some students, and they might have been able to practice cross-examination with Little Woody. But that's the thing. So much about trial, so much about what happens in trial is understanding a lot of things. Lee and I always talk about this book, Cross-Examination, Science and Techniques. We always talk about this book. It's a $400 book, but it really talks a lot about the human behavior that goes into trials as well, right? And they prepare you for situations like this. Sometimes you will have witnesses that will go off the rails, but keeping your cool is so important. It's hard to do, especially if you're doing this every single day. And again, this trial is nationally televised. But she may not be thinking about that. Like, there's cameras in the courtroom, but there's in reality not a lot of people in the courtroom. You have the defendants, their attorneys. You have a very small gallery where people can watch, and you have the jury as well. So sometimes you're just thinking about what's happening in the moment. But I've never seen her at least almost kind of come at a witness in a sense. It's not a good look at all. Thank you, Bison Bill. Shout out to Mrs. Hemp with the $5. Says, can we go over the point of redirect? How can hers be longer than cross? Well, this happened with Simone last week. The point of redirect, and I've mentioned this a few times, is to clean up some things that could have been damaging to your side of it and redirect it, right? So what you're trying to do is just clean things up a bit. Now, I don't know if she's effective at that. I mean, she's asked some of the questions she's asking them correctly. So, she's trying to point out his contradictions, things like that. She should be asking those type of questions. She should, right? But what's happening is she didn't expect for Mounk Tounk, I think, to get this tired. And we've been noticing this, guys. Have you noticed that these witnesses, after days of being on the stand, in the afternoon hours, they start to get exhausted, right? So we're seeing this, we're seeing these witnesses get tired, and especially the ones that are almost forced to be there. It's difficult, you know? And we saw Mounk Tounk start to snap around 11 a.m. It's almost 3 right now. But allegedly, she is almost done with him. So we'll see what happens. Thank you so much, Miss Hemp. And guys, they are on a bathroom break. They should be back momentarily. As soon as they come back to the courtroom, I will minimize and we'll see what happens next. Shout out to Lauren with the 2. Lauren says, love gonna F around and find out with Mounk Tounk. I think she is. But she gave it right back to him. She said, who do you think you're talking to? And that's the thing. Like, that's why I'm like, careful, Mounk. You don't know if she's going to pull this plea deal, you know? So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But thank you, Lauren. Shout out to Devontae with the 20. Devontae says today, specifically today, in this trial should be remembered as the direct definition of hustling backwards. That was a good one, Devontae. It really was. I mean, she dug a hole, and I think that she was surprised and got stuck in the hole. And now she has to try to get out of the hole. It's a lot of work to do. Let's see how she does for the rest of the afternoon. Shout out to Candy with the 20. She says, congrats on the 50K, sis. Thank you so much. This is so juicy here today. He is holding it down, putting love in her place. Yeah, I mean, because like I said, it's just general respect. And when she started yelling earlier, that was so unnecessary.
Mr. Sledge back.
Oh, it looks like we are back, guys. Thank you, Candy.
Okay.
All right, waiting for the jury to come in. Shout out to Fresh Money with the 2, says, where is Hilton? Not sure. But she did not come back after lunch. Shout out to Lauren with another 5. Lauren says, Mounk Tounk said, 9 o'clock that tea. Shout out to the Haven with a 2. Haven says, Miss Love, sit your ass down right now. Thank you, the Haven. Shout out to Sharon with the 2. Sharon says he might as well get ready to do those 35 years. Yeah, it's a little risky. Shout out to Maduke with the 2. Maduke says he is walking her without a leash. It was bad, y'all.
Said Miss Love, I see this email, and Miss Persfield's, she's not with us, but she's back in the office, so you can add her back to the emails when you're sending stuff. No, don't worry about it. I can do that.
Shout out to Penny G with the 5. Says Mounk is spanking love, and I'm loving it. Y'all are entertained.
Y'all know where Mr. Wright is?
Oh, Monk's lawyer is missing.
Okay.
Shout out to King Hawk with the 2. He says, that's the next shirt, AV, before I go back left. Thanks again, King Hawk. Shout out to D the Bull with the 2. No comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you, sis. Hopefully they find his lawyer. Huge shout out to the Sophisticated Black Strong channel with the 2. Says she had used that deal to manipulate this man. Shout out to Unrelenting with the 2. Says he is thinking, might as well get my 35 years worth. Seriously. Shout out to E.T. the man Williams with the 2. Says this is very important. This is her witness. Right. Really is. Shout out to Heavenly Heartbeat. Welcome to the squad. You have become a member. Welcome, welcome to the community. Shout out to the Bowtied Bandit with a 5. Bowtied says, giving defense ammo
That's
to
in
prove.
place until we get Mr. Wright back. I think our Sergeant Ingram just went to retrieve him.
Okay, now they can't find Mounk Tounk's lawyer. Anywho, the Bowtied says, giving defense ammo to prove coercion on recross. If she tries to take the plea deal away, his lawyer can argue suborning perjury. That's a good point. That's a really good point. So they're recessing in place right now until they find, so they're not leaving the courtroom. They're just waiting for Mounk Tounk's lawyer. Shout out to the mixed chick. Sammy with 10 says, when the state's witness is talking shit about the ADA to the judge, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, how many times did he look at the judge and was like, she's out of line right now. This is too much. It's interesting because I wonder if Mounk Tounk and his lawyer are having a conversation right now. And that's why they can't find them. Shout out to Devontae with the 10 says, AV, you need to make your face during Who Are You Talking To the thumbnail for some clips. Listen, my editor is going to love today's footage. He is going to love it. Seriously, I could not believe that she said that. That was crazy. Thank you, Devontae. Shout out to She Loves Fantasy with the 2. T-shirt should say, I don't mind going left. Y'all like that one. We got to do a poll on the shirts. We need a Mounk Tounk shirt before the end of this day. For sure. I don't mind going left. It's between that and you're making my brain hurt. It's a lot. There's so many ideas. Thank you, Fantasy. Shout out to Andrew with the 2. Andrew says, odds, Steel Shark lose it before the end of this trial. I mean, those are some high odds. I mean, we've seen Brian have some shouting matches. Brian has lost his patience. Friday was a tough one for him. Like, I felt bad watching that. She's objecting every 5 seconds. It was crazy. But thank you so much, Andrew. Shout out to Caleb with the 10. Caleb says the jury can see how she's acting with these defendants. Her trying to humiliate them is making her look wild crazy. Really is. Thank you so much, Caleb. Totally agree. Shout out to Bam, who became a member. Welcome to the community, Bam. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Wylet, who gifted a membership. Thank you, Wylet. And if you received that membership, please say thank you to her. Very, very sweet of her to do. Thank you, Wylet. She also drops a $2 super here and says, Thug gonna use the squeak in his next mixtape. Imagine his music after all this. He's got so much material to work with. Thank you so much, Wylet. And just a reminder, guys, we're waiting for court to come back in session. It's a recess in place right now. They're just looking for Mounk Tounk's lawyer, and the debauchery will continue. Shout out to Anthony, who became a member. Welcome, Anthony. You're gonna like it here. Shout out to Michael with the 2. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you, Michael. Shout out to Mimi back again with the 2. Says, ordered my What You Mean hat. Follow you on lead 2. Thank you so much, sis. Yeah, guys. That's why I'm asking about these shirts. We have a trial watch merch store. So we have the What You Mean. We have I Did These Crimes. I just ordered a YSL Luna, her pet bandana. So we put those up. You know, there's a few of you guys where you've just been super, super supportive. So there's like 2 or 3 of y'all that I need to send some stuff to on the house, of course. But I appreciate you guys looking into the trial watch merch as well and helping us come up with the ideas. Like, you know, this really is your community. So whatever shirts y'all have, whatever ideas you want to see, you know, this is stuff that we make for you. So thank you so much for all the support.
That's all right. We have you back here.
Okay, we found his lawyer. Back to the debauchery, y'all. All right, Mounk. See what happens.
What are we looking at? Wonder what happened to it. Oh, you know.
While we wait for the jury, shout out to Darth with a 5. Darth says she was going to revoke the deal anyway. That's why she keeps bringing it up. She keeps holding it over his head. Proof it was signed under duress. It's a really good point, Darth. Thank you. Shout out to Patrick, who gifted 5 memberships. Patrick, very nice of you. Thank you, Pat. Hope you guys said thank you to Patrick when he distributed these. Wylet back again with the 2. She says, also, I love that you pronounce my name right. Yes, I got it right. Yes. Thank you, Wylet. Shout out to Jasmina with the 2. She says, love treats him like they're disposable. She does. She treats all the witnesses like that. These are people's lives. Mounk Tounk got 8 kids at home. 8. I wonder if he's working. Because every day he's testifying, he can't be at work. Or if he's in these streets. All right, jury's
Thank
back,
you.
guys. Let's go back in.
Go ahead, Ms. Lloyd.
I believe that to everyone's delight, that's all that I have for Mr. Sledge right now.
All right,
Wow.
thank you. Is there any recross?
She's
from any
done.
of the attorneys?
Not on the behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Okay. All right.
I want to apologize to Ms. Lord, the courtroom, and the jury for getting upset.
All right. Appreciate that.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. Sledge not be released, but be
Okay.
excused temporarily.
Okay, you are excused. You're still under subpoena, so there's a possibility that you might get called again at some point. If so, somebody will let you know through Mr. Wright.
Okay,
But
thank
you
you.
are free to go.
Thank you.
He about to run out that courtroom.
All right. Ms. Love, call your next witness.
All right, y'all, we're about to get another witness, but let's give it up for Mounk Tounk. He's all done testifying, but wow, I mean, did they prove anything with his testimony? And look at how it ended. So there's nobody else gonna say anything. That was a way that ended. So if she's done with him, the world is just gonna remember that part right there. Crazy. I mean, he apologized. You know, he apologized for getting upset, but did she? Let's see who the state is going to bring up next as their witness.
Your Honor, the state calls I believe that I will be calling a lieutenant, but if not, it will be Mr. Wright.
Okay.
All right, now we're going to lieutenant. So this sounds like somebody that is in law enforcement that might have investigated the case. And if that person is not there, then they're going to call up Mounk Tounk's lawyer, who is also under subpoena, cannot leave the courthouse.
Yeah.
Hang on. So let's do our poll. Do y'all think that is Mounk Tounk going back to jail? Because his lawyer has to testify, right? Let's do yes, no, and maybe. Go ahead, vote it up. Let me know what you think. While y'all do that, I'll catch up over here. Shout out to Jeanette with the 10, hardcore Jeanette. She says, first love was pacing the floor like you were going to fight.
State
Threatening.
calls Mr. Derek Wright.
Oh, so now we got Mounk Tounk's lawyer. All right, what is she gonna ask? So what's she gonna ask Mounk Tounk's lawyer? And remember, there's an opportunity for cross on Mounk Tounk's lawyer.
I do. Right, Derek, D-E-R-E-K, Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright.
Good afternoon.
Forgive me for putting you on this stand. This is not a place that I know you normally reside.
Sustained.
I'm going to take these away from you. Put these over here. Mr. Wright, I will not be getting into matters of privilege. I'll just ask you a few brief questions regarding your interaction with the state as it relates to the witness that just testified.
Okay.
First of all, would you please tell the jury how long you've been practicing law?
It's a year short of 30 years, so 29 years.
And how long have you known Mr. Antonio Sledge?
At least 15, probably longer, somewhere between 15 and 20 years.
And forgive me, but were you sworn in? You were sworn
Yes.
in? Okay. And did you meet him first in your capacity as an attorney representing him, or did you know his family before you began representing him?
In a legal capacity first.
Okay. Do you know how many instances where you've had to represent Mr. Sledge in Fulton County? Without saying a number, are you aware of how many instances?
YSL Luna says hello.
If I
Hi,
thought
Kat.
about it, I probably would come up with an accurate number.
Is it, have you had at least 10 occasions to interact with him on not criminal matters, but just matters, legal matters?
When you say occasions, are you referring to cases or just interactions? I've not represented him on 10 cases. It's far less than that.
Okay. Over the last 15 years, are you comfortable telling the jury how many cases that you had an occasion to represent Mr. Sledge?
I would say, for sake of being accurate to this one and the one they've heard about from before, and I think a misdemeanor case. So other than that, I would be having to really dig deep, and I think that's probably it.
Did the misdemeanor case happen 15 years ago?
Probably more like 6 to 8 years ago, give or take.
So what was the first, when you say you've been his attorney for 15 years, what was the first instance? What year was the first instance?
Again, I can't tell you. I'm not being difficult. I just don't recall. I just know that I did come in contact with him as an attorney. And then with many of my clients, I developed a relationship. So he is someone that I've considered a friend, and I know him, some of his family. And therefore, I've had an ongoing interaction with him, both professional and personal, for 15 plus years.
All right. Is it fair to say he's not the only person that you've represented in criminal matters?
Correct. I've represented many, many people over
Have
the
you-
years.
Have you had occasion to represent many, many people in Fulton County over the years?
Yes.
Have you had occasion where when you make an entry of appearance with respect to, say, for instance, a bond hearing, but have been required to stay on as a person's attorney?
Early on, when I first started, you had some of that because, one, often you might get onto a case and then get appointed where the county pays you to stay with the client.
Okay.
So early on, there was sort of an advantage to getting on early, and then you could stay on if the client either retained you privately or the county paid you. Later on, that changed, and more emphasis was put on public defender and contract attorneys and other stuff. So I would say in the last 10, 15 years, not so much.
So if you signed on to represent a person in the last 10 or 15 years for one thing and wanted to withdraw, the courts have allowed you generally to do that?
Generally, it depends where you are. If you're in Toombs County, Toombs County don't let you withdraw. Once your name hits the paper, you're the attorney regardless of whether you get paid or not.
Okay.
There's some other counties like that.
Okay.
Fulton is generally pretty liberal, where Fulton, if you and the client come to a disagreement or if money, Mr. Green doesn't show up, that also is a reason that you can sometimes get out of a case.
Mm-hmm.
So from that standpoint, Fulton is a little more understanding that sometimes the attorney and client have to go separate ways.
Without getting into the specifics of what you may have shared with your client, unless he waives it and you've been given permission to, and you'll have to tell me if that's the case.
Well, I'll tell you now, he has not waived attorney-client privilege.
That is fine.
So I am restrained by the laws
That's
of our
absolutely
state.
okay. Okay. So without getting into anything that is privileged information, would you tell the jury if information that is said between you and your client in the presence of others, such as Lieutenant Lancico, a lawyer from the state, whether that information is considered privilege?
It's a two-part answer.
Yes.
From an attorney-client privilege standpoint, that conversation may not be privileged because it's been said outside of me and the client, meaning there's more individuals hearing it.
Right.
From a plea negotiation and whether plea negotiations are admissible in a court of law, that is beyond the attorney-client relationship, but an admissibility issue. And therefore, the question of this conversation isn't so much an attorney-client, but whether if it's a plea negotiation or it's the furtherance of one, is it admissible?
Okay. So have you been sitting in court during the entire time that Mr. Antonio Sledge has been on the stand?
Yes. Well, there may have been a
With the
1 hour,
exception of-
1 hour short period of time one morning where I had someone covering for me, but other than that,
Okay.
I've been here the entire time.
Were you present in court when he was asked by Mr. Steele about a June 2024 meeting in Fayette between Lieutenant Lancico, yourself, Mr. Sledge, and myself?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall that meeting in Fayette County?
Yes. It was the Starbucks in Fayetteville, my place.
And how would you characterize that? First of all, how long did that meeting last?
I would estimate maybe plus or minus 40 minutes.
Okay. And generally speaking, how would you characterize that meeting, the content, the purpose?
Often when you enter into an agreement with the state, you'll be asked to come in or meet with them to discuss questions they may want to ask, subjects they may want to cover. And basically, it's almost sort of like a prep session. And from the defense side, we're also trying to get an idea. What are you going to ask us? Where are you going with things? So it's sort of both sides feeling each other out. And that way, when we get to court, things can sort of go smoothly. And that was sort of what we anticipated. And that's generally what the meeting was. To be honest, we did not get into the details of testimony as much as I am generally accustomed to. Most of it was, Ms. Love, you getting to know my client and getting a feel for him, and vice versa. So honestly, a lot of the details weren't discussed. It was more of a feel each other out kind of meeting, in my opinion.
Okay. And Do you recall me asking your client about any specific details of the case or the plea that he signed on December the 28th?
There was discussion at that meeting about the plea that he had signed, a couple of videos, and again, I'm generalizing because I don't have an exact memory of everything. And again, because you didn't get into a lot of the details, like, to be sure, there was no script, there was no, here are the questions you're going to be asked. It was a very generalized kind of conversation. There was at one point, which y'all have talked about, a point where he started to share because he volunteered it.
When you say he volunteered it, what do you mean? Did I ask him something about it?
Mr. Sledge volunteered the subject of what Mr. Williams may have said to him.
Okay.
And to be clear, while it definitely wasn't what you were asking, it wasn't on the subject you wanted to cover.
You
Therefore,
say the subject I wanted to cover. Please explain what you mean.
you were asking, and I don't remember, to be honest, exactly what the question was, but it wasn't responsive to the question. That's why it stood out. And when you heard what he was saying about Mr. Williams, there was an immediate reaction where it was, that's not what I'm asking you,
Okay.
is what you said to him.
Uh-huh.
And he said, well, he went on, said what Mr. Williams told him.
And was that the part where he's saying he encouraged me to take?
Okay.
What part are you talking about?
This is what I've observed discussion in the courtroom about what he said about Mr. Williams telling him to take Woody to see the police.
Okay.
And the point was, as his attorney, as a defense attorney, I took it as that wasn't a subject you wanted to talk about and you weren't asking him about. But I can't say that I ever heard you say, don't tell the jury. It was nothing that definitive, but it was simply, that's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I've asked you to tell me. And ultimately, we sort of moved on from it. But it was just clear he very much wanted to say it, and that wasn't what you were looking for in terms of whatever the initial question was. So, but answering the issue at hand, I cannot say that you ever said, don't tell the jury.
And listening to the questions that I put upon your client during direct examination and redirect examination, where I've asked the question and his response has caused me to say, that's not what I'm asking.
Mm-hmm.
Would you characterize the interaction at that coffee shop as different than or similar to those type of interactions?
I would say, one, the overall interaction at the coffee shop was pleasant. No one was arguing, yelling, screaming, anything like that. It was very pleasant. You'd ask a question, he'd provide an answer. And then even when we got to that, it still wasn't combative. It was simply, that wasn't what I asked you, or what I'll ask you. It was, again, that just wasn't a subject you were going to be asking him about. So it sort of came and went.
And when you say that's not or wasn't a subject I was going to be asking him about, is it your testimony that my response had to do with the question? Your Honor, I'm not.
And honestly, he's a lawyer. He's going to be able to handle it. I'll give you a little leeway.
Thank you. When you tell the jury that I said, that's not what I'm asking you, was your understanding that that's not what I'm asking you related to the question that I had just asked that he seemed to have not been responding to?
It was to the question, that was not the subject matter or topic you were asking a question to. Again, I did not hear it. And again, maybe I'm biased because this is what I do, but I did not hear it as an instruction to say, don't you tell the jury this, or I want you to only tell them about that. It was, that's not what I'm asking you right now. I'm not going to ask you about that. As in, so I did hear that extra part, but again, it just reinforced the idea that you weren't instructing him to limit his testimony in any way. It was just clear that wasn't a subject you planned on going into.
Mm-hmm.
So as a defense attorney, of course, yeah, my bell rang and I said, that's a hot topic, but it wasn't any ethical issue because I didn't hear you in any way try to discourage him or instruct him not to convey that information if asked.
Okay. Now, were you present or were you asked by anyone else whether that was something that had been said?
Well, I wasn't asked, but I will say I am defense bar through and through for almost 30 years. Just as I, in this situation, sort of call balls and strikes. I'm not on one side or the other. And when one side has contact with me, I'll reach out and have contact with the other side to make sure both sides are getting information. Mm-hmm. And I did reach out and contact Mr. Steele, I believe, or it may have been Max, to say, hey, we did sit down, we had a meeting. Quite honestly, you know, there's no big secrets or anything about the meeting, but I will say there was a situation where when one subject came up, it wasn't what she was asking about, but it resonated with me because knowing what the issues of this trial are, I knew my brethren in the defense bar would want to make sure they knew, Sledge knew, or was told by Mr. Williams to take Woody to the police. Now, I imagine they may already know it, but they may not have known that Sledge had that information. So just as the state was aware of it, I wanted to make sure the defense is aware of it. And I've also made him available so that if they wanted to question him, he could also be questioned by them. In other words, fair to both sides.
And were you present when Mr. Sledge was in communication via Zoom or some other way
Absolutely.
with Defendant Williams' attorney?
Correct. In fact, there's not been a single attorney that's contacted me, and it's only a handful of times, but they've always contacted me to talk to Sledge.
Okay.
Every attorney has shown perfect professionalism.
Were you asked by any counsel for any defendant whether the state ever instructed Mr. Sledge to not tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged him to go to the police?
Let me answer it in two parts. Yes, I have told them.
No, were you asked? That's the first question.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure I'm addressing the question because, you know, us lawyers, we like to talk.
So did Mr. Steele ask you if I told Mr. Sledge, don't tell the jury that Defendant Williams encouraged you to go to the police? Did he ask you that question?
I don't recall him necessarily asking the question, but I told him my observation of that conversation. And Mr. Sledge told him his observation of that, really on the same Zoom meeting. So he actually, without having to ask it, received it from both me and Mr. Sledge. And even at that time, I said, I did not hear it that way, but if my client says he heard it that way, then he heard it that way. So it's quote unquote, two people hearing the same thing may take it a different way, especially one who is a defense attorney.
Did I inquire that of you after hearing that from Mr. Sledge? Should I ask you about that?
We have talked about it, yes.
And did you tell me that you told Mr. Steele? No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah. Well, I told Mr. Steele, I never heard you tell him, do not tell the jury. What I told you was that I've explained, I didn't hear her say that. I heard that she didn't seem to like that topic, but I can't say that I heard you instruct him. But my client insists that that's what he heard. So that's I know it's not a black and white answer, but that's the gray answer where my client has been very consistent saying, this is what he heard, but that's not what I heard. So I'm not gonna juice it up for the state or for the defense. I can only convey what I, in good faith, heard.
And is there anything in particular that you recognized or saw that made you think I did not like that topic?
Knowing the general idea of what the case is about, that ultimately the state's theory of the case that Mr. Williams.
Without getting into what you believe the state's theory of the case is, I'm asking you specifically what you observed that made you believe. And Your Honor, I'd ask.
That's not what she was asking, so no. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, please go again.
I'm asking you what you observed me do or say facially, non-facially, verbally, non-verbally, that led you to believe in some way that I didn't like that topic.
The fact that you stopped him pretty abruptly, meaning as he was going into it, he sort of answered anyway. So it wasn't that you didn't yell, you didn't scream, you didn't do anything, but it was just, as attorneys, what we're really good at, I know we're gonna say talking, but listening and picking up. And when I saw that all of a sudden there was sort of a screeching stop point, that's when I realized, well, maybe, and again, not knowing the details of this case, maybe.
So is that where you drew your conclusion?
Let him finish his answer.
Yeah, maybe that topic, that point has some meaning and some significance. And that's where my thought was, okay, well, just as something may be significant about it in talking to the state, let me also make sure I've conveyed to the defense, hey, that might be some sort of topic. And again, I didn't know what he did or didn't do because my role sort of stopped pretty early in this. So again, my thought is if I'm neutral and calling balls and strikes, I want to make sure that they also are aware that may be a topic of interest. And but nothing about your body language or your mannerisms went to anything more than just, hey, maybe there's something there that someone needs to look into.
Did I tell him that's not what I asked in a way different than you've heard me say that when he's on the stand?
No.
Okay. And when I've said that's not what I've asked, when he's been on the stand, did you draw a conclusion that that was something I didn't want him to tell the jury?
I didn't draw the conclusion, but I did draw the topic was not the topic you wanted to talk about, which of course I said, why? But it wasn't, I didn't extrapolate from that, oh, you're trying to make sure he doesn't tell the jury.
Did you ever describe the meeting that we had as one where it was supposed to be kind of a get to know you kind of meeting?
Yeah, I mean, that's in truth what it felt more like let's feel each other out, get to know each other.
And before your client offered up the information, Thug encouraged me to go tell the police or take Woody to the station.
Mm-hmm.
Before we continue on, I just wanted to provide some context here. This is Mounk Tounk's attorney. He was there to help Mounk Tounk with a series of different things over the years, but specifically, he is the one that represented him in signing this plea deal. Okay. What they're talking about is a reference to a Starbucks meeting between Mounk Tounk, his lawyer, the DA, and a few folks from the DA's office. Now, is this relevant to the case itself? No, this is really about Love bringing him to court to discuss that meeting. So that's what we're watching unfold right now. I believe the defense will have an opportunity to cross him, but let's keep going.
Had I asked him any questions leading up to that?
That was towards the later part. You had already gone through some questions. I think we had asked about video. We had asked about the history of Cleveland Ave and the formation of certain gangs, notwithstanding YSL, but even before YSL. So there had been plenty of conversation, and again, more of a get to know who Mr. Sledge is, where he's from, what part of the city, how he met folks, like how he met Mr. Williams, and those kind of things. So this particular part that we've been talking about wasn't the beginning, it wasn't the middle, it was probably more towards the end. And maybe 10 more minutes of meeting.
Had I asked him anything about Donovan Thomas's murder?
We clarified, as we did earlier, that one, he wasn't there, wasn't involved, and clarified he doesn't have specific information helpful to the state or to the defendants about the shooting of Mr. I'm blanking out that quick.
Mr. Thomas?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I know more so.
All right. Now, you mentioned videos. Were you present in court when I asked your client about the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall in June of this year, while we were at that Starbucks, that is your spot, where I brought up the Lie to Your Mama video?
Yes.
Do you recall whether I simply went into, there's a video where someone talking about you lie to your mama?
I remember us talking about it generally because what was being discussed, not so much stated by him, but just discussed is, this is sort of a street topic. You might pick up on any street conversation where we're talking about, hey, you might lie to your mama, your daddy, your family, but when you're in court, you got to tell the truth. But
my question to you specifically is,
weren't you finished, Mr.
yeah,
Gray?
that was it.
My question to you specifically is, do you recall me asking your client, I want to ask you about a video where they're saying you lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and your client saying, that's not me. Do you recall that interaction specifically?
Partially. I remember the conversation and the topic. I don't remember his answer being no. I remember that conversation led to a conclusion that this is something that's just said in the street. And he didn't necessarily have a point of origin of it or this or that, but it was just something that's in the street. So that's why I can't give you an answer to both parts of your question.
Mr. Wright, do you recall me telling your client, so is the answer you don't recall him saying, that's not me?
Correct.
Okay. That's okay.
I remember it being played.
Wait, you remember a video being played?
I want to say, I don't know if it was played or we heard the audio.
On what?
Well, it is likely I would have had that conversation. Would I have said, God or some other analogy which made sense, something. But it's more likely that I, at some point, made sure I said words to the effect of, when they ask you questions, assume they know the answer already. This is more of a testing, not a inquiry for information. So that's why I'm saying I may not have used those exact words, but I'm sure I probably did have that exchange in terms of the concept.
And when would you find it necessary to advise your clients in such a manner?
When they are in a cooperation agreement, and once we realize, they're putting us under subpoena, we actually have to testify. And then the posture sort of change, that it's not just, hey, we're willing to testify. It's no, you're going to testify. Do understand, you come in, you're gonna have to tell the truth
here.
and the state's gonna question you and ask you some things. And when they do, that's when I would say, don't think you're gonna outsmart them and you're smarter than everyone in the room. You need to almost assume they already know the answer to the question, and therefore being truthful is always in your best interest. One, it's the right thing, but two, it's the smart thing.
Prior to that meeting, had you already been made aware that your client would be testifying?
Well, yes, the purpose of the meeting was, they are going to have us testify.
Right.
So we need to meet with them and see what questions they're going to ask. And like I said, just as y'all are feeling us out, we're feeling you out to get an idea. Okay, what things are they going to talk about? Are there any issues that are going to happen? And based on the plea and the fact that there was, we'll just say, some tussling or adjusting in terms of what the state was thinking of his factual proffers and what he was thinking, I figured this would also be a good time to start to iron some of those differences out and make sure that we're all on the same page as to what he can testify to and what he can't.
So you do not recall saying that in response to my telling him that we have a video of him saying they lie to your mama, you lie to your kids, and get in the courtroom and tell the God's honest truth.
I may have said, wait. That's the video you're referring to. You're asking me, did I counsel him about assume the state knows?
In response to my saying to him, I
It-
have a video of you, not anybody else
Mhm.
I'm talking about, but I have a video of you and him sitting back smiling. And then you saying that you have no memory of that.
I may have, only because listening to the dynamics of the situation, that would have been a time it would have triggered me to say to him, hey, this is, make sure you understand, you need to be straight with them. So I don't have a specific memory, but just knowing that I've been doing this a while,
Okay.
I'm sure I probably did.
Okay. Now, back in November of 2022, did the state seek? Do you recall getting an email from me asking whether your client wishes to speak with the state about the case?
I believe November 17th.
All right.
I could be wrong, but I believe that was
All right.
when I received that email.
And you might have got one in November 17th. Did you also give one? I'm going to show you what I had marked and provided to counsel for the defense, but I'm willing to show again as State's Exhibit 450 Yankee, if anyone wants to see it. Sure.
See if we have 0 time. Deputy just approached him. I'm wondering if she's getting a video ready. And guys, real quick, let me just say this because, you know, you might have noticed I got a little quiet. I'm just going to say it one time. If you send me an email, please know that my entire team has access to that mailbox. My entire team will read it. So if you have suggestions about things, that's fine. We'll take them. But I've noted on every video that our inbox is for business purposes. So I just want to say that politely. I understand that sometimes constructive criticism will happen, but I would just like you all to know that business email is for business purposes. Let's go back in. And let me see if I can skip ahead. All right, it looks like there is a transcript that they are arguing about. And again, we're watching Mounk Tounk's attorney on the stand. Miss Love is asking questions about that particular meeting. And the purpose of this is because this attorney attended that meeting. There was a statement made that I believe she was trying to clean up. And the defense attorneys are interested in speaking with this attorney. He had some really good things to say about Brian Steele. Brian Steele being one of the only people that reached out to him when it was time to, have any discussions about his testimony, things like that. So it looks like they are either looking at a transcript of a video, discussing a video, something of the like, but we are waiting for them to come back. In the meantime, let me see if I could grab some of these supers. I think we were right around here. Shout out to Jojo, who gifted one of you guys a membership. Thank you so much, Jojo. Really appreciate that. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with the 7. He says, thank you for the clarification on the squeaking noise. I thought WWW had a parrot like Glanville had a dog. No, the squeaking noise is the chair. Shout out to Denise with the 5. Denise says, AV, I finally subscribed to your channel. Thank you so much, Denise. Really, really appreciate that. Very nice of you. Shout out to Mark with the 5. Mark says, can she revoke the deal in open court and have the deputies take him into custody now? The answer is no, Mark. Something like that is a little bit more complex. They would have to file a few things, and then I think we would, it wouldn't happen immediately, but probably within 24 to 48 hours. And I'm sure the news on that would be pretty overt. So we're going to keep an eye out for what happens next. But his attorney is on the stand right now. Shout out to Deshonda with the 5. Deshonda says the Mounk Tounk merch should say, I don't mind going left. Yeah, I still need to poll you guys on that one. But that is an excellent idea. Thank you to Deshonda. Shout out to Sam with the 2. Sam says he's exposing Love and she's mad about it. I think this is right around when Mounk Tounk was still on the stand. Shout out to Jasminia, I think, with the 2. Jasmine says, or Jasmina says, Love need to ask Glanville. Can I touch that dog?
I'm going to take 10 minutes. Oh, I know what it is. I still have this one. All right, we're going to take, it's okay. 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, maybe longer, who knows? To give them an opportunity to look at a couple of things.
Okay, so the court is on a quick break. The defense attorneys need to review something. So they need a few minutes to review whatever that is. It looks like it was that document that they had up at the front of the sidebar. So I will go ahead and read a few of these super chats while we wait, and just keep the court up on the side here so we will know as soon as they return. And real quick, I want to shout out a Venmo that just came in. Thank you so much, Betty Spaghetti. She sends me $100. She says, use towards spa day. You are dealing with crazy entitled folks on your email on top of taking care of business. And that's the thing, there are certain notifications that I need to keep on. I keep my email notifications on because I do need to shout out your cash apps, and that's how I keep track of them. That's why my phone is here. But I can always see a few, I have someone that manages my mailbox, and they do flag things that come in. Sometimes, you guys will send us documents live. Sometimes you'll send us requests for consultations. You'll send us, matters that are unrelated to the trial, and that's all good. But thank you so much, Betty. You're absolutely right. I'm usually open about these things, but I just want to make sure that your suggestions are business related and we keep it there. But thank you so much, Betty. That really means a lot. Are they still talking? Is she
One label 451 Yankee is the.
Hold on, let's go back. They were supposed to take a break. All right, so the jury's leaving. What's going on?
You're free to stay or free to step out. Do you want him to step out? Or yes? Okay. Do you mind stepping out?
Okay.
All right, y'all all take a minute and
Judge, may I just, so that they are clear for the record, exactly which one is which?
sure.
So State's Exhibit 450 Yankee is the proffer, it's the email dated November 30th, 2022 at 5:44 p.m. From myself to Mr. Wright. And it is, the attachment is proffer form / it says, "Good afternoon, Attorney Wright. It is always good speaking with you." That's the one labeled 450 Yankee. The one labeled 451 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Wright that is labeled / agreement and dated December 27, 2022 at 4:57 p.m. It starts, "Here you go, Derek." And attached to each email is the attachment that was sent at the time the email was sent. Then 452 Yankee is another email to Attorney Wright that says / agreement updated, and it is December 27, 2022 at 5:06 p.m. with the attachment / agreement updated. 453 Yankee is the email sent to Mr. Wright from me dated Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:45 p.m. And it is labeled / agreement updated to. .454 Yankee is the email sent from me to Attorney Derek Wright at Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:46 p.m. Labeled / agreement updated to. And then 455 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright, labeled / agreement updated to, sent Wednesday, December 28, 2022 at 1:54 p.m. And the body of the email says, "Use this one!" ! And attached is the agreement or the updated agreement to. And then 456 Yankee is the email from me to Attorney Derek Wright on Wednesday, December 28th at 2022 at 2:34 p.m. labeled / agreement updated 3.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right. And do you plan to potentially utilize all of these exhibits
Yes.
with this witness? Okay.
But they're also included. All of them are also included in the email that I sent.
Yeah, I see each of those in that email from about an hour ago.
Okay, so those are all emails.
So you'll want to take a few minutes, those of you who haven't had a chance to look at them and look at them. All right, I'm going to step off the bench for a minute to handle another matter, but I'll be back in 5 minutes or so.
Okay, great. So they are about 5 to 10 minutes of a break right now. It looks like what she is trying to enter in is just a collection of emails between the DA's office, so between Love herself and Wright. You guys know, in order to bring up certain questions, sometimes that evidence does need to come in a specific way. Like there's a method to bring it in. So she needs to show it to the defense attorneys. So they are right now reviewing those emails, making sure everybody's okay with them, and they come in without an objection, and she'll continue her questioning of Mounk Tounk's lawyer from there. So again, thank you so much to Betty Spaghetti. That was really sweet of you and much needed. Sometimes there's a lot that we're trying to do here, and we can't stop and fix everything immediately all the time, right? Because this is, some things, I understand that people want to see some changes, but you got to give us some time. You got to give us a minute. So thank you so much, Betty. I really needed to read that when that came in. So thank you so much. I think we left off around here. Shout out to Sam with the 2, says he's exposing Love and she's mad about it. We got Jasmina. I think that's how you say that. Mr. Pickles, this is where I left off with the 20. Mr. Pickles says they've got to be looking at the remaining 100 witnesses. Like, are they going to go rogue too? Is there any recourse for the defendants have against the DA's office? This is moved beyond impotentness and into the realm of conspiracy. Yes. So are there any recourse for the defendants against the DA's office? Well, we got a few questions here. Let's go to the first one. They've got to be looking at the remaining 100 witnesses. Like, are they going to go rogue too? Yes, this is why witness preparation is important. But at the same time, look at how long their witness list is. Are you going to have time for it? It sounds like here that there was a little bit of witness prep, right? A little bit of conversation with the defense when it comes to, sorry, not the defense, when it comes to Mounk Tounk and his lawyer, right? Because what did he keep saying? At that meeting, the way he was looking at it was, we need to feel them out and they're going to be feeling us out so we can prepare, right? So it sounds like there has been partial witness preparation with some of these people. And, I can't say for certain that there has been full witness preparation. So thank you so much for that one. Second question, are there any recourse for the defendants have against the DA's office? This is an interesting one. I think really when it comes to these things, it really is going to, the trial has to come to a close. So we know that that's going to happen, right? You have to call out the things that the DA's office has done, right? You have to call out the mistakes that your opponent has done. And that usually happens in the form of an appeal. So they are collecting. I mean, how many motions have been filed for a mistrial? I think the entire month of July had been just a month full of motions for mistrials and a bunch of motions where the prosecutors were making mistakes. You guys saw that a lot in Brian Steele's documents. They're keeping track of all of this stuff. So it is getting out of hand, and it does look like conspiracy, but at the same time, there's a particular way to go about it. So thank you so much, Mr. Pickles. And I know those were a few questions. I hope that answered it for you. Shout out to Nene with the 5 Australian bucks. She says, congrats on 50K, AB. You put in the work, you get the results. You're really a fantastic role model for us all. Thank you. Nene, thank you. This is what I mean. Sometimes the love helps. When there's negativity, positivity is the cure. And, the email wasn't terrible, guys. It's just, there's just some things I have control over. And there are other things where people are like, fix this now. And it's like, give me time. I can't do it while the stream is happening. Some things take time. And, I just wish people were a little bit more patient, but you can only do so much. So thank you, Nene. Shout out to Mike the Mob with 5. Mike says he asks, think it's funny because I know your question's not funny. She needs to be stuck at the bar level. This is not once, but many times. Kind of confused on that one, Mike the Mob, but thank you so much for the super chat. Shout out to Kayleen with the 5. Kayleen says, YouTube, please fix the membership issues. I want to support AV. Thank you so much, Kayleen. Yes, you guys know we've been frequently checking with them. I will probably have somebody check with the YouTube creator team tonight. But again, they haven't had a fix. I mean, I could see it on my desktop here. The join button does appear there, but sometimes if you're looking from an iOS product from your phone or an iPad, you will not see the join button. So thank you so much, Kayleen. Shout out to that girl Shine with 5. Shine says love is ruining her own reputation with each witness. yeah, that last one was not good. I mean, this is a little bit better. I think she's trying to, pull some things out in her favor. Like, did I instruct? Did I say those words? Like, did I instruct the jury? For certain things to be removed from the jury, even though Mounk Tounk said yes. That's how Mounk Tounk interpreted it. So the attorney is saying something. He's supporting Mounk Tounk, but he's also being in the middle and just trying to be balanced here, where he's like, did I hear you say those words? No. Candor to the tribunal is really important for attorneys. The attorneys have to be honest about things, and that is what this attorney is doing in front of the courtroom and the jury. And yes, the jury is in the room while his, this Mounk Tounk's lawyer is on the stands. Thank you so much. That girl shine. Shout out to Danny, who became a member. Thank you so much, Danny. Really appreciate you. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Bison Bill with the 2. Bison says, let me leave Big Mounk alone. And that comes from love. Yeah. I mean, she was, that was really difficult to watch, but I am glad that it is over with. And now we get to see some new witnesses for the rest of the week. So it's good that this is done on a Monday. And then it is likely that maybe this takes a little bit more of today into tomorrow, and then we can get down to the next witness. So thank you so much, Bison Bill. Shout out to Anthony with the 2. Anthony says, don't named witnesses give numbers. This makes 97. Yeah, I think this is really unplanned. If you guys remember Friday evening, right before trial ended, and Steele and Love were going back and forth, this attorney spoke about that particular issue, right? Like that particular meeting, because it came up on Brian's cross on Friday. So if anything, I don't think this is 97. I think we actually go back up to 98, 99. This is adding somebody, because this seems like it was off the cuff and unplanned. He was subpoenaed, so I don't think it was planned. I could be wrong, but I just wanted to mention that one. Thank you, Anthony. Shout out to Lemuel. Lemuel, I hope I'm saying that right. He sends a 5 and says he just won this case on appeal. He does not realize she's stuck to until the case is over. Sorry, Lemuel. Thank you so much. Sometimes I try to pre-read in case you guys have typos and stuff, and correct as we go. But thank you so much, Lemuel. Shout out to Edgar with the 10. Edgar says Love has no problem bending the law when it suits her, and when it suits her. Damn hypocrite. Thank you so much. And Edgar, I see what you're talking about. For some reason, Edgar's super chats, it has words in duplicate. It's very strange. I don't know why that's happening either, Edgar. Does anybody know a fix on how Edgar can fix that? Edgar's back with another 10, and Edgar says Love is going to figure out a way to put him back in jail. Her witnesses who she feels don't cooperate. Yeah, yeah, because they're trying to stay out of jail, but it looks like, this 35 years is hanging over his head, right? That was an opportunity to go back to jail. Same thing. You've got Woody, where, he was saying whatever he needed to say to stay out of jail, right? And it is interesting that these folks are, in a way, it looks like they're forced to testify. Shout out to Lemuel again with the 2. Lemuel says she can't revoke his probation or plea after this. In the plea agreement itself, I think that there is a clause that says that they could take back the plea at any point at any time, or something along those lines. There is a clause in there. So she could. So thank you so much, Lemuel. Shout out to Ayla Expose with 5. Ayla says Whitaker is strategic, pretending to help Love so she can move up, but allowing Love to fall on her face. She knows it's over. It could be, yeah, because remember, she says all I do is call the balls and strikes. She can't really pick a side. She shouldn't be picking a side, right? There are some things where we see some ropes on one side more than the other side. So interesting. Thank you, Ayla. Shout out to Will, who became a member. Welcome, Will. And shout out to North Carolina. Look at that. Interesting picture. Welcome, Will. Shout out to Edgar again with the 10. He says, AV, can you please put my email address up again? Some people have been asking. Yeah, so, guys, we talk about Edgar really doing some great work in the community. He helps out in California and across the United States with folks that struggle with addiction. I missed this because you dropped it around 3:05, and at the time that you dropped it, It's 3:55, so about 50 minutes ago. And I always forget if the email address I have is right. So if you could drop it in the chat again, Edgar, that would actually be better. So then we could just pin it to the top of the chat. So if you're still watching, Edgar, just at me in the chat. There's like 10,000 people watching. So just do me a favor, drop it in the next like few seconds. If not, one of the mods, sometimes Gail's hanging around, she'll let me know, and then I will pin that. Paulette, just seen you in the chat, got your DM. That is not me. Sometimes, guys, when your channel starts to grow, you will start getting weird WhatsApp messages. I don't have WhatsApp. So Paulette, that was not me. Sometimes people will create false accounts to try to get money from y'all. And WhatsApp is, it's global. So we have a global audience. Know that if you ever get a message with my username on WhatsApp, that is not me at all. Okay. That just reminded me. So Edgar, if you're still here, drop that and then we'll put it in. Yes. Mr. Robinson saying you need some mods. I have plenty. I have a lot, but the thing is not everybody is available for 9 hours a day. All right. Some people are still working and doing other things, but thank you so much, Edgar. Shout out to Diamond with 5. Diamond says he's going back to the clink, but it will probably be a charge that doesn't involve the plea deal. They'll find something and give him the max sentence. Yeah, I mean, with 8 kids, Mounk Tounk wants to be out, right? But the other issue also is, in addition to Mounk Tounk having all these kids, he has he's got like 15 years of probation. That's a really long time. 15 years, and then the maximum sentence of about 35. So there's a lot going on. But thank you so much, Diamond. Shout out to Edgar again. He goes, I'm not sure why my messages are coming out in duplicate. Yeah, we'll try to help you out with that, Edgar. I'm not sure why that's happening. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
Very discussed everything yet. So we'll call you. You can go ahead and remain outside. We'll let you know.
It looks like we might be back.
All right.
I need a few more minutes. I've got 7 documents that I'm going through, trying to parse out what is different between each of those documents. I'm on number 5, and we're doing it together.
It might be easy. Do you want to tell them what the differences are in each document? That might make it easier. You probably know what they are. You've gotten through 5 of them? All right, so just on between 5 and 6 and 6 and 7 then. Which would be, I guess, between 454, 455, and then 456. Okay, so that won't make it any faster than I thought maybe it would, but that's fine. So are you going to be asking details about, is it what the changes were or just that there were changes?
That there were changes in potentially what they were.
Okay. All right.
I guess I'll wait until we're ready to discuss the whole thing. I've got a position in regards to the admissibility of all of these documents.
Okay, what's
altogether.
that?
Let me say this first, though, because we did have a discussion previously about candor. And I made a statement when we were at the bench in regards to what I thought was the applicability of Code Section 24-4-410. Taking a closer look at it, I don't think it applies.
I think you're correct that it does
Right.
not apply.
And so let's
right.
take that off the
Okay.
table.
All right.
I will tell you that my overall objection is that I'm opposed to any of these documents coming in for a couple of reasons. And I know what the state has described them to be, that these are correspondences between the state and Mr. Wright in regards to this evolving, allegedly, plea agreement. I'll state for the record that the one thing I do have is an email, the initial email from the state to Mr. Wright. I don't see, and we've not been provided, and the state can let me know whether they have them, any responses, email responses from Mr. Wright that would kind of inform us as to, well, what are the discussions that are going back and forth. So I don't know what Mr. Wright's responses are. If he, for example, sends some suggestions as to this is what I want changed, or this is what my client says. So I just don't, I can't address that. But in addition to that, my recollection from Mr. Sledge's testimony ultimately is that he indicated that there were changes made to the agreement, that he suggested changes, or he told his attorney that some things needed to be changed, and the state declined to change some, and they did change some. He ultimately admitted that. And so if the intent of the state by trying to introduce these documents is to show that there were changes made, well, that's not necessary, because that's come out through the testimony. Now, if they want to, if their intent is to say that there was a specific change made to maybe a specific section, that can also come out through testimony. If this witness, Mr. Wright, and I presume he does, that he would know that Section 8, and I'm using that hypothetically, Section 8 of the agreement was changed from this language to that language, and he can testify to that. But I don't think that the wholesale admissibility of all of these documents is really necessary to prove the point that the state is attempting to make. Mr. Sledge was on the stand. He could have been confronted if the state's intention is to give him different versions and say, well, didn't this change from version number 1 to version number 2? He could have been confronted with that.
Well, I mean, she could have maybe tried, but I'm not sure that would have been successful, since these are conversations and correspondences between Miss Love and Mr. Wright, not between Miss Love and Mr. Sledge. So I don't know that. I mean, I think he even said, I don't know what got said between my attorney and her. I just know what my attorney and I said. So that wouldn't have gone very far.
Yeah.
So do you have an evidentiary objection to these, or just, I don't really want them in?
Well, they're not, I don't believe that they're prior, it's not a prior inconsistent statement. I don't know if they're trying to introduce them as impeachment. If that's the case, then I would suggest to the court that they are not prior inconsistent statements of anyone. And I would say they're not relevant, that under 403 it's a waste of time.
Okay.
It doesn't prove any point that's at issue in this case. Certainly this witness can testify to.
All right. Well, at this point, those are overruled. Are we ready for the witness now? Two minutes.
Okay.
You can have 2 minutes, Mr. Sharp. You can talk during his 2 minutes if you'd like to.
Yeah, and I was just trying to support Mr. Adams here a little bit, because we're essentially with these different documents. The documents didn't even come through on my email, so I was sent them afterwards. But we're just trying to identify the changes. So it's just taking us a minute
Okay.
to
Well,
go through all.
you get 2 more minutes.
I didn't get an answer to that question. Maybe I didn't direct it to the state. I directed it to the
Okay,
board.
well, I don't know whether they've got the responses or not. I don't know whether they want to use them or not, but he is on the stand. So if they don't end up using them, maybe y'all can get them in if you want to.
Well, but we don't have them if they exist. And I guess I'm asking the state to indicate whether or not those items exist.
Were their responses?
I think that when Mr. Wright responded. It was via telephone call. I'll check my email to ensure that I'm not inaccurate, but
Okay.
I think that it all happened. I would send him something, we'd have a conversation, I'd send him something in response,
Okay.
but he can correct that. And if
Something's going on with these mics.
I won't touch it. But I'll check my
Okay.
emails for all emails
All
from
right.
Mr. Wright.
She'll check while y'all are doing that last bit of review.
Okay, and while we wait for their review, let me see if I can get a few more of these supers. I think we left off at Sally. Shout out to Sally with the 2. Sally says he looks like he's literally biting his tongue. Yeah, this was the explosion earlier. Shout out to Just Me, Divine Butterfly with 5. Divine says, I give up. She's craving propofol after today. Congrats on 50K. Thank you so much, Divine Butterfly. I appreciate you. Shout out to the real rebel, Eric with the 2. Eric says, did she mark him as a hostile witness? I don't think she did. I don't think that she did. Interesting. Great question, Eric. Shout out to the little gaming channel with the 10. Little TLGC says, is he volunteering information like his client, or am I tripping? You know, he kind of is, but because he's a lawyer, you see him looking at the jury a lot. The only thing that he can testify to is that meeting. He's, anything outside of that falls under the realm of privilege. So he's not allowed to do that. And you see him, being methodical and careful, right? It does seem like Love might be trying to impeach him because she is trying to bring in these emails for some reason. So we'll see what happens and what transpires. We are running out of court time, though. It is 4 p.m. and usually around this time, Whitaker goes until about 5, and then she'll kind of release the jury for the day. So we're waiting for them to read all 7 pages of these emails. Adam said he needed about 2 more minutes, but thank you so much, TLGC. Shout out to Lady BC with 5. She says, if people don't see that this man is working for the state, just sad. Where is an NAACP? This whole thing is wrong. Thank you so much, lady. Yeah, I mean, definitely could use some help.
Forward all the emails that I got from Mr. Wright.
Shout out to that girl, Shine, with the 5. Shine says he's not a good lawyer. Still would have objected to testifying against his own client as work product. Thank you, Shine. I'm going to call you Miss Davis. I don't want to butcher your name, sis. She sends me a $5 super sticker. Thank you so much, Miss Davis. You are the best. Shout out to JC with the 2. Jay says he's keeping Mounk out of jail now. Money well spent. Thank you so much, JC. Shout out to KW Dread 305 with the 10. He says DA Love must be going through pre-menopause or menopause. No disrespect to the women. My mom is going through it now, and she is batshit crazy. Y'all are wild. Thank you so much, KW Dread. Shout out to Audrey with no comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thank you so much, Audrey. Shout out to Mile High Diva with the 2. Says, what's happening? Why is she questioning his attorney? I think I explained that already, Mile High Diva, but it looks like, she is putting him on the stand. He was subpoenaed Friday. Put on the stand for the context of that Starbucks meeting. Brian had some questions about it. Over the weekend, the court reporter was going to grab the transcript because Love didn't remember the question or remember how it came out or something along those lines. But Brian had a motion and an objection with that line of questioning. So that's why the attorney is on the stand right now. Thank you so much. Shout out to Carly, who became a member. Welcome, Carly. Gonna love it here. Shout out to Spit and Fire with the 2. Spit and Fire says, Love messed up her own direct. Hilton, help your girl. Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty rough direct examination and redirect with Mounk Tounk. And I don't think she thought that Mounk Tounk was going to go rogue today. He did apologize, but at the same time, you could tell she's frustrated. Even with his attorneys on the stand, she did speak a little bit louder, but you could tell that the demeanor had slightly changed compared to the way that she was talking to Mounk Tounk. Shout out to Grammy68, been a member for a month. Grammy says this trial is a complete farce, such a waste of dollars. It is. Thank you so much, Grammy. And thank you for being a valued member for a month. Very sweet of you. Shout out to ID Grow with $4.99. Him, you just being petty. You just being petty now. Her, was I petty on June 8th? Now that was the epitome of petty. She's completely lost it. Yeah, there's a lot going on with love. A ton. Shout out to Matthew with the 2. Matthew says, is there a real difference between exhibits and evidence? Interchangeable words. That's actually a really good observation. Exhibit A, which is evidence. Yeah, I think it's really just wording, court jargon. There could be a difference. There probably is. Sorry guys, I'm running out of gas. I'm starting to get tired. We're about to be on hour 7. That's when I start mispronouncing words and y'all are like, it's not bot, it's brought. I don't know. It happens. The life of a streamer, right? Shout out to Subs Glove, I think. Subs GLV with a 5. Subs says, this case is lost because when you have to put 2 of your own witnesses' attorneys on the stand to attempt to cover your ass, I'm sure the jury feels the same. Yes, absolutely. Totally agree. Shout out to the Little Gaming Channel with 5 who says, love looks like a bottle of Pepto-Bismol. Yes, the suit color choices are interesting to say the very least. Shout out to Logan with the 5. Logan says, what are the chances a guilty verdict holds up on appeal? Well, I imagine that if it goes up on appeal and it is guilty, that the guys would probably stay incarcerated for a little bit. But it is very likely that all 6 of these defense teams will absolutely be fighting that decision. They want not guilties.
What else, Mr. Short?
I'm prepared to talk for 30 seconds, Mr. Adams.
Okay.
So,
All right, go ahead, Mr. Adams.
my concern here is, again, I don't know the logistics and how everyone's planning on doing this, but for instance, there is a older version that was not adopted by Mr. Sledge that was the version. Mr. Williams, could you pass me, Mr. Williams, could you pass me those? Yeah, thank you. So there's a version, the final version of version 2, which was then changed to the final version of the plea agreement. And it says under number 8, the language, as we've already heard the state read, about laying low. And then it says, and during the meeting, this is the meeting at the home, defendant, which would be Sledge, personally heard a YSL associate state, I caught that N nut down bad. Now, clearly, this is something that Mr. Sledge denied happened and has been taken out of the final plea agreement. But why? What my concern is exposing the jury to things that are not true.
So, yeah, I understand that. So I'm not sure exactly what Ms. Love's intention is with all of the different versions and whether she's gonna ask that it be, that kind of detail come in, or whether it's just gonna be, was there some additional quotation or something on there that then got removed? So Ms. Love, can you shed some light on that?
Yes, Judge. As it relates to, I think I have asked Mr. Sledge, in fact, certain things, and the objection was that it was, of course, a document that wasn't in evidence, and I should not refer to it as a prior version, where I was trying to get him to compare one document to another.
Right.
So the intent here is to show the jury that changes were made at Mr. Sledge's request and certain changes were not. And I just actually found, in response to questions from the defense about responses from Mr. Wright, and I just emailed it to them. An email from Mr. Wright to me on from back then. It looks like December 27, 2022, where he's enumerating certain things and responding to it and making recommended changes. So there are certain things that I would agree just don't need to be said. They serve no purpose. And it would be just as beneficial and serve the same purpose to say number 8 is different and I took out certain things as it would to try and put in all that language. And that just doesn't seem necessary to put in that, some language that might be considered inflammatory, that the state thought was the case and they said, no, it wasn't. Right. Just the very fact that they had us take out language is what the state feels is important that the jury knows. Okay. So no, to the extent that, and if I don't think
and I guess if you are going to tender that for admission, then that can be redacted and it can just show there was something in quotes that was then removed.
Yeah, I like that idea. And I'll, if necessary, I can really quickly go out and talk to Mr. Wright. But right now I don't expect to have him read certain things. And I know he's a lawyer, so he won't do it unless I tell him to. So I think that we're okay there. Okay. All right. But
was there anything else I'm sorry, did you have more?
I was just saying that I was still sending them over the emails from Mr. Wright.
All right. Was there anything else in particular that you feel like if the particular document does come in, part of it needs to be redacted out? I think we're all in agreement.
Just got an email, Your Honor, which has Brady material in it. Was just sent to us.
I haven't seen
what?
It didn't
10 seconds ago.
What?
Yeah, it's interesting.
What?
I don't have it yet.
You
it's kind of
cannot.
coming through slowly. Some of us quicker than others.
All right.
You cannot make this
print it
up.
out.
What?
And I know we've got the jury back there waiting, Judge, and I'm not trying to belabor anything.
No.
But this is trying to kind of handle this on the fly as we're getting emails.
I understand.
In the middle of this.
Oh my God.
Okay. Sure, thanks.
And we're also having 8 copies sent over for the court and the defense. And
Brady material again? They just had Brady training. Oh my God, this case. Oh my God, this case. Oh, all right. Y'all know what Brady material is. Basically, a prosecutor's job, one of the things that they have to do, if there is ever any evidence that is submitted that exculpates, the guilt of any of the defendants, the prosecution must turn it over immediately. It looks like Brady material is coming over. That's at least what the defense attorneys are saying. You see Max over here running around the courtroom. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see Max just nod like that? Okay, let's go back when Max, right here. Look at how he looks at the prosecution's team. Okay, this is wild, Jules. Dee Dee says the judge is not going to do anything anyway. I don't have words.
Is this response the one that is going to change to the final? So I should be looking at the one just prior to the final when I'm looking at what he's saying?
I'm sorry, wait, what?
Which version is this in response to?
Okay, so I don't know what was just given to you, but
I get the same, this is what Ms. Love just sent to y'all or what?
Yes.
Okay, so
Okay, so
whatever you sent over at 4:12:36 p.m. today. That was Mr. Wright's December 27th, 8:43 p.m. response. What?
so the December 27th. Hold on. Okay. So December 27th, 8:43 p.m. No, well, that was one version. We talked more in court, so obviously there were other versions.
I'm
that
just
was-
wondering what I should be looking at when I'm seeing what Mr. Wright's talking about.
So, if it's December 27th, 8:43, let's see, going back to December 27th to a
That
December
is gonna be the 5:06,
It will have to be,
4:52
yes, that looks right. That looks correct. And then,
All right.
December 20, but there were other versions sent back as we talked more in court the next day, December 28th. So 4:53, 4:54.
I know.
Your Honor.
Yes.
To answer your question, this email sent by Mr. Wright on the evening of December 27th would have been between the sledge agreement updated and sledge agreement updated 2.
Okay. All right, that's what I thought. And is the alleged braiding, what is that? Item number 3? I hadn't read it all yet.
Sir,
but-
I haven't either, but certainly number 3 is absolutely Brady.
4 as well.
He said that it was not.
And it also obviously conflicts with what they kept as his factual acknowledgement. So it's clear, A, that Mr. Wright was telling them that's not true, but it's still maintained, they still kept it as a factual acknowledgement.
Okay, well, this isn't actually saying that's not true.
Well,
It's saying the real issue was,
well, the factual
which he
acknowledgement.
actually denied on the stand, but
The factual acknowledgement says, while associated with YSL and to support and express loyalty to YSL, and then it says, and wherein on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened, and it all goes to intent and state of mind, and that's the important part of this case. No one's denying that the video was made, but what is the reason behind it? And from this email, Mr. Wright is clearly telling the state in an email on December 27th, the video may have seemed like an issue was gang related, but it was actually about a girl that Sledge was dating and Kel started kicking it with her. That was the real issue behind that. Not denying the video, but the real issue was the girl. That is Brady. That was never shared with us.
okay, I'm not sure that that's Brady. I understand you to be saying that you think this is a denial of it being something done to support, and I don't know what the language was, support and whatever, the gang.
Your Honor, that's the crux of the case.
Yeah, no, I know. And a whole lot of this, y'all are gonna have to ultimately argue to the jury your various sides, but for this to say, it seems the video may have seemed like the issue was gang related. The real issue was the girl that a member of a rival gang was then sleeping with, that was one of the alleged gang members' girlfriends. Might make that the real issue, but it doesn't necessarily make it in no way in support of the gang. And I mean, y'all can certainly argue that, but I don't think this is the kind of thing that is like, oh, this is, plus this wasn't the ultimate version. So I don't know what went back and forth after that. he ultimately signed with his attorneys. I don't know what the advice was, but knowledge, something that said whatever the ultimate number 3 was. And y'all made and y'all have secured evidence from the witness that he feels like he was pressured and coerced into that and reasons behind it. So y'all have an argument there too, but
I think we've done a good job doing that, but we did all that without the knowledge of this email, which should have been provided to us by the state.
You know what, guys? I do agree with Max on this one. And let me show you what he's talking about. This is Antonio Sledge's, Mounk Tounk's plea agreement. And what they're talking about right now is section 3 in the middle of the screen. And it's this paragraph, and it says, sorry, paragraph 3. It says, while associated with YSL, think about that language, and to support and express loyalty to YSL. Think about that language. Defendant and co-defendant Demikian Quindarius Zachary, in addition to Mounk Tounk, appeared in the video with another person where the defendant brandished a weapon used in a drive-by shooting, and wherein, on behalf of YSL, defendant threatened to harm a person who was a rival gang member and who had begun a relationship with the defendant's ex-paramour, ex-girlfriend. Max is talking about this paragraph, okay? Now, what's the issue with that? What they're saying is with these drafts of the plea deal going back and forth, because remember, Love said she had 7 emails. That's what the attorneys were just reading. 7 emails going back and forth with the with Mounk Tounk's lawyer on the draft of the plea deal, right? So that means the final version of the plea deal, section 3, had all those extra things added on. In furtherance of YSL, in support of YSL, on behalf of YSL. That's what Max is arguing about right now, because it looks like the original version did not have that verbatim. It did not have that language in it. And it says that it was on behalf, it had nothing to do with YSL. In fact, it was because of the girlfriend issue. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit play to see how this turns out. But I just wanted to show you guys that real quick.
That's my only point.
And for what it's worth, the a significant portion of the state's questioning and then a redirect of Mr. Sledge focused around whether or not he had there were specific things that he had asked that they change. And so what we end up having here, what we know now from the email that we didn't have before, is that, again, going back to number 3, number 3, as in its final form, talks about being associated with YSL, and talk about the video and where he's brandishing a weapon using a drive-by shooting to harm a person named Kel, a rival gang member. But the state knew, certainly when they were redirecting Mr. Sledge a little while ago, that Mr. Sledge, through his attorney, had given them the information, had specifically denied that number 3 was accurate.
all right, y'all are saying had specifically denied, and I don't read it that clearly. I don't think that's a specific denial. That's more of like I'm clarifying that this is really more about the girl than anything else, which it frankly is. So, okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't read it that way.
If you look at number 4 also, Your Honor.
Okay.
Number 4 of the defendant's factual acknowledgments, and you got to excuse me because I'm kind of flying back and forth between the different versions.
Yeah, we all are.
But number 4 talks about on April 28th, as reflected in the indictment, that the defendant and fellow YSL associate Demikian Garlington, I'm just reading it into the record so I can perfect it, committed a drive-by shooting using the firearm defendant wielded in the video referenced in part 3 of this section. So I'm looking at the email that we just received.
Right.
And it gives a whole total different accounting of that, where, and of course, this is coming from Mr. Sledge because Mr. Wright says in his email, he said, he didn't know because he was cool with Peanut, who was seeing his cousin, would even be at family reunions
Wow.
together. He thinks shooting Peanut was not planned, but more impromptu, or at least very short or a little planning. He said he didn't know until after it was done when it came on the news. He had been watching the Patriots versus Steelers games with it, then the news reported it. You know, so this again.
Yeah, that entire paragraph is not even in the version that we're looking at right now. Like the one I just following along, it's not even in there.
And what you've got is the state directing and then redirecting and challenging Mr. Sledge on these very specific factual allegations and whether or not he had told his attorney that, or whether or not he had suggested that that be changed in the agreement. And what we have here, what we know now, is that Mr. Sledge was in fact sending those, you know, correcting these very specific factual allegations, sending them to the state, and the state, well, because it doesn't appear in the factual acknowledgments, the state ignored it, or they refused to make any
Okay,
changes.
so I'm not sure what y'all are looking at, because the version of number 4, factual acknowledgement number 4, that Mr. Wright is speaking to in this email that he sent on December 27, 2022 at 8:43 p.m. is, we agreed, at least Mr. Shart and I agreed, was Sledge agreement, the one that is 452Y, from the one that's called Sledge Agreement. Well, there are 2 that are called Sledge Agreement Updated, but this is a correspondence between 452Y and 453Y, but ultimately the end product. After the one labeled Sledge Agreement Updated that came from 12/27 at 5:06 p.m. And that one reads, on January 10th, 2015, before the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., defendant had personal knowledge that YSL associates were planning to murder Donovan Thomas Jr. Mr. Wright's response to that is essentially, Mr. Sledge does not think the shooting of Peanut was planned, but more impromptu, or at least very short or little planning. So that clearly got changed, because our final version doesn't say they were planning to.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes.
May I incorporate? So I cross-examined Mr. Sledge, and the state's theory is that there was a, quote, gang war starting in approximately the fall of 2014.
Right.
That escalated with the fight on January 6, 2015 of Mr. Copeland at the Club Crucial. And then it culminated and then went on steroids thereafter, after January 10th. I would have used number 4 that you just read, Your Honor, to show that there was no animosity between Mr. Sledge, who's a supposed YSL member, and Mr. Donovan Thomas, who's a supposed leader of a, quote, rival gang. The reason I say this is because I knew about, so listen, I want to make it clear, I knew about it because I spoke with Mr. Sledge through his lawyer. So I actually asked these questions.
Right.
I didn't know about this email. But
So
the email,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
But
Go ahead.
no, don't apologize. But the email is Brady, because what the state was saying is these 2 divisions. They put, I didn't put Mr. Sledge on YSL, and that there is a total collapse between human beings. And that, to me, you know, I learned Brady to be anything that is potentially exculpatory or impeachment or mitigation. And the court has heard now, you know, Mr. Copeland said, I lied about everything. That, to me, is Brady. The statement on this number 4 is, to me, Brady, because it shows that there is not animosity.
All right. So your belief about the Brady is not the part that I was talking about, but more the part that says he here is Mr. Sledge, at least at the beginning. He said he did not know because he was cool with Peanut, who was seeing his cousin and would even be at family reunions together. Does the he change there? And as the he becomes somebody else was cool? Who is the he that was cool with Peanut? Do we even know? We don't.
I believe that is Mr. Sledge.
Okay. And so you think it's Brady material that Mr. Sledge was cool with Peanut?
Right, because Mr. Sledge is he's been identified before you came on the case, the bench on this case,
Okay.
as from multiple, two, definitely maybe three, supposed gang experts saying Mr. Sledge is part of this gang.
Yeah.
To me, and it just fits into the whole, I thank you for allowing us to get these emails, but these emails there's a special duty here. And this is not the special duty, I don't believe.
Okay. So
I'd like to see all the emails from Mr.
I think she's looking and sending all that she has. Is that correct, Ms. Love?
Two things. Yes. And when the court permits me an opportunity to respond to all of this, I would appreciate that opportunity.
Okay. What was the second thing? Or one was yes, and two, you want an opportunity to respond. Okay. All right. So Mr. Sledge has been available to the defense to speak to as well. We just heard that from Mr. Wright, in fact. And so I'm sure that Mr. Sledge, if asked, would have told anybody that asked, especially the defense, what his relationship and thoughts about Peanut were. So
He did, and I even
Okay.
asked him about it, and he answered similar to this.
all right.
But that really is besides the issue. The issue is that the prosecution has to do, there's one thing, there's a Brady duty and then there's a Brady violation. There's no violation because I knew about it and it came out of court, but there is still the duty.
Okay, a Brady, I mean, we all know what Brady material is, I hope. And if something is equally available and as easily gotten by one side as the other, that sort of takes it out of the realm of Brady.
I don't agree with that respectfully, because what if I didn't do my job? It's an ineffective claim.
Well, it
and
doesn't.
the state had the duty.
All right, well, I don't.
You can't shun your duty and say, well, he has the Honorable Keith Adams, so he'll figure it out on his own. That's not, in fact, courts ask, this court, I believe, but other courts in this courthouse say, is there any Brady evidence known? Is there any evidence suppressible known by the state? And they give it to you, or they're supposed to. So I don't agree that, hey, go find it for yourself.
Well, I don't read that part of number 4 to be Brady. Yes.
May I respond to number 3, though? I mean, the state provided us with a plea agreement with factual acknowledgments that appear on its face to be Mr. Sledge
Mhm.
acknowledging certain things were done on behalf of YSL to further YSL. I don't have equal access to Miss Love's emails with Attorney Wright that she has.
Mhm.
So clearly, that email correspondence between Mr. Wright and Miss Love, which was never handed over until a few minutes ago, it contradicts and it impeaches those factual acknowledgments that Antonio Sledge signed. Now, I'd like to think that I do everything I can as a defense attorney, but I don't think it's unreasonable that a defense attorney would read the factual acknowledgments signed by a cooperating witness and accept that that is going to be their stance when they come and testify. And
Well, lucky for y'all, it wasn't his stance.
well, but I don't think that makes us getting it this last minute any less problematic.
Well, I'll just say that if the state has an open file, then none of these arguments ever even come up. Now, I know that that is your you know, something that y'all in your office can make a decision about, but open file would, just exactly what I said.
Wow.
So. Okay, Ms. Love, what do you want to respond to? What do you feel like there still needs to be a response to?
Your Honor, I think that the court sort of encapsulated the position that I have pretty well. So you sort of took away the many of the responses that I had. And so, in as much as anything else that Mr. Wright sent to me is being printed out, I think we have them all printed out. I'm going to send them over and disseminate to the counsel for the defense and to the court.
Okay, thank you.
Do I understand that to mean that there are more coming?
It sounds like it. Should I just send the jury home for the day? Okay. Can you release them for the day? Tell them they're under the same instructions they always are. Thank you. They're always here at 9.
Yeah, a lot of you guys are in disbelief that this argument is happening. This is the second Brady violation in less than a month. The judge seems to dismiss it all. And it's sad to see. You know, she's trying to say that what the defense is saying doesn't necessarily fit. I agree with Brian's interpretation.
I'm just going to put on the record that in terms of what is and is not Brady, I mean, the Brady v. Maryland case establishes it, and there's all kinds of Georgia case law that sort of reiterates it. And one of the prongs is definitely that the defense did not possess the evidence, nor could the defense obtain it with any reasonable diligence.
She's saying that because the state had an open record, they could have been
Disagree,
able to.
that's the
Well, I mean,
violation.
You can disagree with it, but it's what the case law
That's a
holds.
violation. That's because the case law in an appellate opinion is saying the defendant, the accused, convicted person, the criminally accused is now complaining and wants the case reversed because of a Brady violation. And then there's a 4-part test. And one of the parts is, was with due diligence this information accessible? I'm not saying that. Before that, there's a Brady obligation that falls upon the state, whether it's easily accessible or not. If 2 experts say different things and the state puts them both on the witness list, but doesn't give the accused to say, hey, one expert says actually it's favorable for your client, and they hold back that report, that's a Brady obligation breach. Now, the fact that I was on notice that there's another person on the witness list, you would expect me to interview the person, and I would have found out about it.
I mean, I think I understand what you're saying is that if it is exculpatory or impeaching, there is an obligation to provide it. Okay. I guess I am looking at it from the position of, if you are claiming at this point, here's another Brady violation, I have to look at what are these factors, and I don't find those factors to exist here.
And that's why I thought I always said I knew about it. So I'm not saying it's a violation, but it is an obligation of the state. We shouldn't be getting it. I should have really had this before I cross-examined Mr. Sledge. Should have had it before trial. And Brady, the way I understand it, is an ongoing obligation that triggers immediately.
Well, okay, again, I don't read it in the same way that y'all apparently do. And I can't imagine that you would have wanted to use this particular exhibit, because if you used part of it, the rest of it could have come in, at least with regard to what's in each particular number, and the entirety of what's in number 4 I do not think would be beneficial to the defense side of the case.
This exhibit, are you referring to the email or
Not the exhibit, I'm sorry, bad word if I use that. This email from Mr. Wright of December 27th at 8:43 PM.
I would like the opportunity to decide what I'm going to use and not. How about that?
I understood. I guess we can tell Mr. Wright he can come back tomorrow too. At 9. Thank you. So have you, did you say you were going to print or you were going to forward the whatever other emails there were?
I have printouts.
Okay. You want to dole those out to everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, guys. Shout out to Pretty Esquire. Shout out to Legally Shay. There are attorneys in this chat right now that was looking at that as a bad call.
Yes. And maybe we need to get an extra staple down here.
We will be on motion watch. So the jury's gone for the day, guys, and we're dealing with this issue right now. They're about to tell Mounk Tounk's lawyer that he can leave as well, because they'll probably continue with him tomorrow. A lot of y'all have questions about what the relief is in a situation like this. They've got to file either a motion to recuse, even though we just got assigned another judge, and they've got to get that approved. She is indeed always protecting the state. But it does also just expose so many things that we didn't know about the case. These defense attorneys wanted to see these emails. They're like, oh, you got emails between you and him? They could not wait. And they picked up, that's why they wanted to take time to review it. They have to carefully review the 7 emails.
I asked for an in-camera inspection of one portion of this before I send it out.
Okay.
A lot of people are upset about this case. You know, some of y'all have sent me emails that you yourself have sent to the judge. I think it was the Black law student on Twitter. Somebody sent me a letter that he had sent to the judge. Many people are sending their thoughts and opinions about this case to the judge. And it is likely that they're going to receive many, many more emails today. It's tough to see. I'm going to keep my eye out on motion watch because I'm looking at some of their faces as they are reviewing the emails. Doug over there typing. So he might actually be typing a motion right now. You never know. You never know. But yeah, I agree with Brian. I think that they should have had access to these emails and not get them on the brink of the 11th, you know, at the 11th hour. Because here's the thing: this was an unplanned witness. This is absolutely an unplanned witness. The only reason why she has him up there is because of what came out on Friday. So it looks like she was printing extra, like all of the emails, all the correspondences between her and Mounk Tounk's lawyer as they came up with the factual acknowledgments on his plea deal. You know, even with Max, he had a problem with paragraph 3. Adams had an issue with paragraph 4, and they're saying that that included Brady material, right? And that those paragraphs have changed. We can't even compare paragraph.
In the record
Yep.
for you, In Ray Haney, Haney, and that's 355 Georgia Peel, 658. It's footnote 1.
Brian has another case.
It's 2020. And it reads, the state has a duty under Brady versus Maryland and Giglio versus United States. Giglio is Giglio, to disclose favorable evidence to the defendant in a criminal matter. This includes disclosure of impeachment evidence which could be used to show bias or interest of a party on the part of a key state's witness. And I say that solely because I don't believe what the court was saying about the 4-part test. That comes afterwards, after a person is.
Right, I thought I clarified that. All right, thank you.
There is never a dull day with this trial.
How many, is this just one more email or is this a few?
This is series of emails, the emails that I got from Mr. Wright. I think I had him print out all of the ones that he sent me.
Okay, and so this will be, will this stack include the 2 that you sent electronically or no? It's fine either way, I'm just wondering.
I think so. I think I
Okay.
asked her to send out all of them.
Okay,
Print out
all right. And you've got a copy for each of the 6 defendants and a copy for the judge?
Yes,
Okay.
and also, to the extent that I enter any of these, the copies that I'm giving to everybody, it includes everyone that I email them to. I'm going to take off that portion.
Okay.
And it will only include the email correspondence between me and Mr. Wright.
Thank you.
So.
And thank you, Shay. If y'all are interested, Shay is breaking down the case. She's breaking down the 4-part test right now on Brady. I captured her first 3. Here goes 4. So if you're curious, you can rewind that part. Thank you, Shay. And Shay is an attorney.
Thank you.
Barred and practicing. Thank you, Shay. Thank you so much, Shay. That was fast. You pulled that up quick. All right, so she printed all the emails, stapled everything, just passed them to the defense. Defense is now, each table is now examining the emails. I'm going to see if any other issues come up. Great observation, Trucker. It is a 2022 case, so it's fairly recent. They're all reviewing. You can see Adams reviewing. You can see Weinstein reviewing. No, y'all didn't say Judge Whitaker did these crimes.
Your Honor,
Yes,
let me inquire of the court, because I want to be really careful about this.
okay.
Mr. Wright, of course, is on the stand. He's a witness. He's been sworn. He's testifying. And my general thinking would be, well, we're not really allowed to talk to him at this point.
I would think that's accurate.
Right. My thinking, though, is as we're sitting here talking about it in regards to the email exchanges, and I'm not casting aspersions on anyone. We've received what the state said that they have in their possession, although they initially said that most of the correspondence were by phone. And I don't know whether or not there are additional email correspondences that may be in Mr.
Okay.
Wright's possession, and maybe not in the States. And
All right.
I'm wondering if the court.
Let me suggest that if you want to send an email to Mr. Wright, copying the state and saying, if you want to identify him, we've got, the email of whatever date, whatever time. If there are any others, can you please forward them to, everybody copied, which would be all of the attorneys. You can certainly do that.
And then I'll copy the court on that email as well.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I request that the email simply request of Mr. Wright to forward everybody all the correspondence related
As
to.
well, sure, I guess that would be cleaner.
Yes, thank you.
That's fine. If you want to be the one that sends out the email, that's fine too.
Thank you.
Okay.
That would you know what? One moment.
So what they're asking for is they're like, okay, well, we're only seeing one side of this. We're seeing love.
And you know what? Whoever sends it out, you can say, we all discussed it in court with the judge and the judge is fine with it.
Sure. We don't have any problem with the state
Okay.
sending that out. He's their witness technically at this point.
All right. So Miss Love, if you wouldn't mind doing that this evening. Okay, great.
She's happy to provide him even with this copy here.
Yeah, if you want to do that, if that would make it easier, or if you just want to say, hey, can you send everything you've got? However you want to handle it.
I will do both.
Okay. All right. So, the additional ones that we all just got handed, it doesn't look like there's much substantively that's new from what Ms. Love already had provided electronically. It's more, but it's not really new. Is there anything else we need to talk about before we break for the evening? Yes.
And then the investigator who's been in court, so I don't know if that matters, but
So will you call both of them, or?
I will call both of them. So Lieutenant Lansigo she's been tasked with specific things as relates to this case, but I did not, at the time that we put Mr. Slade on the stand,
have any idea you'd be calling
I didn't
either
expect
of
to
them?
have to call either one of them, but since we do, obviously there's case law that.
Yeah, it doesn't exclude them from being a witness. If you want to bring up, you've been in court the whole time, that's fine, but.
and then the next witness is what I was getting.
Yeah, so hopefully the two of them won't take the entire day, or to borrow a phrase from Mr. Steele, God forbid, more than a day. Do you have the next witness available tomorrow as well?
We are attempting to secure a person who's not trying to be secured, but who is under subpoena.
Okay.
And we also have Mr. Thomas Burnett.
Okay. So you'll have somebody available tomorrow.
We do.
Do good. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm waiting for you to finish that
I'm
comment.
done. I'm done.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to request is for the other defendants who have pled out, if there are similar email communications between the state and that attorney where they were going back and forth on their acknowledgements. So, for
Okay.
example, for Murphy, Mr. Arnold, Mr. Stevens, Greer, Kitchens, Mr. Lee, Mr. Someone,
Ooh.
Mr. Beebe.
Ooh.
Instead of waiting till the last minute or maybe not getting it at all, could we have that email communications as well?
How do you feel about that, Ms. Love?
Judge,
Why don't you take a really careful look at any of those that might exist?
okay.
And if there needs to be an in-camera inspection, there can be an in-camera inspection. If you want to just share it, you can just share it. But go ahead and take find whatever might exist and take a careful look at those and then give us an update.
Thank you.
And
All right.
thank you, Judge, for saying what I think you said. Take a look at whatever exists, because I was going to add to Mr. Weinstein and say not just email correspondences, just so we don't end up again with me saying, oh, you know what, I forgot to ask about these other correspondences. So any correspondence whatsoever in regards to those.
If y'all did snail mail, if you did text.
There you go.
Anything like that. Okay.
So Doug actually just stood up with an excellent point. What he's saying is so that this does not happen in the future, we want to see everything right now. So meaning for all of your other witnesses or the people that have plea deals, we want to see the correspondences and we want to see the draft and the email correspondences as you were drafting in addition to the final plea deals. Remember, we started with 28 defendants. And we are now down to, about, what is it, a handful of them, 7 or 8. So, they never had access to this material before, right? And the judge is arguing that they did have access to that material. But what Brian was arguing was that, yeah, but you still had a duty to let us know, in a duty, right? And I agree with the defense on this one. I don't think that was a good call, right? But let's keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, for that broad document request. I appreciate that. That's all.
Okay. Anything else? All right. I'll see y'all honestly, y'all, even when we're starting at 8:30, it's 9:30 before we pull the jury in. So I'm thinking since we've got some stuff we might need to be discussing tomorrow, 8:30
8 o'clock
in the morning for all of us.
Yeah, 8.
Okay.
We could do 8.
8? No, I don't want to do 8.
Okay.
I don't want to do 8:30, but
Okay.
no, we're not doing 8. I need my sleep. All right. See y'all tomorrow.
Oh my God, that concludes another crazy freaking day in this courtroom. Oh my gosh. You cannot make this stuff up. You really can't. Brady material coming up again. Mounk Tounk and this lady going back and forth. I have a headache. She made my brain hurt. That actually might be the Mounk Tounk merch. I don't even know where we left off at. I think it was around Logan. Yeah, I think it was around Logan. So I remember reading this one. Shout out to Jason with the 20. Jason says, can you please explain what this has to do with the case with questioning the lawyer? So I think I have a few times, Jason. The reason why the lawyer is being questioned is because there was a statement made about a meeting that happened at a Starbucks. That lawyer was at the meeting, so they have him on the stand to clean up what came out. It shouldn't be too long is what she's saying, but you never know. 3 days turned into, or 3 hours turned into 3 days. So we never know, but thank you so much, Jason. Shout out to Shannon, who became a member. Welcome, Shannon. Shout out to JoJo with the 2. JoJo says the t-shirt should say, I am not a child. Or I think he said, don't yell at me like I'm your child, because, she was yelling at him and that wasn't okay. It wasn't okay. And it didn't really look very professional. So thank you so much, JoJo. Shout out to Dylan with 2. Dylan says, AV, shirt's going to say free Mounk Tounk. I mean, yeah, well, the other thing that they mentioned is Mounk Tounk is still obligated to testify. I mean, he's done for now, but they can call him back if they need to, right? Shout out to Brina with the 2 pounds. Brina says, are they planning to question all witnesses' reps? All witnesses attorneys? Probably not. I don't think so. This was a little bit of an anomaly because of the situation that took place on Friday. That's why, Brina. Thank you so much. Shout out to Rachel. Rachel? Interesting. With the 2 says, can the judge please hurry her up? Thanks, AV. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Shout out to JC with the 5. JC says, do you know if they will try and pull Sledge's plea deal, do you know if they will try and pull Sledge's plea? Do the kids Okay, I'm going to skip some of those words. To sign off on it, and he goes right back to jail, or a hearing will be had. Okay, I think you're asking, JC, if they do pull the plea, do others need to sign off on it, and does he go right back to jail immediately, or will there be a hearing? I think there'll likely be a filing and then likely be a hearing for that determination. Thank you so much, JC. And then, because we would have to put that in front of people to show exactly what terms of the plea that you violated, and then go from there. Because even when it was enacted, the plea was enforced, it was read in front of Judge Glanville. So that's the answer to that question, JC. Shout out to Andrea with 5. Andrea says, if the jury says not guilty, can the judge override their decision? No. Also, Love is displaying her style of questioning out in court right now in court. Yeah, seriously. Shout out to, and thank you again, Andrea. Shout out to Denise, who became a new member. Welcome, Denise. Shout out to Mush with the 5. Mush says, Edgar, you're a double OG. Your comments are always duplicated. Appreciate your work and commitment to the cause. Blessing to blessing from one man to another, I think is what you're trying to say there. Shout out to Wylet with the 2, says, because I'm at work and my comments be late. Thank you so much, Wylet. Shout out to Logan with the 5. Logan says, so she conveniently doesn't have a paper trail. Yeah, and again, it's scrambling and scraping last minute, grabbing all the emails. And, Weinstein actually made a really good point, because they're going to want to see her other correspondences. If there is potentially Brady material here, it's likely that it's in other places too. That's why they want to see it. So, they've got a lot of work to do, but we will see. And again, we'll be on motion watch this week, because there's likely going to be a motion filed. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the 5, says, show YSL AV top streamer her love. Congrats on 50K. Yeah, thank you guys. That was a huge accomplishment. I'm really, really proud of that. We worked really hard to get here, and we're just going to keep going, keep climbing, Thank you so much, Mixed Chick Sammy. Shout out to Rod with the 20. Rod says she's not answering the question. She wasn't at that point. And remember when you drop this. Shout out to Siri? I think so. Siri with the 5 for the 50K. Great job. Very proud of you. Greetings from San Diego, California. Keep pushing. Thank you so much, Siri, and definitely will do. Brina's back with 2 pounds, says, love trying to argue her point by sending Brady. That was crazy. That was a shocker, but are we surprised, guys? We've known how many mistakes have been made here. It's so funny. I say Siri, and then all my devices start going off. Shout out to Brian with the 5. Brian says, I think the microphone distortion is Love wearing a recorder/transmitter. Might explain the panty bulge in the Pepto suit. Well, all suits, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know if she's wearing anything. If this courtroom is giving her something to wear under her clothing. But, they've been experimenting with different microphones. Every day somebody has a different microphone. Like we go from the game show microphone to the regular microphone, and that's what she had today. So pretty interesting. But thank you, Brian. Shout out to Orlando with the 2. Orlando says, Love is about to get someone to pull the fire alarm. I mean, that courthouse is practically on fire from this case. It's so crazy. It's insane. But thank you so much, Orlando. Shout out to Kelly with the 5. Kelly says, think the state missed the deadline for discovery, and they have been trying to figure out how to slide in evidence ever since. It's a good theory. Thank you, Kelly. Shout out to Lottie. Lottie sends 89 Netherlands bucks. I think so. And please let me know if it is Denmark. Denmark, that's what it was, Lottie. My bad. She says, if you waste an entire day in court failing to clean up your own mistakes, and then the end of the day by accidentally creating another disaster, it might be time to rethink your career choices. You know what, Lottie? Totally agree. Totally agree. It is just abysmal how much time is being wasted. And it's on the taxpayers' dime. Like they're not doing the best job here. And you would think that this would be a little bit more organized. All those people that are on the prosecution team, like you see all those people that are constantly, there's 2 tables there. There's a table in the front where Love is sitting along with Atkins. And then there's a table behind them of a few people. And then in the gallery, I think they also have a few people from the district attorney's office that support. But thank you so much, Lottie. And greetings from the US to Denmark. Denmark, right? Yeah, Denmark, not the Netherlands. Thank you so much. Shout out to Fangirl Jen with the 2. Jen says, Love should embrace her inner Satan and wear all black. That's funny, Jen. Thank you. Shout out to Me Bless with the 2. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you so much. Shout out to Chill Panda with the 2. Says, trying so hard to cover her ass, she fumbled. This always happens. This is always what happens. Shout out to Brian. Didn't he say that on Friday? This always happens. Shout out to Michelle with the 10. Michelle says, what is it going to take to have this judge see this and other issues are a cause for a mistrial. The DA is railroading this whole thing. They know the defendants are not guilty. DA cracked. Yeah, cracked. I think that's what you meant. DA cracked. Yeah. This is just really poor performance, you know. And again, I know sometimes we can get a little bit harsh on Love, you know, sometimes the jokes are a little bit too much for some people. I totally get that. But yeah, no, I think that the performance is what should be at issue, right? And the performance is, at least from my standpoint, not the best that it could be. But thank you so much, Michelle. Shout out to Chris with the 5. Chris says, how many witnesses should you have to prove your case? I mean, at this point, you know, there were over 100. We're just now getting under the 100 benchmark. So crazy. Shout out to Vincent with the 5. Vincent says, I became a member and received no love like Prosecutor Love. Stop it. Stop it, Vince. Usually I go through each and every single one of these memberships and super chats. So if that was missed, it was probably by accident. But I take the time to make sure that each and every single one of you are acknowledged for your contribution. So thank you so much, Vince. And here's double the love. Here's double the love from Team AVs. Thank you so much, Vince. Shout out to Sally with the 5. Sally says, so Mounk was telling the truth. Can't the defense bring up the emails and cross of Moonk's attorney? They can, and they likely will do that. Great observation, Sally. Shout out to Mush again with the 2. Says, how is it we always see Brady, but we never see Rico? That's true. That's true, Mush. That's actually funny. We always see Brady, but we never see Rico. That is absolutely true. Shout out to Big Pulp with the 5. Says, Rico, Brady, RIP 9/9/2024. Yeah, crazy, insane, Big Pulp. Shout out to One Happy White Girl with 5. Says, does anyone else think the judge is wanting to be recused? Maybe doing things on purpose. That's a great theory too. Like maybe she's, you know, kiboshing this on purpose. I doubt it. I mean, she seems to want the case to continue, but even Brian, you know, caught some mistakes she made about Brady material and made those corrections. So it is interesting. Shout out to Jones with the 5. Jones says, Love said her response to the emails were by phone. So is there a transcribed record of that? Likely no. Shout out to Mush with the 2. Mush says, t-shirts, merch for the defense. I filed these motions instead of I did these crimes. I filed these motions. I like that. That's creative. I like that. I'm going to poll you guys after the stream, make sure I get something to eat. And then I will put a poll up tonight before we schedule tomorrow's stream. So y'all could start weighing in on some of these shirts. But thank you so much, Mush. Shout out to Red Bunny with the 5. She says, white woman Whitaker always responds too quick. She needs to let the state argue and hear both sides before she argues for them and before she makes her ruling. I think that's a better approach too. I mean, she has to do that with objections. One side argues, the other side responds, and then she makes her decision. So it should be the same with these things as well. What you guys, and Red Bunny's right, what you saw with this, with the Brady material or violation that we discussed is the defense team bought it up. She responded, already made her decision, and then provided the prosecution some time to respond, which I think should have not happened and should have been the former, not the latter. Shout out to Sick Day Cooking again with 2. Says, is Brady up to interpretation? It is not. It is law. It is law. It is a law that, you know, has its formations in different states, but it's primarily this. It's, you know, it's a federal case. Federal cases typically have supremacy as far as them being followed, right? And then a few states kind of have some cases that are based off of them, and then, you know, the states kind of switch it up a little bit. But anyway, I'm tired, sick day, so that was probably not the cleanest answer, but I hope that answers the question. Shout out to Double A with the 2. Says 3 hours. This is what the state does with their 3 hours. Yeah, seriously. Shout out to Petty with the 10. Says, I'd say let's call Matlock. He will solve the case. Thank you so much, Petty Pendergrass. Shout out to TLGC with the 10. Says, judges and prosecutors are bedfellows. I believe they are incentivized to work together. If it was not Brady material, why is she printing emails now and passing them to the defense? Exactly. Great point, TLGC. Shout out to Bison Bill back again with another 5. Says, how much money does it cost Court Daily for this case? Where could the public find it? That's actually a really good question. To answer your question, I don't know. I would love to know how much this has cost Fulton County, you know, residents or just folks that reside in the state of Georgia from the beginning of the trial up until now. It would be amazing to do that. We could kind of calculate the jury pay, right? But look at how many people that are employed by this the system. You have the judge, she's got her salary. Maybe we can just do that ourselves. The judge has a salary, she is paid. You have several deputies, they are paid, right? You have all these jurors. We know they get $25 a day, but there are about there's a few of them in panel, you know. So just looking at all of that, the cost is going up substantially. Shout out to Super Pete with the 5, no comment, no question, pure love of the game. Thanks, Pete. Shout out to S Ross with the 5, says, AV, do you think the GA courts need to be reviewed? I think that they will be after this. It's not like this in every single county though, and that's the other thing. So it is interesting. I do think that the system shall be looked at, right? But at the same time, when things do go up on appeal or do go up to the Supreme Court, they've made a few things right when it comes to this case. One of them being Brian Steele not being in jail for the entire summer. So I think that all eyes are on Fulton County and all eyes are looking at this case because there have been some favorable outcomes. Also with Glanville being removed from the case, that was also a win. But that had to happen with the defense filing motions and raising it to the proper courts. Shout out to Call Me Ace with the 10, says, can we all agree that the judge is on that bullshit too? I mean, I'm starting to lose the faith in Whitaker. You know, I really liked her. You know, I pulled her stats from Trellis to show you guys her ruling data, and she's usually down the middle, 50-50. I'm kind of surprised to see that she sides with the prosecution so much. Shout out to Nard with the 5. Nard says, can the lawyer watch this argument on law and crime before he reports to court tomorrow, or is there rules against it? Well, he's under subpoena. I'm pretty sure, you know, he could take a peek, but they're not hiding the ball from him. In fact, he's about to receive an email where it's just like, hey, we're going to want your emails too. So that's going to happen, right? Thank you so much, Nard. And then shout out to Jerome with the 5 on the super chats. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Cash App crew, so hard. So sorry. Y'all have been waiting for a little bit. Let me go down the list here and grab all of these. Shout out to Jason, All Pro with the 5. He says, pray for me, sweetheart. I love you. Oh, thanks, Jason. I know Jason's been going through some health issues, so I hope everything is okay, and I wish you a speedy recovery. Thank you so much. Shout out to Lashes by Muffin. Lashes by Muffin, how you doing? It's good to see you, sis. She sends 5. She says, congrats on 50K from Muffin Stuff in the Lash Girl. I hope your business is doing well too. Thank you so much. Shout out to Beth in Seattle with the 10. She says, congrats on the 50K. Thank you, Beth. Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Shout out to Haley on Venmo. Haley sends 50 for 50. Thank you so much. She says, sorry, it's not more. I'm not as well off as some of the other watchers. You are one of my favorite budgeted entertainment lines. Oh, thank you so much. And that really means a lot too. You know, like, I don't expect you guys to give, like, I just do this work because I love it. But Haley, it is amazing. And, you know, if you're budgeting for this, like, that is amazing. Thank you so much. Really, really nice of you. Shout out to Terrence with the 20. He says, thank you. Thank you, Terrence. Really appreciate you. Shout out to Liz. She has a few here. Liz with the $1 says, if all the witnesses are like Woody and Mounk Tounk, YSL will win. That would be funny. Liz is back with another $1, says, I think all the witnesses are watching this trial. They could be, because they need to get ready to see what they're in for. I mean, they're not supposed to, but they're definitely tuning in. Liz again with another $1 says her redirect is always digging her grave even deeper. I mean, look at it, opened the door to Brady material. It's so crazy how that happened. Shout out to Renee with the 5. Renee says, so will Sledge be SOL if they win or lose? I don't know if you mean statute of limitations. I'm sorry, Renee. I wish I knew what the SOL meant. I could weigh in on the SOL for statute of limitations. I mean, he can't be charged again for the crimes that he was already charged with. And, you know, as long as he doesn't break the plea deal, he should be fine. Shout out to Terrence with the 5 says, RIP James Earl Jones. Yes, I did see that. A few you guys were talking about it in the chat. James Earl Jones was a famous American actor. He lived a very long life. It looks like he was 93 years old. He starred in Coming to America. He is the voice of Mufasa in The Lion King. He was in Conan the Barbarian, The Sandlot, Field of Dreams, Coming to America too. So many movies and such a huge pillar of the community. So it is sad, but at the same time, he lived a very long, full life. So we're really happy to see that. Okay, guys, court is over for the day. Shout out to Cersei. Just caught that super sticker real quick. Thank you so much. This is a huge day for me. Never had 11,000 people in the chat. I know, some things can be challenging when we're running this production, but I really want to thank you guys for sticking with me, especially those that have watched all day, whether you contributed or not. We're just really grateful. You guys are funding this small little media company, the little channel that could. We're growing, and it's hard. Like usually when I'm with the lead attorney, we have two people kind of managing the stream. Now it's really just me. I'm doing all of this alone. So it's not easy. It won't be perfect. I can't always monitor the chat. Sometimes I know the chat can get a little rowdy. So, we'll see what we can do about some of that stuff. But again, I just want to do a quick reminder. Please just use my email for business purposes only. As you guys can see, I can't monitor it. It's a lot. I have someone that manages it. All my team members have access to it. So if you are going to reach out, please keep that in mind. That's just a way for you to respect my business as well and respect what we're doing. And, of course, feedback is open, but there are other forums in which you can provide that feedback. And that's all good. Okay. All right, y'all, we're going to get out of here. Hold on. One more came in. Shout out to What You Said with the 2 says, aside from law, anyone think none of them are guilty? I don't know. Maybe that could be the poll that we do first thing in the morning. But that being said, guys, thank you so much. We're going to jump out of here. Have a great night. And thank you so much for watching. We will see you in the morning. See you in the next one. Stay safe out there. Bye.